the lovely Alchemista.
Mystic L12 says, Lady Smock.
Stacks with Owl because
Mystic
she likes to
L12
stack.
says, Luminous Rasula. Mystic L12 says, Mountain Flower. Mystic L12 says,
this is quite a lot. There's a whole bunch of nice things in here. All of it one stack. I have a feeling that
What's wrong, baby?
not be the end. Nope, there we go.
That hurt. Don't do that, then.
Oh, Prof has got a 100k blind bid to destroy. Because he likes watching things burn. Especially pretty things. So I feel like this crowd isn't going to let that happen. 10 stacks of the raw stuff. And now coming in with the goals. This is a big one from Owly, gosh. $100 each of the golden. And Buckshot comes in with a 101 blind bid to give to him. And now we're coming in with the furnishing materials. Gosh, Owly, did you just get your bag and just tip it upside down and go, yep, this is it? This is massive. 3 stacks of the furnishings. Is Mate Man here? And D-Fresh is coming in with a 500 to him, but there is a 2.2 mil res. I'm gonna give you guys a moment to do your maths and see if you want to meet the res. Just a reminder, there's a whole bunch of stacks. There's a whole bunch here. And that is one of our recruiters out recruiting. Perfect timing. If you have a spare slot and you want to join, here you go. Warrior is very nice to everyone apart from me. Okay, Owly, I'm not seeing any takers on the res. Do you want to lower or pull? Pull. Okay, I'm gonna say pulling on 5, 4, 3, 2, and we... Oh, there we go. Twisty comes in with the 2.2. Meeting that res. Sorry, Farm, but Twisty beat you. I am gonna say, since there's not been too much more interest, 2.2 going to Twisty, going once, going twice. Last chance to steal it because we are sold. Twisty, you can go see Mystic for the cleanup of her bag. And next up we have got Tasty, followed by a guild lot. Tasty, when you're ready. You can indeed, Panda. I have got you down. Just a heads up, it's a bit of a list at the moment. Tasty, are you around?
Wait, who do I talk to sell something? Well,
That would be me, Fresh. I will get you down.
no, I don't need to. My friend wanted to know. I just want to know who he whispered.
Yeah, you can give me a whisper.
Okay.
I will give you a X. You can give me a whisper.
Okay. Who whisper who? What's your name?
Yep. I am Black Slash.
Okay.
So, I do see Tasty is digging in his bag. I don't know if that means he's getting ready to link or... possibly be scared, but whilst we are waiting, don't forget about that 50-50 on Warrior. It is 1k per ticket, and as they say, 1k can take it away.
Ooh.
Ooh. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna push Tasty down, and I'm gonna say... Anti-hero, sorry for the early call, but are you here?
Yep, I'm here. You want me to start linking?
Yep, please. Thank you, Auntie. Sorry for the... no warning.
All good, no worries.
And
deposit some shit.
Hera Sweet, I have got you on the list. When I call your name, if you link it and then write your res after,
I can...
that is all you have to do. That's completely fine.
Anybody want this free Westfield treasure map behind the tent in this thieves trove? Better hurry and get it. Better come here and get it. It's right here by this thieves trove over here.
That. Okay, fine.
It's a nice big lot coming in from Auntie. A whole bunch of crafting motives. If you have already got them on your main, you could take them for an ult. The more you know on an ult, the better crafting stuff you get in your daily writs.
Retrieve.
And Farm is putting in a 100 to give to Maint, to give to Whiskey. Pass the parcel. Very nice, Farm.
That's Backlash. You the auctioneer.
What was that, Hera, darling?
No, I was like, never mind.
It's okay.
I'm trying to figure out
when
who's talking. What's your name again? Blackflash?
Hello.
Okay, I got it.
So we have got a open crafting motive block from Anti-Hero with a 150 1x1 res. But we are already at 100 to Farm, to give to Maint, to give to Whiskey. So we are currently at 100 and Rancor coming in with 165. Stopping the pass the parcel. Farm's doing a 169 just to give to Whiskey Girl now. Got the lovely 69 and oh, Rancor says nope, no 69s today, 177.
Hello!
do we hear a 180? If there isn't a 180, I'm gonna say we are going once, going twice. Last chance to steal because we are sold. Oh, sorry C4, just a little bit late. Branko, you can go see Anti-Hero for that lot. And next up we have got a guild lot. And that 50-50 is up to 2.082. 1k per ticket. If you want your numbers, don't ask Wario because he won't tell you. They are online on esoauctions.com. And Warrior is coming in with all of these scripts. Where have you been keeping these? And it is open. Oh. Warrior playing the dangerous game of saying open. 1k could take all of these away. D-Fresh coming straight in with 100. Chrysal coming over the top on 350. You must really want these ones, Cry.
Yeah, since I don't got half of them.
And Hera Sweet, that is in zone chat, but also just a bit too low, Sweet. Farm coming in with 355 to give to Tasty, but C4 says nope, mine 400.
That's a good lot, though.
It is. A guild lot, too.
Yeah.
Sorry, Buckshot. Okay, I don't see any movement, so I am gonna say 400 to C4, going once. All of these lovely scripts now, I'm sure C4 doesn't even need them, going twice. Last chance to steal, because we are sold. C4, you could go see Worry for that lot, and Tasty, are you back yet? Okay, he has indeed DC'd, so I think he's been a bit AFK. So I'm going to move on and say, sorry for the warning. Whiskey Girl, you are next. And Whiskey's coming in with the yummies. Again, I'm not going to read all of them. I'm sure you guys have got good reading. So there's some yummy, yummy materials in here. If these are stacks, I'm probably going to fall over because it is Whiskey. She does do the crazy. I do get excited seeing a Whiskey lot. I'm gonna bet that there is a nice res on this. And I see Prof says in zone that he's out, but I don't think he was ever in, to be fair.
Coming from this one, her bag stay full. All them goodies.
I think instead of using staplers, they just roll up money and use the money as staplers. Ooh, look at her go. 10 of each, and there is a huge amount in here. My goodness. And she's still going. I'm feeling a res on this. A big one. Oh, 700k res from Whiskey. I think that's one of the lower reses I've seen. And farmed straight in with that 700. That was no time at all. And now Shrek comes in with the 701. Do we hear a 702? Are we gonna do the 1k game? And we are farming with the 702. 725. Shrek says I don't play like that. 726. I know, Buckshot. It's a bit crazy. She decided to be nice to us tonight, which we love. That 726 seems to be sticking, so I'm gonna say 726 to farm. Going once. 726 going twice. Last chance to steal, because we are sold. See, this is the after party from the birthday party lot. This is the leftovers that we've cleaned up. And farm, you can go see Whiskey for that lot. Next up is Shrek, when you are ready, Shrek. Sorry for the bad warnings, I'm very bad on them tonight. We can definitely blame Tasty. Oh, I just had a really annoying squirrel in my ear. So, we have got a lovely little pack here from Shrek, but it is lovely, small, but huge. It is completely open. Farm comes in with the 100. Renko comes in with 145, and C4 says nope, 150. There are some nice bits in here. If you're not a farmer, you know, these are quite good to just get. Hint, hint. Farm, it's in your name. Oh, so what's that C4? Is that a 1.566? Farm comes in with a 175. See, C4's an auctioneer, he shouldn't make mistakes. 176 to C4 now, and Farm says nope, 200. Do we hear a 201 or a 205? 201 to C4, doing the 1k card on Farm. I know Farm plays these games, so I'm going to wait for a second. I'm watching you. 269. Bringing the numbers in. What have you got to say about that, C4? Are you going to take that laying down? Oh, I'm going to take that as a yep. So, 269 to Farm, I'm going to say. Going once. Going twice. Last chance to steal, because we are unsold. Aiden Lee coming in with a 399. I knew someone was going to get me. 399 to Aiden Lee. I'm going to say. Going once. You were never really in C4. Your heart's not in it, I see. Going twice. Last chance to steal, because we are not sold, because C4's coming in with the 400. He didn't like me calling him out. And whilst we're in this war, the 50-50 is at 6.216 mil. Aiden Lee coming in with a 599 and he wants it mailed. He's confident he's going to win this one. C4 says he's too poor for this. So, I'm going to say, going once, going twice. Last chance to steal, and oh! Farm playing the Aiden card with the 699 mail. I'm gonna say, going once, going twice. Last chance to steal, because we are... No, you almost got me, Aiden. Very close. 799. I mean, this is a good fight. A slow fight, but a good fight. I'm gonna say, going once, going twice.
You're so pretty.
Last chance to steal, because
Hi,
we
baby.
are
Ooh,
not sold. A double
What's
unsold
wrong?
on the same lot. What are you guys doing to me? Farm's cunning to go 899, and I can't even
Hold
get
on.
my words out because
put your
you
head
guys
up.
are mean.
Up.
Two unsold.
Look up.
I'm gonna say 899 going
Oop.
to farm.
Oop,
Going
oop,
once.
come here. Come here. Come
I
here.
don't
Wait.
leave that out, Aiden.
There you go.
Going
There you go.
twice.
Wait.
Last
Hold-
chance.
hold
to
on.
sti-
There you go.
Oh, never mind. Do you accept that add-on, Aiden? D4 says if you can't beat him, join him. But Aiden Lee says he is out. So I'm gonna say we are sold. Farm, you can go and see. Check for that lot. And next up is a guild lot, followed by Klaus. That 50-50 is bumping up, 6.416. Don't forget it is 1k per ticket. 1k could win it. And Warrior's coming in with some yummy prints here. Lots of Colovian. I see some Goldens. I see a Dwarven in there. Oh! I mean, where have you been, Warrior? How are you getting these things? You're holding out on me at this point. I say, hey, I really like these prints, and he comes with all these. It is open. C4 coming straight in with the 200. He doesn't need no math on this. 299 to Panda. 400 to C4. 499 to Panda. I'm seeing a pattern here, guys. Oh, Aiden Lee coming in with a 599 to destroy them. Just a reminder, this is a guild lot. I'm gonna say 599 to Aiden to destroy this lot is gonna be going once. 599 to destroy this lot. Going twice. Last chance to save it. There's some beautiful things in here that are gonna be killed. 600 to Missing Link. Missing Link's coming in with the save. I'm gonna say we are going once. Going twice. Last chance to steal because we are sold. Oh, sorry Aiden, just a little bit too late. Missing Link, you can go and see Warrior for that lot. And next up we do have Klaus, and this is his first time selling at Cartel. Klaus, are you around? There we go. So this is Klaus's Voddenfell Cherry. He's not a new face, but he is a new seller. Maybe, Aiden. Maybe. Maybe you gotta keep on your toes.
Appreciate you too.
Oh, I'm gonna be one by one the nasty stuff soon. I know it. Klaus is
Yeah.
coming in with a whole bunch of
Yeah.
spell pages. I do see some event pages in there if you didn't get them. Oh, I see an Oaken hidden in there.
She's a
And
smarty,
we've got
huh,
some
Aiden?
recipes now. It's okay, Aiden. I don't mind a fight. The only fight I can give you is a verbal fight, but I've not got the wallet to fight you in an auction bid. Whole bunch of recipes from Klausy. Oh, Aiden coming in with a
Oh,
blind bid of
man.
399 to 1x1 me.
You knew you was
I
gonna
shouldn't
get
have
it.
opened my mouth. You know, guys, I'm pretty sure that Dawnstar's guild bank's empty. If anyone wants to save my bank. And we are still going. Oh, and there is an ethereal dust in there. Well, thank you, Aiden. I don't mind this lot now. 2 of them. Oh, wow. It is open, and we are at 399 to 1x1 me. Do we hit any higher? I'm gonna give you a little moment to look through. If you really want to, you can take that dust for yourself and send it to someone else. The voices in my head are rather rowdy tonight. I'm gonna say, sorry Kiwi, we're currently at 399 to Aiden. I think we're gonna say 399 to Aiden is going once, going twice. Last chance to steal, because we are sold. Oh, sorry Skinny, just a little bit out, but it's pretty much the same thing anyway.
Yeah, same thing.
If you want to put that add-on onto Aid, you're more than welcome. So you can go see Klausy for that lot. And thank you for popping your cherry with us, Klaus. And next up is a guild lot. And that 50-50 is bumped up over 10 mil now, 10.070. You can see your tickets on ESO auctions. And as Foxy just said, holy shit, there's a Shrek there. There's some happiness here.
Right. Hey, War, if I give you a... Backslash, if I give War a mask, can he put it for a fifth place?
You're gonna
Yeah,
be another
if
guild
you,
lot? I mean, public
if you
lot?
whisper warrior for that.
Yeah. Alright, let me get it.
Thank you, Cry. We appreciate you. TK, I have got you on the list. There is a
problem.
bit of a wait.
Hey, backslash, I think it's supposed to be another public. We only did one.
So next up is a guild lot when you are ready, warrior.
So is there only one public lot in between guild lot? Hello?
Hey, warrior.
Warriors coming in with a whole bunch of enchantments now. Enchantments. See, I'm looking at the word and reading it out now. Auctioneer fail 1. I will indeed, Panda. A whole bunch of crafting writs, including enchanting writs. There we go, I got it out. And it is open. No count because he does not love us. $1K to give to Becca. Farm is giving the love. Do I hit any higher? There's some nice goldens in here. I'm pretty sure there's more than 2. This is a guild lot. Does anyone want to save Becca from this? She doesn't do it. She doesn't like them. I'm just gonna give a little recall because... Oh, there we go. Skinny comes in with a 100 to 1 by 1 me. Sorry, Top, you're just out. Hi, Davey. We do appreciate your hi, Davey. Please never change. 101 to Top Clock Hole. Saving my bags. And before anyone... Oh, never mind. Farm coming in with a 102 to give to Becca. 103 from Top Clock Hole, saving Becca again. Top, you are just saving us today. I am gonna say 103 to Top Clock Hole is going once. Going, never mind. Oh, never mind, before I even got your name out. 169 to Skinny, and that is to 1 by 1 me. Skinny, what did I do to you? 200 to give to Becca. Oh. I am gonna say 200 to give to Becca is going once. 200
Dad!
to give to Becca is going twice. Last chance to steal on this guild lot because it is sold. And Small Blue is here. Thank you, Small. Sorry for the no call.
You okay?
And Small Blue is coming in with a whole bunch of lovely things here. There is fish here in this lot as well, because we do like our fish here. We do love you here, Laura. It is a very fishy lot. More than fine buck. So after this lot, we do have C4 who is here. Oh, Top, you sound like you know about that. And after the fish, we are coming in with some mats from Small. Has got a whole bunch coming in here still. We may have a res or it may be open. This is a big lot from Small. And just a reminder, if you do want a lot tonight, please do give me a whisper. And if you are gonna dip, please give me a whisper to say you're going, because there's been a few disconnects and go-aways. And the voices in my head are getting rowdy again. If I giggle, you know it's their fault. I'll do the nervous... really very rowdy here tonight. You can indeed unaided, but it is a long list. And we are still going with Small. This is a massive lot. And we're coming in with the furniture materials from Small now too. There's a whole bunch. Thank you for that, Laura. We do like a pass. You're all good, unaided. I've got you for 2. It won't let me whisper you. And there is a whole bunch here. I'm going to give you a moment to have a look. There is a 2 mil res. And I am currently being pimped out behind the tent if we have any takers. So... Oh, Small. I was going to give you guys another quick moment to have a look because there is a whole bunch here. There is some fishies. There is a Galen map, as you guys say over here. It is Galen across the pond. And Foxy is offering a 200k. you accept that 200k offer? Small is saying that she will take 500k. Does anybody want to meet that res of 500k? I'm gonna say, if nobody wants to meet that res, we are gonna have to pull. I'm gonna say we're going in 5, 4, 3,
Yeah.
2, and we are... Hold. Sorry for no sale today, Storm. You can come back and try another day.
Alright.
And C4, you are up. After C4, we have got Maximum Effort, who is another cherry. That 50-50 is almost at 11 mil now. 10.750. And there's a whole bunch of yummy stats in there. If you want to see your numbers, they are on esoauctions.com. They are 1k per ticket if you want to trade Warrior. C4's coming in with some goodies now. We have got some DLC maps, 50 each. We've got some of the Goldens, 50 each. And some of them yummier tunables. All of you people making gun calls out there might be interested with a 1 mil res. I'll give you guys a moment to do your math. I know I certainly can't. And Fox is coming straight in with the 1 mil. She does know a good deal when she sees one. Or she just feels a bit sorry for C4. I think I would too. I was gonna say 1 mil is going once. I'm sure they are C4 going twice. Last chance to steal, because we are sold. Fox, you can go see C4 for that lot. And next up is Maximum Effort. Ready, you can start linking. And this is a brand new cherry, so give some love. After this, it will be a guild lot. And Maximum Effort is coming in with some lovely blueprints, designs, patterns, and there's a practice in there. You don't come by them very often. Some crafted motifs and some style pages. It is very open.
No one wanted to take 500k, so.
Farm says 5k to destroy because Farm hates style pages. Remember guys, this is a cherry lot. Does anybody want to give any love? All's good, Small. Thank you, Dave. And Shrek comes in with a 50 for the cherry. Do I hear a 51 or a 55? Maybe even a sexy 69. On to send to Mate Man. I'm gonna say that that 51 is going once, going twice. Last chance. And he is adding 100 price there for 100.
We gotta go to the bank. Go to High Isle. Since the bank's like right there. Alright, let's go. Oh, I didn't even need to get on my horse. My dog.
I see we have...
And yeah, it has. Sorry, I didn't respond to that message before. It's the same. I mean, I'm on PlayStation. No, this is PlayStation. I'm playing.
I cannot decide if I...
No, this is PlayStation. I'm playing. Take that back. Pull these out. Take that back. Pull these out. I feel like there was something else I needed to pull back out too. You guys think I have enough soul stones? I'm gonna deposit some gold. Okay,
I'm with you.
what's up, Sharp? Let's talk. It's the equipment. I don't know what I'm doing. No. I don't remember what I have for you this. Isn't the other one a staff? Okay. Well, since we're here, we might as well go do this. Woo! Did you guys see that jump? That was a good jump.
I offered.
Win the Rift tribute match. That's funny. Should just be like, win a Rift. Or, yeah, huh? Or win a tribute match. Are you doing this right now? Or, let's see. It's right there. Alright.
Hold! I will send for you. Gonna gut him when I find him.
You're not one of those.
Alright. Oh. Always forget that. God, I love when computers make dumb fucking decisions. This, replace this, take that one, and then enter. Alright, well, we're gonna take that one.
Edward, get over there. Get. Edward.
You know how to do that, but like you.
Carne asada fries with rice
Awesome.
and cheese, tortillas.
That's awesome. They're in the shower.
I figured.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm taking that for sure. Oh. Might as well. I gotta take that bitch out. Let's see, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do this, we're gonna get rid of that. We're gonna pick this. And we're gonna grab one of these too. Chicken wing, hot dogs and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chicken wing. It's my turn now. Do this. Oh. Fine. We're gonna do crow. Give me just a second, guys. I just got dinner, so I'm eating. I'm eating and playing at the same time. Where is she? Sorry guys, I'm eating dinner while I'm doing this, so that's why I'm quiet right now.
It's here.
Alright. To the desert. Whoop!
Hark, Wayfarer. A moment of your time, please.
I haven't started working on Alik'r, sorry.
Hail, Wayfarer.
What do you guys think? Another easy win, or am I gonna lose this one? Make your guess down below in the comments. Okay. See, this is the shit I usually end up fucking getting, is this bullshit. Any of those coins? Yeah. Might as well. Of course this motherfucker would get that card. I could have picked that card, but whatever. Yeah, hold on. You wanna go upstairs, baby? Hold on, guys. Go upstairs, see Nanners? Go, come here. Go upstairs, see Nanners? Hmm? You ready, baby? You gonna go upstairs, see Nanners? Go upstairs, see Nanners? Do you hear Crump and Nanners? Let's go, come on. Oh my goodness. Go on.
What's wrong? See you later.
Alright.
You don't even have your diaper on all the way. Hey. You want me to put shoes on? Oh. You want me to put
Sorry about that, guys. My child was having issues. Excuse me. That's fine. Card 7, 4, 2, fuck. Alright, yeah. 2, 4, 6, 12, 13. Look at that fucking thing. Select this one. Were any of those actual coins? No. Can I sack any of those? I don't really want to. Not that they would give me an edge, so. Let's see. 6, 8. Get that. Again. Save this one. Get that. Never mind. Okay. I'll go fuck myself. You know, just some endgame hurt. It don't matter. Endgame sacrifices. There we have it. 52 to 38. And now I gotta go to Blackwood.
Someone has finally defeated that old crone, Mother.
That old crow, mother. Blackwood. I know it was right in front of my face.
You there! The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
It's over this way. Where are your stairs? Where's the stairs? I forget. Oh, they're right in front of my face.
We simply must do something about the business, brother. These chambers... I've come to lay you in.
But the Fangpros have us by the throat. What am I to do?
Oh. Because I'm on the wrong floor.
Let's see those.
Let's go gambling. They're gonna take one of these. Take that. Gain 1 power, 2 coins. Do 2 coins. 4, 7. I'm gonna get that. I would rather have that one. It's gonna go for this one, so I'll have that one. No, okay. Give me 2 coin. Take this card, draw. Sack that. Fuck. Oh, I did. That was right in front of my face, and I didn't even look at it. I wanted that one, but I can't. I don't have enough money for it. gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna replace one of these just to see. We're gonna do this. And then we're gonna do this.
We simply must do something about the business, brother. These chambers are much too small for our lifestyle.
I realize that, Scipion, but the Fang Throws have us by the throat. What am I...
Wait, the Wayshire's this way.
You there. The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
I'm sure it does. Let's see.
Here you are. You come to this one for...
You know what I need to do?
I see we have...
I cannot decide if I...
Okay.
I see we have...
Stupid treasure map. Wonderful.
Why are we stopping here when these dark elves lurk about the edges of our camp?
Oh, Shadea, you worry too much. Surely they mean us no harm.
Old fool.
Useful. Hold on to that.
What am I investigating?
Luck be with ask that's one. Shadea.
I see something nice. Yours for the taking. Can't believe someone just left this here.
Same, bro.
What is it you want? Your nose is too close to my face. This one is
The
called
fuck you mean
Shadea.
I'm looking up
She and
at
her
you, bro?
mercenaries are here only to protect the caravan
You're
for coin.
giant.
This one dislikes. This one, yes, then bother someone else.
My nose doesn't even come up to your face, bro. But I mean, we could do some other things. I'm tall enough for that.
He's here. The locker's in the crypt. He just slipped past.
Oh. I was supposed to talk to her.
Quickly, into the crypt. We can't let him get away.
Building up a staff. Good thinking.
Hurry!
be too far ahead.
The way that priest tripped all of your protective runes, it's almost like they're working against you, Relasi.
No! Get him!
Looted all that. Got all those. Okay.
We can't let him get any...
Oh wait, did I get everything in here? I think so. No, look at that. I missed a few.
Velocity, who's your friend? Are you ever going to introduce us?
Quit running away, and I'll do all the time.
Loot all the urns, cause they're usually good for deco wax, definitely good for lockpicks. Look at that, deco wax.
Better luck next time. Oh, wait.
Sharp, you're so savage. Oh, I gotta turn my chat back on. I have like a whole new stack of lockpicks after this.
Booze Cruise, Synod Center. Would anyone be willing to help with Runemaster Boss and Apocrypha? Booze Cruise, Bad A2B, A, Beer, can after this dungeon.
Here somewhere. Let's see if we can draw him out.
Booze Cruise, Tigress 110, I can.
One day I'll...
Booze Cruise, Tigress 110, invite.
And the talisman is mine.
The High Priest. I'll see to High Priest. You really think that... No, no, no! How did he know?
You good? Of course you are.
Look at that. All this stuff I'm getting.
Booze Cruise, Casper Finest, X. Booze Cruise, kill Ixaria, not Casper saying I got you some stickers and abandoning me. Booze Cruise, Sean B. Johnston, Evening Peoples. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, Inc. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, Blueprint, Dark Elf Rack, Barrel. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, Blueprint, High Elf Dresser, Sturdy. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, Blueprint, Rough Box, Boarded. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, Blueprint, Rough Container, Cargo. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, Blueprint, Rough Crate, Reinforced. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, Design, Rough Bag, Burlap. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, Diagram, Rough Bull, Common. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, Pattern, Rough Stretcher, Military. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, Praxis, Stone Carving, Hand. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, Open. Tasty's Trading Company, Hammer Time 347, Hand Please. Tasty's Trading Company, Folkvang _ calls, 3K. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, 3KG1. Booze Cruise, Dead Magic, Evening. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, 3KG2. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, 3KG3. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, sold. Booze Cruise, Bad A2B, A, Beer, X. Booze Cruise, Center. Just beat his ass, but thank you, Casper. Tasty's Trading Company, Folkvang calls, gold cent. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, cent. Spicy Potatoes, Potato Packers, so the Potato Olympics is at 6 on Saturday?
Go ahead. I'll meet up with you soon.
Spicy Potatoes, Mama Nana, yep, MOTD has been updated. Booze Cruise, Sean B. Johnston, he can't queue for vet but travel in. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, donated the ones from auction, got all those just now, LOL.
You could brew something nice with that.
Tasty's Trading Company, Folkvang calls, Ty am teaching my craft everything I get a hold of.
They're still took them to the
Booze Cruise, Signed Center, thanks all of you who x'd I def missed a few in chat.
You gonna share? Just kidding, I wouldn't either.
Booze Cruise, Sean B. Johnston, you say sticky or stinky? Tasty's Trading Company, Fairy Queen Lara, free. Tasty's Trading Company, Fairy Queen Lara, Blueprint, Breton Light Post, single. Tasty's Trading Company, Fairy Queen Lara, free carrot dash carrot. Tasty's Trading Company, Folkvang underscore calls, X please. Tasty's Trading Company, Fairy Queen Lara, sent. Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose, same this is my everything character so I auction or use M for GB donations, for the ones I already have. Tasty's Trading Company, Folkvang underscore calls, Ty. Tasty's Trading Company, Fairy Queen Lara, you're welcome.
Good to get stocked up.
Tasty's Trading Company, Playwart, I bow please.
Everything went off without a...
What happened here? Shade, you think that... When we get... I have some...
Tasty's Trading Company, Playwart, sorry, wrong chat, sad face.
Reacquire, not... Nothing. All the times we met before, she was on duty, guard. I keep telling her we should run away together. I'll meet you at the ruins. Remember to keep Shadea talking as long as possible.
Okay, come on. There we go. Ooh.
Walker. Come no closer or this one will bleed out the Elder. Where is the thief?
Shaddai, please. This one is sure that Walker means no harm. We can talk through this, yes?
You should have kept your nose deep. What? Where did you... With so many hands grasping for it, someone... What was that? No! No! You will pay for this, Walker. Surrender the talisman or the others die.
Please, Walker. Save this one's family. Give her the talisman if you must.
That's Relassi. Follow my lead and play along.
Stop right there!
You've tricked me out of the talisman, but you'll never catch me alive!
Scoundrel! Thief! Pariah, curse you and hound you! This one is not injured, Walker. Perhaps it is a better fate than he deserved. This one misplaced his trust, and now pays dearly for it.
I came as quickly as I could. I'd have been here sooner. While there are lives at stake, I couldn't...
You will not give the talisman willingly? Face Shaddai's blades and suffer!
Booze Cruise, Sean B. Johnston, all SEC bosses go through portals Elden 2.
My thanks, Walker.
Starting to get worried. The others just passed. She wouldn't. Way ahead. So I could get for everyone involved to keep their as far as Relassi follows a code, as did Satan. That question, my friend, would be see you around, stranger. And send my fondest farewells to Relassi, will you?
You know what that's good for? Ah, you'll figure it out.
So Walker has
XX Roxy, Zone, WTS All Trials,
so
Arenas and
the
Dungeons.
fate of the
Skins,
Eye of
Drops and
Bondar
Titles,
falls
VDSA,
to you.
VBRP,
Whichever
VMOL,
way you
VSS,
choose, Walker.
VHOF, VAS,
This one
VKA,
asks only
VRG,
This
VCR,
one grew up
VDSR,
here in
VSE, VLC.
Well,
Whisper for
should you
prices.
break it free
Guild,
from
Team
it,
Brazil.
You mean that the
Good, you're back. Just as we planned. You know, I half wondered if the Lark gave them to you, did he? Why? Everything he's done. If I do, the High Priest doesn't need to know the full details of our investigation. But I need something to return to him. You have something, don't you?
Kenjikul, Zone, Guild, Kaladin's Bridge 4, is recruiting. We are a laid-back guild welcome to both new and experienced players. No required dues for trader access and a crafting hall with Grandmaster crafting stations, Mundus stones and transmute station. Join at the link.
Good, you're back. Just as we planned. The Lark got away. I recognize my hand. What happened today was a set. I'll send a report. Oh, it's just being furtive.
Always nice to get stocked up.
Armiger Relossi, your efforts in returning this relic to our shrine will be noted.
Nightland 2, Zone, WTB 5000 crowns PM.
You could craft something nice with that.
King Papakai, Zone, anyone for Bastion Manic?
I'm listening.
Weathered gravestone. This place is really good for farming.
The Sweet Roll Champions, Krilly's 4200, need DPS daily shipwright.
Ooh, there's a Wayshire.
Better overstocked than under.
Booze Cruise, Sean B. Johnston, second check. Hippo Critter, Zone, Guild, none of your business, an independent guild with something for everyone. Scheduled trials, both regular and vet, housing contests, raffles, big weekly giveaways and a major city trader. Dues 5k AWK looking for fun and active members, smiley face. The Sweet Roll Champions, Krilly's 4200, need 1 DPS daily shipwright.
You have more shiny.
You know, speaking of dailies, I don't think I did my daily dungeon.
Deals and bargains.
Let's get out there. Been on the lookout for that.
Nice. Ooh, Sky Shard.
Immortals Freedom, Vashisnir, message Latin to join PSN chat because guild chat is messing up.
Building up a stand. Good thinking.
Where's my phone?
Once had a new angler ask me the best time to fish. Easy answer, I said. It's right now.
I wonder if Sharp likes to fish. Catching the fish.
Now that's the type of catch worth bragging about.
Catching all of the fish.
Tasty's Trading Company, MRDDNOS, hey all.
Sure I did.
Imperial intruders! Give death to them!
Don't slow down now. I will not suffer the humiliation of failure. Force our not to a cannon reeve.
Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX, freebies. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX, recipe, stuffed grape leaves.
End them.
Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX, pattern, common basket, closed. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX, diagram, dwarven pipe cap, bolted. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX, design, red guard cup, pull. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX, design, Breton pitcher, ceramic. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX, blueprint, Argonian mud, tooth.
Damn.
I don't know how you caught wind of Kennedy's plan, but you will not stop us.
Give me a second, chat.
Group, Small Blue Rose, DNT kick me, I'll be back 1 minute. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, sup.
Alright, we're back to it. Sorry about that, guys.
Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, how everyone doing? Booze Cruise, Casper Finest, swell. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, nice.
Well fought.
Booze Cruise, Dark Chandries, hey.
This is the most bizarre ritual, Alter. Let's take it apart.
Light it up! Aid me! On the side! Burn it! Healer!
Move to flank.
I need healing! Set it ablaze!
Things have gotten so much worse for the TikToker who destroyed her like being on grocery store food for attention on social media. I don't even know why you would ever do that, so I decided to travel out to New Hampshire for a trial and try to find out. So before we get to the trial, this is Ellie Tedder, a 23-year-old from New Hampshire. She was recently arrested and charged with criminal mischief for going somewhat viral, filming yourself being on random items at the grocery store.
The grocery store employee was caught urinating on food products after police discovered footage of the act online, with some videos dating back as far as 4 years. Upon investigation, police determined that Tedford had been contaminating food items such as quinoa and cornmeal, causing has since been revealed that Tedford had been engaging in this behavior since at least 2021, meaning that multiple stores in Keene and surrounding areas may have been affected.
I mean, the fact that she got away with this for 4 years is absolutely insane. But Kelly was arrested after someone spotted her peeing on food at a modern food store. They saw Kelly peeing on food on a video that Kelly filmed and posted online. Again, I guess the trash just takes itself out. Straight up, fascinating use of free will. I said this in my last video, but we're really getting robbed of everything. I thought we were gonna have a cure to cancer or something by now, but instead, I'm anxious if someone pissed in my walnuts. If I lived in that area, I would seriously be nervous to go and get some food from a local store, or a DoorDash. We'll get into that in a little bit, because after releasing my original video, my DMs on Instagram were flooded with locals claiming that she's infamous in Keene, New Hampshire for her antics, and that apparently the grocery store is just the tip of the iceberg. Allegedly, she was also a DoorDash driver.
Tasty's Trading Company, O_XSHINX_O. Anyone have temp needs 700. Spicy potatoes, small blue rose. We got a VC going?
I get this is America, and we have some messed up people here, but I want to live in America where I can order DoorDash and not have my order drenched in pee. Is that too much to ask for? We spent, what, like close to a
Torture Kill 90, Zone, Nymic Open LF 1 or 2 players to join.
defense last year, but somehow nobody is defending us from Kelly Tedford's urine. So I guess that's just all in my hands right now.
Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose. Do you have any lake bait?
Not her urine's not in my hands. Like, it's in my hands to defend us from her urine. Not me. So I got a flight to Boston. Ended up staying there a night, making a Vitaly video because he was just arrested. Slept for maybe an hour until I realized, I gotta start my journey to New Hampshire.
Alright, good morning. We're now up before the sun here in Boston, and we're now going to start driving out to New Hampshire. And today was another reminder that I actually need to go to, some suit supply and actually get a real suit, because I'm rocking a last-minute Target suit because I've somehow misplaced my actual big boy suit. So, step one, I'm going to go pick up Matt Capster, actually. And then step
Tasty's
two,
Trading Company, unaided_moon44. I have 700 tempering alloys.
a fascinating trial, to put it lightly.
Tasty's Trading Company, Small Blue Rose. I have 30. I'll trade you for lake bait.
Rainy, Massachusetts.
Booze Cruise, Bad A2B, A, Beer, X. Spider-Man 4K stars, Whispers, I do small.
Exactly. And Matt Caster surprised us with coffee, so shout out this man. Currently trying to find the trial. She's missing. She's not on the docket here. That was called the docket, right? Correct. Learning the facts. She's not on the daily docket. Uh-oh. Are we in the wrong courtroom? Courthouse. Let's find out. Okay, so according to the clerk's office, they waived the arraignment, which is interesting because they moved it to a superior court.
To Spider-Man 4K stars, what y'all want for it?
Right now, I might have traveled to New Hampshire.
Tasty's Trading Company, Lord Crypto, 700. 0.0 arming all of ESO?
Alright, so we're now outside the courthouse in Keene, New Hampshire. It's snowing. I'm here with Matt Caster. And we found out that they waived the what? They waived the arraignment? They waived the arraignment. And they bound it over to Superior Court, which tells me she's probably getting worse charged than she got, because in district courts you probably would have gotten a slap on the wrist, maybe some probation, community service, a fine. But now that the county attorney is bounded over to Superior
Spider-Man
Court,
4K stars, Whispers, AHJLOL. Tasty's Trading Company, O_XSHINX_O. Just hungry. Spider-Man 4K stars, Whispers, JK.
So it looks like we went all the way to Keene, New Hampshire for the sightsee, I guess. So that was a couple weeks ago, and I didn't want to drop a follow-up video until we found out what actually happened here. So, as Matt Gaster suspected, things got so much worse for Kelly. Okay, so since then, she's now turned 24. Happy birthday. And, in addition to turning 24, she's also facing 5 additional counts of criminal mischief after authorities say that she allegedly filmed herself urinating on a number of things while staying at a Marriott hotel in Keene on January 12th. Again, Keene is not safe.
Spider-Man 4K stars, whispers, I have a stack for sale. Torture Kill 90, Zone, Bastion 9 Open LF1. 2. Spider-Man 4K stars, you scared of Head 2 LOL.
But since you're probably wondering, what does she do it on? Well, the hotel
Spider-Man 4K stars, whispers, offer please.
And an air conditioning unit. Then to make things worse, she defecated
Spider-Man 4K stars, whispers, haha ye.
and put it in the toilet tank, not the bowl.
2. Spider-Man 4K stars, 2.5K.
Clean that up as well. What a nasty. I don't even know how to describe her in any other way than that. Now, she's obviously still facing that felony charge of criminal mischief, February incident as well. And what makes things worse is the police still think there's more incidents of her doing this. And she's also using a public defender. So I can only
Spider-Man
imagine
4K stars, whispers, for 200. Tasty's Trading Company, /144, love.
Cannot be enough. But with 5 counts of misdemeanor criminal mischief and 1 count of felony criminal mischief, she's now facing a max of 12 years in prison, which would probably be a sigh of massive relief for the people of Keene, New Hampshire, as, you know, Kelly would not be out on the streets wet the block. Or
2. Spider-Man 4K stars, ye unless you want more.
Or allegedly DoorDash deliveries. She really is just the piss bandit, being charged with criminal mischief. I'll see myself out with that one. But if this video gets 50,000 likes, I'll go back to her next trial and try again, because someone might have to be there to document the end of the B-woman's career. And while what she did is vile and disgusting, whoever is out there funding this behavior is not much better. But I mean, hopefully at least you guys enjoyed me taking this massive L and blowing over a gigantic fight out there. Oh man, I really did waste
Spider-Man 4K stars, whispers, you want minnow or guts.
Essentially find out that the trial was no longer taking place because she had like 5 new charges drop on her. That's life, I guess. And also, massive shout out to Matt Caster for going out there with me and being extremely helpful with answering all my questions to this case, because he's actually a licensed and practicing attorney up there. So I'll be linking his channel in the description down below, and YouTube, they think you'll enjoy this video, so I would definitely recommend checking that out. And hey, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. And remember, if we get 50,000 likes, I'll try again to go to the next Kelly Tedford trial. But yeah, until then, I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
2. Spider-Man 4K stars, doesn't matter, I'll take any lake bait, I've got 9K on my person. Spider-Man 4K stars, whispers, I got a stack of each but I keep one. Spider-Man 4K stars, whispers, okay, I'll send RN. Spider-Man 4K stars, whispers, just give me 5K. Spider-Man 4K stars, whispers, sent.
I'm standing there like shocked, like what the fuck?
He wanted a little community, a flow
killers. Oh my gosh, this is so crazy that he's being accused of this.
A young man takes off on a cross-country journey in hopes of achieving a fresh start. He's optimistic that
To
this is
Spider-Man
his chance
4K stars, I gave you 6K carrot dash carrot tie.
Everything is about to change. Unbeknownst to him, however, his path will soon take an unfortunate detour. He will intersect with an individual so incredibly evil that he would later
Hell
be
yes.
described as a serial killer in the making. It was June 17th, 2017.
Spider-Man 4K stars, whispers, are your darling haha.
Junction City, Oregon, bound for Nebraska. There, a steady job that could help him to provide for his infant daughter was awaiting him. He led his family to the Greyhound bus.
Spider-Man 4K stars, whispers, not tie though.
In actuality, he had elected to hitchhike. 3 days later, on June 20th,
Spider-Man 4K stars, whispers, GL.
planned to stay with on arrival. He was in Burns, Oregon, and was catching a bus to Idaho. Around this same time, Hunter's aunt, Raquel Messer, received word that Hunter
To
had been
Spider-Man
picked up
4K
by a
stars,
nice
NP
couple.
and tie.
Apparently, they were so kind that they allowed him to stay the night in their home, giving him a chance to clean up and get a comfortable night's rest. The plan was to drop him off at an Ontario, Oregon bus station the following day.
Spicy potatoes, small blue rose, mama spoiling me.
Hunter came to a screeching halt. It was the next month in August when
Mama
Hunter's
Nana,
friend in
whispers,
Nebraska
did I send you the kind you need? LOL.
The friend was worried.
Spicy potatoes, Mama Nana, love.
Immediately, Hunter's family filed a missing persons report. It was August 4th. And then, nothing.
To Mama Nana, yes.
Address you wanted? Thanks, MJ. Honey, right? What?
4 agonizing months passed since
Mama
his family
Nana,
had last
whispers,
seen him.
K good.
Still no
I second
word
guessed
from
it haha.
On October 21st, a development came, but it was the worst kind of news. Human remains were found by hunters in an area of the Bruno Desert in Idaho, Oregon's neighboring state to the east. The cause of death appeared to have been anything but natural, and based on the estimated age of the deceased, Idaho State Police believed that the remains could potentially be those of the missing young man. DNA from Hunter's mother was compared against that of the unidentified body, and the confirmation soon came. Sadly, the remains were those of Hunter. With the terrible news, the family's worst nightmare became reality, and all hope that he'd someday return was lost. The situation was beyond comprehension. What could have happened to the young father who was eager to start his new life? The story behind Hunter's horrendous demise would soon unravel, along with unbelievably shocking revelations about the monster whose path he tragically crossed. The question why any of this happened in the first place will be answered.
To Mama Nana, I have like one kish of everything else, but I just cannot seem to find enough lake bait lol.
One particular lead out of the many received shortly after news of the somber discovery was made public captured the full attention of law enforcement. A man by the name of Nick Vandenberg had shared a local news story on Facebook. "This is close to where I live," Nick commented. But it was his next comment that really raised eyebrows. "If it was me, I wouldn't have left him in the desert, LOL. Too much risk of hunters stumbling on a dead body, LOL." Not exactly the kind of thing someone expected to read about such a tragedy, especially posted publicly. As law enforcement followed up on the leads,
give me the wood!
filtered in, they were soon led to a young woman by the name of Montana Reed. She'd been living with Nick in his home until recently, and was his ex-girlfriend. Montana agreed to
Did that just act like water? No, it's water on top of lava, okay.
after the remains were located. First, they addressed how it was that she came to live with Nick in his home.
Halloween night of last year, I moved in, and I was getting divorced, and so I just, me and my husband were leaving my mom's house. I couldn't live there anymore, so he offered me a place to stay, and so I was meeting his friends and everybody.
It seems it wasn't long before the detective got down to the heart of the matter.
Holy crap. This place is so rich with just everything. Where'd Sharp go?
I mean, he's been in a few bar fights.
Nick has claimed that during the course of his service in the Marine Corps, while stationed overseas, he'd engaged in combat. As a result, he'd had to resort to taking lives. Montana gave some additional background on Nick and
Mama
explained
Nana
that his
whispers,
upbringing had
I
left
think you
a
can get
lot
it
to
from
be
killing a
desired.
bunch of zombies.
Growing up, I don't know if you know, but like he was in and out of foster care and all this other stuff, and so.
As it turns out, Montana wasn't the only individual Nick welcomed into his home.
What about his roommate?
I couldn't see Keith hurting anybody either. Keith just had a baby, and he's, he's been in jail. He doesn't want to go back at all.
33-year-old Willie Keith Raby is a man who we'll hear from shortly. As it turns out, he's also on law enforcement's radar for multiple reasons. Montana continues to describe her dealings with the two men after living with them for an extended period of time.
Neither of them ever showed a violent side to me.
So far, Montana can only speak highly of the two men. Of course, as you'll see, this won't always remain the case. The detective then poses an interesting question to Montana.
Have you seen the news article that came out about the body that was located?
Yeah, I've seen lots of people post.
To Mama Nana, you can also get it from the small critters like frogs.
Right out there.
I just feel bad killing them, dash.
Useful. Hold on to that.
I know, isn't that so sweet? You can literally send real shelter dogs treats just by playing this game Treat. So all you do is pick a real shelter dog, literally one that's sitting in a cage waiting to be adopted, and you play a virtual game where you get to collect real goodies for your shelter dog. All those treats that you actually win get sent to the shelter dog in real life for free. All deliveries are tracked by Chewy, so you'll know exactly when your furry friend gets.
Mama Nana whispers, ha ha ha, well maybe you'll feel better killing the zombies
He's
instead.
trying to get a sense of how much Montana knows.
And where were they seeing the body?
Always worth stocking up.
I didn't look exactly where, but everybody, like, I know Nick posted on there. He was like, that's pretty much in my backyard. I mean, and Nick just said that the Bruno Desert is where it was found.
Nice.
Why would Nick talk about this?
I don't know. He's not necessarily a show-off, I guess. I don't know why he would be talking about something like that if he didn't do it. And if he did, he's not. Oh my gosh, this is so crazy that he's being accused of this.
No one's accused him yet.
You just suspect that he did it because people are talking about it.
Did he ever talk to you about the term bunny bumping?
Bunny bumping?
Going out and shooting rabbits in the desert.
Yeah, we did that.
Did he ever talk about going out with Keith?
They went out lots. I mean, not lots, but.
The detective asks where they enjoyed going out to shoot, and coincidentally, it seems they frequented a spot near the Bruno Desert, according to Montana, near where Hunter's body was found. At this point, it seems the detective is narrowing in on the suspect.
Point blank. If you knew that he did this, would you tell me?
Of course I would. I don't want to get in trouble for that. For keeping that.
To Mama Nana, I just actually have to make time to farm zombies, lol.
Watching them you dart around. No, relaxes me.
Possible. Maybe he's a bad person. Or he could not be. So again, I'm trying to reiterate, stay away from the guy. Okay? Don't talk to him about this. Don't talk to anybody about this. Nothing happened, whether he had something to do with it or not, I don't know, but he has told people that he has.
That's crazy. Oh my gosh.
Montana continues to express her shock that Nick's name has come up in relation to Hunter's death. The detective concludes the conversation, and Montana may think this marks the end of her involvement in the matter. However, the following day, the detective and Montana meet again, and as you'll see, she didn't heed his advice.
I talked to him talking about this stuff, and then that's why I called you.
So you talked to Nick after you talked to
Koala Supremo,
Yeah,
Zone,
I told him
WTS All
if he
Trials,
messaged me,
Arenas and Dungeons.
so I tried to,
Skins,
like, keep
Drops
it
and
short.
Titles, VDSA, VBRP, VMOL, VSS, VHOF, VAS, VKA, VRG, VCR, VDSR, VSE, VLC. Fast leveling, 1 to 50 in 2H. Whisper for prices. Guild, Team Brazil. Booze Cruise, Bad A2B, A, Beer, X.
X.
Am I allowed to ask?
We're not weekly comments on
Yeah.
what we have, but
That's a possibility.
let's focus in on what you
Okay.
Interestingly, stating that they can't comment isn't actually true. There's usually no rule that would prevent the police from providing details to a potential witness. However, officers will often be strategic about the details they do divulge. Many times, police will want to wait to hear a witness's version of events. This serves two purposes. First, it ensures that the witness's statements aren't influenced by the detectives. Second, if the witness provides statements that the officers already know to be false, then they can use these contradictions in the interrogations.
I'm glad you called me last night, but I still find it strange that you would even care.
Tasty's Trading Company, Squishy Shadow. Are trials already going?
That he is suspected in killing somebody. I can't tell you what we know, but I know you would have been living at a house when this happened. And I don't know how you wouldn't know at least something happened. In that time frame, between, say, around the 4th of July and the months leading up to everybody moving out of that house.
Of course, Montana can explain it all away, as she's been doing so far.
Camp was on the run.
Den 3 NIS, Zone, LF1 Bastion Group Gate Open.
Everybody did, but he didn't want to. So I know that Nick pretty much, I don't know if he told him, but I know that Nick didn't want him at the house. He was going to be on the run. I moved out because we were having some issues and with our relationship. One night we got in an argument and I just had it, so I moved out the very next day.
As of now, the detective is curious how Montana and Nick's conversation began the previous day. Apparently, they've been texting each other frequently. Unfortunately, Montana is unable to show the messages to the detective. Apparently, she routinely deletes all of her messages. These having been erased alone wouldn't make Montana guilty of anything. However, if combined with other evidence, the prosecution could use this to show something called consciousness of guilt. This is evidence that shows that a particular criminal defendant knew that they had done something wrong and were conscious of their own involvement. For example, destroying evidence of a crime. A common misconception is that once you delete something from a phone or computer, then that file or message is permanently deleted. However, this is not the case. Until the underlying data is actually written over, it can still be recovered. As Montana has continued to stick to her story, that she can't believe Nick could be involved in such a terrible crime, and that she has no information to share, the detective kicks things up a notch. And as you'll
Salvadoran,
see,
Zone,
Montana
thank
does
you.
have some details to share after all.
Truth being said, everybody
Couldn't have landed that better
I
myself.
know something. I'm looking at you right now, and I know you do.
And with that, Montana makes a shocking statement.
This is...
Stop saying the staff is the strongest weapon. Every time I play RCO2, someone insists that I start with the staff. Okay, sure, yeah, we can wipe out waves in an instant late game, but you see its early game attack speed? I mean, that sluggish pace won't even survive long enough to matter. Even if you max out attack speed and damage without
This is...
there.
With this revelation, there's no question about it. Montana has been lying.
I don't want him to be in trouble. I don't want him to go to jail.
This marks the point where everything changes course. Montana has a mountain of information to provide, and it definitely won't be setting anyone free.
I know one day, Nick came home.
Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, ADSTX of Tri-Stat Pots SMH LOL.
Picked him up, and he was a hitchhiker. And we were gonna feed him dinner and let him take a shower, and then Nick was gonna drop him off.
Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, I have issues.
The last word from Hunter was received
Tasty's
around
Trading
June
Company,
20th.
/144, O.O.
When Nick picked the kid
Spicy
up.
potatoes, it's Garain. Wow, this reward house is huge.
This party time that we're talking about?
A little bit before.
The kid joined them for dinner. After that, they were
Tasty's
going
Trading
to show him a
Company,
good time.
/144, what did you do? Tasty's Trading Company, /144, XD.
Hunting, really.
Tasty's Trading Company, O_XSHINX_O, LOL. Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, Stuffs LOL. Spicy potatoes, potato packers, you could get lost in it. Tasty's Trading Company, O_XSHINX_O, did you make by accident?
What did Nick tell you about
Spicy
that?
potatoes, Mama Nana, it is. I wish we had more than 700 furniture slots.
Dropped him off the mountain home.
But you said you were there. You know this happened. You're in now. You're on the right path.
Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm. No, I still have the 20 STX of flowers.
Listens in.
Tasty's Trading Company, /144. Do I need to spank you and hold your bag /wallet so you don't do the sillies? Spicy potatoes, mustache_bro_. Oh yeah, I'm scrying for treasure to turn it into a museum.
Wait just a second, guys.
Tasty's Trading Company, O_XSHINX_O, LOL.
I don't know either. Do you know anything?
When someone's voice goes from a lower tone and ends on a higher tone, it often means the person is questioning something.
Tasty's Trading Company, O_XSHINX_O, you selling any flowers?
Or are simply caught off guard. His upward inflection here is a red flag because this should be something he's certain about, which would be demonstrated with a firm tone of voice rather than his less than confident no.
Does anybody that you know anything?
Not that I know of. Everybody I talk to doesn't have any idea what's going on. We're all trying to figure it out, too. So that seems really suspicious to me that they could call you and talk about a body in a message. They would just ask you to return the call.
If anything, it seems the call is making Nick suspicious of the whole situation.
They wanted to know about the body, and they said that it involved possibly that hitchhiker that you brought home. And you and
Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm. With that voice of yours ID, let you beat me, not just spank, as long as you trash talk being stronger than a man, LOL.
what happened to the hitchhiker?
Tasty's Trading Company, /144, XD.
I just want to know.
Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, and yes, I do sell flowers. Tasty's Trading Company, O_XSHINX_O,
I just want
LOL.
to ask you because I don't know what to do. And I'm nervous and... Okay.
Tasty's Trading Company, O_XSHINX_O, from FR5 stacks.
Okay. I gotta go. Okay. Bye.
Unfortunately, the call didn't include the admission the detectives had hoped for.
Alright, sorry about that, guys.
The following day, interview number 3 with Montana kicks off.
You recognize that gentleman?
That's the kid.
How certain are you?
Pretty certain.
You're sure that that's our missing hitchhiker?
Looks exactly like him.
Okay. Well, I can also say that I'm 100% sure that that's the body we found in the desert.
It's all starting to crash down on Montana, and she has to know it. Also on this day, detectives also finally catch up with Keith. As you'll see, he's definitely not eager to talk. As Keith has had 3 unrelated warrants out for his arrest, he's been made aware that he will not be heading home after this interview. These warrants are not of interest to the detective. He has more pressing things on his mind.
We have been looking for you in the kitchen. You are not a suspect. You are a witness to what happened that day.
The detective starts the interrogation with some simple questions.
How long have you
Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, of each of the flowers?
I've only known him maybe 5 or 6 years. But you grew up in that area out there in Grandview. But I don't think Nick really went to school, and he's
quite a few years younger than me, so I didn't really hang out with kids that were super young. You know what I mean?
Already, Keith is attempting to distance himself from Nick. The question is, why would he find it necessary to do so?
It would be really for you, I think. Is just tell us what happened from the beginning.
As Keith is about to start telling the story, he rubs his face and eyes, which is considered eye-blocking behavior. Not only is this a sign that he's uncomfortable, but it also acts as a barrier between him and the detective. As well, it can be an attempt to avoid having to look into the face of the person who he may begin lying to.
So Nick, I think I worked or something. Yeah. And I was gonna get home late. Nick had messaged me. But I knew I was gonna be a while before I got there.
Me neither.
Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, 525k maybe?
When Nick picked him up.
Tasty's Trading Company, O_XSHINX_O, trust send? Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, yeah.
Good to get stocked up.
Tasty's Trading Company, O_XSHINX_O, sending. Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, sent.
Good eye.
Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, anyone be down for some dungeons? Booze Cruise, Bad A2B, A, beer, I'm headed off, good night everyone. Tasty's Trading Company, O_XSHINX_O, sent Ty. Booze Cruise, Dead Magic, take care. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, you to Bud, take care. Tasty's Trading Company, /144, welcome Frill. Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, Ty, 15 STX of each left. Booze Cruise, RichSwag_20, GN. Tasty's Trading Company, O_XSHINX_O, welcome Frill. Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, welcome. Tasty's Trading Company, Frillian, Ty for having me. Tasty's Trading Company, /144, love.
better than us? Nobody.
Tasty's Trading Company, Frillian, Love, Thai Lady Black. Booze Cruise, Dead Magic, and maybe another time SIV Eve got an early morning, but I appreciate the offer.
You could craft something nice with that.
Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, Anytime Bud, was wondering if anyone got the time to do some. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, welcome to the guild. Booze Cruise, Casper Finest, do you need gear from Dungeon SIV? Booze Cruise, Dead Magic, y'all have a great rest of y'all's evening. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, have a good one. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, just do the pledges I didn't do today. Tasty's Trading Company, Frillian, yay. Tasty's Trading Company, Frillian, WCLOL.
You. Yes, the one who talked about.
Tasty's Trading Company, /144, XD my fault.
Saw you. Edrelathrin. I. Fine.
Tasty's Trading Company, /144, I want Gildy to sing. Tasty's Trading Company, Frillian, make him join too. Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, karaoke coming up on events. Tasty's Trading Company, /144, he doesn't like me enough, sad face, he'd say yes for Rhodey but Rhodey don't sing XD. Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, he gets goodies for singing at karaoke. Tasty's Trading Company, /144, our very own, Lavish Lil, has some pretty pipes, love. Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, I hope to attend eventually. Tasty's Trading Company, /144, I'm looking for a rap song but I end up singing something instead, one day.
Always worth stocking up.
Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, how's everyone doing? Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, I like rock music. Booze Cruise, Rich Swag _20, Good Tie, Buh? Booze Cruise, Casper Finest, IA. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, pretty good as well. Tasty's Trading Company, /144, I did Foo Fighters last week, Booze Cruise, Dark Chandries, pretty well. Just questing in Grotwood. Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, nice.
building up a stash. Good thinking.
Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, but I'm talking better rock music. Tasty's Trading Company, /144, who's your style farming?
So soon.
Tasty's Trading Company, III Farm, some five-finger death punch never hurts. Immortals Freedom, Gremsaint, how's everyone doing? Tasty's Trading Company, Eatonzilla, Cake, Jazz Rap. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, NIE Dark. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, welcome. Booze Cruise, Hatters Mad, Thai. Immortals Freedom, Latin the Slayer, great in a PSN chat if you like to join.
Been on the lookout for
Booze
that.
Cruise, SIV Meds, nice Casper, can't remember if I did IA on this healer yet. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, how you doing Hatters Mad? Immortals Freedom, Ghosty Burb, X. Booze Cruise, XKILL_JOYX, HI everyone. Tasty's Trading Company, /144, my teenage years I like 5 FDP but I haven't listened, since having the kids LOL. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, hi. Tasty's Trading Company, /144, Eaton XD do it. Booze Cruise, Hatters Mad, good THX. HBL? Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, good as well. Booze Cruise, XKILL_JOYX, would join on pledges SIV but my character is too low. Tasty's Trading Company, /144, Scat in Karaoke. Immortals Freedom, Gremsaint, I'm okay for now I'm helping a friend but I'll let you know. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, it's alright bud. Tasty's Trading Company, Eatonzilla, Cake, Stick Shifts and Safety Belts. Tasty's Trading Company, Lance_Crawford, Sealed Clothier Writ. 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 Tasty's Trading Company, Lance_Crawford, Sealed Clothier Writ.
Over here, hero.
Tasty's Trading Company, Lance_Crawford,
Those who
anyone
support
need. Booze Cruise, XKILL_JOYX, was working on WB in Malabal Tour but I think one is glitch. Tasty's Trading Company, Cathera, please. Tasty's Trading Company, Banshees_69, I'd take
You
some.
could craft something nice with that.
Tasty's Trading Company, CBeastly416, I'll take a couple. Any. Tasty's Trading Company, Cathera, doesn't. Tasty's Trading Company, Cathera, matter which one. Tasty's Trading Company, Eatonzilla, but I just remembered a song from Unknown Hinson I would prefer. Tasty's Trading Company, C. Beasley 416, TYVM. RX 011, Zone, anyone up for Nightmare? Tasty's Trading Company, Banshees _69, Thai. Tasty's Trading Company, Cathera, TYVM. Tasty's Trading Company, Lance _Crawford, ENP. Tasty's Trading Company, Lance _Crawford, a sealed woodworking writ. Tasty's Trading Company, Lance _Crawford, a sealed woodworking writ. Tasty's Trading Company, Lance _Crawford, a sealed woodworking writ. Tasty's Trading Company, Lance _Crawford, a sealed woodworking writ. Tasty's Trading Company, Lance _Crawford, a sealed woodworking writ. Tasty's Trading Company, Lance _Crawford, a sealed woodworking writ. Tasty's Trading Company, Lance _Crawford, a sealed woodworking writ. Tasty's Trading Company, Lance _Crawford, a sealed woodworking writ.
No such thing as a wasted day.
Tasty's Trading Company, Lance _Crawford, anyone needing. Booze Cruise, XKILL _JOYX, my main is a Grandmaster Crafter if I'm on and you guys need little things. Tasty's Trading Company, C. Beasley 416, I'll take a couple again, any. Booze Cruise, Small Blue Rose, I'm looking for lake bait, or whatever anyone doesn't want. Tasty's Trading Company, Sea Beastly 416, Tai Tai. Jolito X, Zone, Guild, Mid Gamers. Jolito X, Zone, New Vet Trials, Guild Recruiting. 300 CP minimum. Discord 4 rosters. LGBTQ friendly. Join us and go from noob to mid gamer. Tasty's Trading Company, Lance_Crawford, ENP. Booze Cruise, Casper Finest, I've sent you Lake Bait Rose. The Sweet Roll Champions, Small Blue Rose, looking for lake bait or any unwanted bait. Booze Cruise, Small Blue Rose, thank you. Booze Cruise, Approvins, you chat. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, hey bud what's up? Booze Cruise, Hatter's Mad, I. Booze Cruise, Approvins, how's everyone doing? Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, good ADN you bud. Booze Cruise, Casper Finest, doing well.
Good eye.
Booze Cruise, Rich Swag _20, good, buh?
What's the world coming to when a ragtag group of bandits like the Red Rooks can take over the town?
The Sweet Roll Champions, tag, Rev9, I'll put that gold to you are traveling fair blue lol. The Sweet Roll Champions, Small Blue Rose, yeah I didn't get murderized last time so you deserve the tip XD. The Sweet Roll Champions, tag, Rev9, XD let me look up death of driver 1M. You should be more responsible with UR driver LOLJK. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, LF2 DPS and a tank for Celine, S-Web on Norm or Vet. Booze Cruise, Rockamus Prime, X. Booze Cruise, Casper Finest, X, DPS. Booze Cruise, Rockamus Prime, X Tank. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, /. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, Inc. Auction. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, Crafting Motif 118, House Mournered Shoulders. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, Crafting Motif 117, Firesong Axes. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, Crafting Motif 115, Ifereswell Daggers. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, Crafting Motif 112, Sarabanic Marine Shoulders. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, Crafting Motif 102, Sulzan Bows. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, Crafting Motif 95, Night Hollow Gloves. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, Crafting Motif 95, Night Hollow Chests. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, Crafting Motif 90, Thorn Legion Boots. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, Crafting Motif 87, Ancestral Nord Staves. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, Crafting Motif 87, Ancestral Nord Gloves. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, Open. Tasty's Trading Company, Lil Housewife, 20.
I say anything smells bad.
Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, 20k top bid. Booze Cruise, Approvens, I'm doing alright. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, going once. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, going twice. Tasty's Trading Company, just_2_play, 25. Tasty's Trading Company, TR_Touchfire, 30. Tasty's Trading Company, what_did_you_learn, 30. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, 30 top bid. Tasty's Trading Company, what_did_you_learn, 40. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, 40k top bid. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, nice. Tasty's Trading Company, TR_Touchfire, 50. Tasty's Trading Company, Jersey 33 Gomez, for all? Tasty's Trading Company, what_did_you_learn, 55. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, 50k top bid. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, anyone in VC1 or any. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, 55k top bid. Tasty's Trading Company, TR_Touchfire, 60. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, going once. Tasty's Trading Company, what_did_you_learn, 65. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, 60k top bid. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, 65k top bid. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, going once. Tasty's Trading Company, Jack the Ripper 622, 70K. Tasty's Trading Company, Jersey 33 Gomez, 75. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML 110793, 70K top bid. Tasty's Trading Company, what underscore did underscore you underscore learn, 73. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML 110793, 75K top bid. Tasty's Trading Company, what underscore did underscore you underscore learn, 78. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML 110793, 78K top bid. The Sweet Roll Champions, Acrylis 4200, Dallas anybody? Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML 110793, going once. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML 110793, ING twice. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML 110793, last call. Tasty's Trading Company, Jersey 33 Gomez, 80. Immortals Freedom, Stay Killing 5M, what's up ya? Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX, 85. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML 110793, 80K top bid. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML 110793, 85K top bid. Immortals Freedom, Stay Killing 5M, anyone doing pledges? Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML 110793, going once. Immortals Freedom, Latin the Slayer, he. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML 110793, going twice. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML 110793, last call. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML 110793, sold. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML 110793, GG I'll get thaw sent off now tie everyone. Tasty's Trading Company, Jersey 33 Gomez, GG. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX, tie just sent. Immortals Freedom, Stay Killing 5M, any guild event today? Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML 110793, tidy few extras I had so sent those also GG bro. Tasty's Trading Company, Quantum SP3CT3RX, TYVMC4. Immortals Freedom, Bashisnir, you missed is. XX Roxy, Zone, WTS All Trials, Arenas and Dungeons. Skins, Drops and Titles, VDSA, VBRP, VMOL, VSS, VHOF, VAS, VKA, VRG, VCR, VDSR, VSE, VLC. Whisper for prices. Guild, Team Brazil. Immortals Freedom, Stay Killing 5M, what you did. Immortals Freedom, Miss Tammy, I need Elden Hollow and Shipwright.
You know what that's good for? Ah, you figure it out.
Niels93, Zone, the trolls are making a trial run and need your help. ETO is a small Eldmarai guild made up by a group of nerdy gamer friends who like to run group PvE and PvP together. We are an active guild with a casual playing style, and are a safe space for noobs, vets, and everything in between, smiley face. We're queer and woman run, open to all, and growing our ranks. Niels93, Zone, Guild, Elderly Trolls Online.
Impressive. See, work is for people who don't know how to fish.
Immortals Freedom, Divine Sinner 04, you how's it going? Immortals Freedom, Bashisnir, we did Sky Shard hunting tomorrow, we are world boss hunting. Tasty's Trading Company, so_cal_trash. Anyone need Mundus trait for research? I have X1 on all armor made right now. Light, med, V. If I don't see right away, give me time. Internet not doing so good. Immortals Freedom, Divine Sinner 04, I meant to join but slept right through it. LOL. Immortals Freedom, Small Blue Rose, I missed Sky Shards, I really need those. RIP. Tasty's Trading Company, so_cal_trash, all free, just LMK. Which one you need? Immortals Freedom, Small Blue Rose, Trina LVL Ledger Men. Tasty's Trading Company, C Beastly 416, help with Necrom Daily Boss please. We'll share quest.
How's Redoran?
I can't believe Lord Zavek wouldn't see worse of us today.
Looney Goon CG, Zone, anyone spare some coin?
I usually throw back the small ones. Always wonder if they're thankful that today's not their day. You could brew something nice with that. That jingle of coins, always a comfort.
Diestrus Zone, Quickva and GF for Golden Pursuit.
Sorry guys, I didn't realize my mic wasn't working. Without the headset on. Anyways, that was fucking rude, bro. I've been chatting to you guys this whole time.
Booze Cruise,
like,
Wilder Pandora 360. What's the best way to LVL? I'm 130 currently.
Doing my best, okay? doing my best.
Never a bad time.
But I
to
did.
pass the
My thing says I'm fishing and farming and scrying and questing. So, the auction is over. I'm sorry if you came for the auction.
Booze Cruise, token _ oiliness 8,
Yeah.
Black Rose Prison.
God, what a jerk. I thought the mic was working
Booze
through the
Cruise, Patter's
PlayStation
Mad,
controller. I didn't
Soloable?
realize it wasn't working. I'm sorry, guys. I apologize. I was talking that whole time.
Booze Cruise, token _ oiliness 8, Dragon Star Arena.
Black Rose Prison.
Booze Cruise, token _ oiliness 8, Dragon Star is.
I'll fish all these holes and then we'll queue for another dungeon before I head to my next scrying spot. The fish are just really good for auction.
Booze Cruise, token _ oiliness 8, use a EXP stroll. Booze Cruise, Wilder Pandora 360, OK Thai.
I'm gonna ask this dude if he has fishing bait and I will trade him something.
Cronbeast 420, Zone, WTB Stack of Row. 2. Wilder Pandora 360, do you have fishing bait for trade? Tasty's Trading Company, Krenth, anyone wanna do WB Titan Claw in Stormhaven? 2. Wilder Pandora 360, Ethereal Ambrosia. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, sure send INV you'll help. Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, need tank or DPS help?
See if they're willing to take the trade.
Tasty's Trading Company, Krenth, any can help. Tasty's Trading Company, Krenth, am a healer I think. Wilder Pandora 360, whispers, I have 100-ish fireflies but that's it. Immortals Freedom, Aries 4211, Cold Habor Taxi? Tasty's Trading Company, Vital _ signs 007, X. To Wilder Pandora 360, deal carrot dash carrot.
They're new, I think. I don't remember. They're guilty. I'll help them out.
Wilder Pandora 360 whispers, "Gimme a minute to send." Wilder Pandora 360 whispers, "I'm new to this." Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, forgot food LOL. Booze Cruise, SIV Meds, LF1 Tank for Vet Pledges. 2. Wilder Pandora 360, that's fine, take your time.
If you need
Diestrus, Zone, Quickva and GF.
help,
2. Wilder Pandora 360, if you need any help LMK. Tasty's Trading Company, Krenth, haha.
See, I knew he was new. Knew it.
Wilder Pandora 360 whispers, sent TYVM. To Wilder Pandora 360 NP.
Oh, excuse me.
Great catch. See if you can hook another.
I just think the outfit looks really good on Sharp. All I'm saying. Okay. It looks good. Sorry, I had to keep an ear open just in case my kid comes downstairs.
Tasty's Trading Company, No Empathy TTV, howdy.
Excuse me. Baby! Alright, baby, hold on. Now she's upset. Oh, baby, come here. Come here. Come here, my love. Oh, baby, come here. Baby. Come here. Come here. Come here. You were all ready to come here like 2 seconds ago, and now you're upset because Manners went upstairs. Just come over here, baby. Or you just want attention. I'm trying to give you attention. You don't have to scream. Come here, baby. Oh, she said. Are they like playing? The wife and the husband? Firemouth Gilyu? That's what I mean. Don't really need the trophy fish as much. I mean, they're good for money, but I need uncut fish or cuttable fish. Those sell the most. I'm sorry. Normally I would not fish for stream, but there's so many just so close by, and I need the fish for my auctions that I like to try to win at, or I put lots in and try to get good money out of it. Because if I get enough stacks, like, the fishing is easy. It's just, it's the work. But if I do this with my fish, I can easily make $1 billion gold. What the fuck was that? Are you ready for Mimi's, baby? No? Okay. I was just making sure.
This episode includes discussions of violence and murder. Consider this when deciding how and when you'll listen. In 2011, investigative reporter Lisa Olson receives a handwritten letter in the mail. There, at the top of the page, is her name, scribbled out in mostly capital letters. But it's not from an old friend or a member of her family.
Spicy potatoes,
it's been sent to her by a convicted murderer
Joker.
named Edward Harold Bell. And in it, on lined notebook paper, he includes a poem he wrote.
And what of the innocent ones who fell by the way? Will the henchmen of Uncle Sam ever pay? All of those who fell were as brave can be. The only coward who was there was me.
When he sends this letter to Lisa, Bell is already in prison for murdering a man in broad daylight in front of the man's family. Now, He's claiming responsibility for more murders. The victims, all teenage girls who disappeared from in and around Houston and Galveston, Texas throughout the 70s. They later turned up dead, but their killer or killers were never caught. Bell lists some of these girls in his letter. He names 3 of them. Others he only refers to by their initials or hair color. Sometimes he includes years or locations that are meaningful to their cases. He calls his poem about his alleged victims, The 11 Who Went to Heaven.
The 11?
Welcome to Serial Killers, a Spotify podcast. I'm Janice Morgan. You might recognize me as the voice behind the investigative docuseries Broken and the true crime podcast Fear Thy Neighbor. I'll be your host for the next few weeks, and I am thrilled to be here. We'd love to hear from you. Follow us on Instagram at Serial Killers Podcast and share your thoughts on this week's episode. Or to help us tell today's story, we introduced Lisa Olson, the investigative reporter and author whose work on this case is featured in the docuseries The 11. We're so grateful she could share her expertise. Stay with us.
You're the best dog ever.
So, Mickey, you're a producer here, and you brought us this story because you have a connection to the case, right?
Yes, so I've been on this show for a while now, and it's been sort of a passion project to research the story, not just because it's one of the most unforgettable and bizarre true crime cases that I've read, but also because it all took place kind of close to my hometown.
And where is that?
I grew up in one of the communities between Houston and Galveston along Interstate 45 in Texas. And so when I read this story, I know all the roads they talk about. I can picture all of the landmarks. I've even walked along one of the waterways where 2 of the victims were found. But I had never heard about these victims or these crimes when I was growing up. I'd never heard of Ed Bell until a few years ago when I came across the work of a now retired Galveston police detective named Fred Page and a Houston area investigative reporter and author
Dark
named
Arctics
Lisa
Ninja 71
Olson.
Zone.
The
Can someone help me
investigation
with the
they
Salem
did
and
is
Council
incredible.
WB, please?
And for today's episode, I had the privilege of getting to talk to Lisa about her work on these cases.
It was 2011 when Lisa Olson first became aware of a suspected serial killer named Ed Bell.
I was working on a story for the Houston Chronicle about the unidentified dead, which is something that's kind of obsessed me for a long time.
That's Lisa talking about an unrelated, or maybe not so unrelated article she was working on at the time.
I was interested in the case specifically of a torso of a teenager in a purple surf shirt that was found floating in a bayou near Houston in the 70s. And I was looking for cases where there was enough identifying information linked to the body that I thought maybe I could write about it and help solve a case.
Her article quotes a forensic anthropologist who believes that, due to the age and the amount of remains recovered, it's not possible for investigators to identify the gender. After the article publishes, she gets a call from a man named Fred Page. He's a detective in Galveston, an island off the coast of Texas, about 50 miles from downtown Houston. He's working to solve some cold cases from the 70s, and he thinks that several of the homicides could actually be connected to the same killer.
He said, you know, in fact, I think that is a teenage girl's body, and I think I know who killed her. And he was the first person who told me about Ed Bell.
Lisa won't receive that poem we mentioned earlier for a few more months. But Fred tells her it was actually 2 other letters that Bell sent from jail that originally piqued his interest in Bell as a potential suspect. Both were sent in 1998. One to the Galveston County DA, the other to the Harris County DA.
Immortals Freedom, MYRSKY Celeste.
Bell
You can travel
to
to
having
me.
a hand in the deaths of 7 girls across those counties. 4 fewer than the 11 he'll later claim. What really grabs Fred, Debbie Ackerman and Maria Johnson. Bell even includes their names for the DAs, and then he goes on to list a lot of specific details about the murder. Like how he bound their hands and feet, how he shot them from a bridge with a specific gun. He even includes the specific locations of their bullet wounds. As far as Fred could tell,
Eddie
it's pretty
and Keely are
accurate.
laying with Dada.
And if you kind of think about this, Texas prisons don't have a lot of internet access. He had details in that letter that had a lot of information about a crime that had been committed in 1971, and he was writing it more than 20 years later.
You crazy girl.
To Fred, it seems like Bell might have actually been involved. Because if he totally fabricated his story, it's a stunning coincidence.
Blowing raspberry.
And if he read about those details long ago and is now lying and taking credit for a crime he didn't commit, he has an incredible memory. By the time Detective Fred Page calls Lisa, the DA's office in Galveston had tried to talk to Bell about making an official on-the-record confession, but he refused to cooperate. And that kicked off a never-ending cycle of confessing and recanting over several years.
Immortal's Freedom,
Without
Aries
more to work
4211.
with,
Thank you,
there's not
UXO.
much the DA's office can do. So they dropped their investigation. But Lisa was just starting hers.
The first thing I asked Fred is, have you ever talked to Ed Bell? Ed Bell was in prison. I knew he was in prison from what Fred told me for another murder.
Immortal's
entirely
Freedom,
unrelated
MYRSKY Celeste.
of a
Happy to
young
help.
man. So he
Hey
was
kid, when I'm
available
done
to
fishing,
talk.
it's bedtime.
He had a long time in prison to kill time.
You have a little bit
And Fred says no,
longer
he
than
hasn't spoken to Bell yet.
this soon.
It's not an easy ask coming from a homicide detective. It would be more straightforward for Lisa to request an interview as a reporter. So she does just that. Ahead of the interview, Lisa studies the case Fred has already put together. So far, Fred has focused on two
The
double
Sweet Roll
homicide
Champions,
cases
A Withered
in
Roses
particular.
Dash, Love.
We mentioned one already.
Debbie Ackerman and Maria Johnson.
Vera
They
Savila
were
27,
social girls, they were
Zone,
friends.
WTB 600
Debbie
pounds for
Ackerman was
75k gold.
created water skiing contests.
Debbie and Maria were murdered in November 1971. That month, the 15th, Monday, was a school holiday. An extra day of freedom, so Debbie and Maria planned to make the most of it. A few students were hanging out at an ice cream
Elder Gamer
shop
dash
that morning
underscore
and
dash,
saw the girls
Zone,
outside.
XWB.
According to one friend, Debbie and Maria said they planned to hitchhike into Houston, which isn't all that unusual for the time. Catching rides from strangers if you can't drive yourself is just something that happened back then. Debbie and Maria waited outside the ice cream shop for someone to pick them up. A driver in a white van finally stopped and talked to them. By the way they interacted, one witness assumed it was somebody they knew. The girls climbed in, and the van took off. 2 days later, Maria's body was found in the murky waters of Turner Bayou, in the middle of nowhere, over 20 miles from Galveston. Maria's hands and feet were bound, and she was partially unclothed. She'd been shot and left near a wooden bridge. Investigators determined she was probably killed late on Monday night because that's when a local heard gunshots ring out across the field. Debbie was found soon after Maria, not far away. She too had been bound, undressed, shot, and left in the water.
Cuddles.
According to the medical examiner, her wounds suggested she had tried to save her best friend by placing her body in front of Maria's. The case did get media attention, but it took a while for people to connect this double homicide to a second similar crime.
The general public didn't realize that, in fact, 4 girls were likely abducted
Are we
and then
chickens
killed
now?
from Galveston Island, from
We
points
were
that
dogs
were
and now
very
we're chickens?
close to each other.
Another pair of best friends disappeared from Galveston about 3 months earlier. They too were killed and their bodies left in water. They just hadn't been found yet. On August 4th, Sharon Shaw woke up at the home of her best friend, Rhonda Renee Johnson.
Dark Arctic Ninja 71. Can someone help me with the sale of
Confident
Council
Sharon was
WB,
athletically
please?
gifted, especially at water skiing, and Renee loved to have fun. And with freshman year of high school looming over them, the inseparable best friends were living for that summer of 1971.
If it wasn't worth so much,
That day,
I'd say
they
let's
decided to
eat
go
it
from
right here.
Webster, their hometown, to Galveston, about 30 miles away.
Vinyl Guy, Zone,
Their
Sure
first
IMD.
stop was Wick Ski School, but the water was rough and choppy. Not great conditions for going out on the bayou. So they met up with their friend Glenda along one of the city's hot spots, the seawall that runs along the beach. Now, Glenda had a convertible and a driver's license, so the friends spent the late morning cruising up and down the coast. Around lunchtime, Sharon and Renee realized they needed to get back home. They told Glenda they didn't need a ride, they would hitchhike. Then, they vanished.
Sharp just looked so good in that outfit, bro.
Their remains weren't found until winter of 1972, about 3 months after Debbie and Maria's bodies were found. In January 1972, a couple of teenage boys thought they saw a volleyball in the water, but it turned out to be a skull. Officials later found a few other bones nearby, but not many. Dental records confirmed that the skull belonged to Renee Johnson. Sharon's remains were found the following month, just a quarter of a mile away from her best friend.
If you can catch those from here, then
this time, the investigators recovered
Eldergamer-_zone. Click our names in chat and invite to group.
A popular piece of jewelry in the 70s. An autopsy couldn't confirm Sharon's cause of death, but the medical examiner concluded she was killed.
The thing was that because Rhonda Renee Johnson and Sharon Shaw's bodies were dumped in a lake, their remains were actually found after the two other girls, which is maybe a little bit why in 1971 there wasn't a panel right away, because those 4 cases, which obviously Fred found so similar later, weren't associated in time as closely at the moment that they happened.
A connection was eventually made, though. Local detectives wondered if an interest in surfing could be the common thread between the 4 victims. There were other commonalities, too. Both sets of best friends, both known to have been hitchhiking, both last seen alive in Galveston, and all found in remote waterways. All these years later, Lisa Olson and Fred Page want to prove another connection. Ed Bell. In
Immortal's Freedom, Latin Slayer. Is there a healer who want to go on a skin run?
A local Galveston legend. His surf shop was a popular teen hangout back then, and Bell, an avid diver, did business with him. Debbie and Maria were known regulars, and Bell spent a lot of time there too. Maybe that's why Debbie and Maria seemed to know the person driving the white van that day.
Vinyl Guy,
in
Zone,
2011,
YW.
Lisa gets the opportunity to interview Bell in person.
Media interviews in prison are limited to an hour. So I had an hour to try to talk to this guy and convince him to tell me whatever he would tell me about these murders.
Bell's now in his early 70s.
Immortal's Freedom,
with a
Ghosty
white crew
Group,
cut
a snack
and
or a healer.
Hard of hearing. It makes their conversation difficult through protective glass. But there's another challenge, too.
What was the problem was to get him to talk about what I wanted him to talk about. And Ed spent a lot of time talking about his life, about, growing up.
Bless you.
He was a proud Aggie. He had gone to Texas A&M, been in the marching band. He was all excited to talk about that. And then he would talk about how women wanted him, sexually. Which is kind of a weird thing.
Hey, you're gonna go meet
for
me
me as a
when I
woman
finish
interviewing
catching
him.
these fish.
But, you just sort of listen. You try not to really react. So eventually I get to his years in Galveston. I ask him about running a dive shop in Galveston, which I knew he ran. So that would have been a place where he really, very likely would have met these girls.
Lisa gets Bell to admit that Maria and Debbie had been in that dive shop. But for all his talking, Bell doesn't give up much else. That is, until the interview is almost over.
I had about, say, 5 minutes left when he started to tell me that, yes, he had killed a bunch of girls in Galveston, and that he thought there were 10 or 11 when he was living in Galveston and in the Dickinson area. But he said, I don't want to tell you in prison because they're always listening and watching me. I think I'll send you a letter with their names. So in the prison interview, I said, well, do you know their names? And he said, yes, I know most of their names. And I said, well, can you give me at least their initials? And so in the first interview, he gave me a couple of initials of girls, and he said 10 or 11. And then he said, I will write you with more details later. And I thought, well, he may or may not, right?
He does. In July 2011, Bell sends Lisa the first of 2 letters. Much of it is in the form of a list. For example, 3 Galveston, 2 fall 1971, 1 fall 1976. 2 Webster, 1971, July, 1 blonde, 1 brunette. The list goes on, with Bell reducing the bright lives of these young girls to bullet points. But for Lisa, the good news is, aside from the fact that Renee and Sharon disappeared in August 1971, not July, Bell's list seems to support her and Fred's theory. Then Lisa gets another letter from Bell. It's the one with his 11 Who Went to Heaven poem.
And he seemed proud of it. Like, you know, it was an accomplishment that he was excited to talk about. At that point, you know, Ed Bell was not someone who had been interviewed. Ed Bell's murder of Larry Dickens had been an infamous murder at the time, but Ed Bell had, by the time I met him, he had been in prison for almost 20 years. He'd been in prison from the 90s to 2011, hadn't had too many people to talk to. So he was, at that point, excited about someone visiting him. And so that's, I think, why he ended up writing me and in fact, sending me down what was then a multi-year effort to try to figure out if Bell really was a serial killer as he said he was, or if he was just a big liar.
Detective Fred Page had already linked Bell to the murders of Debbie Ackerman, Maria Johnson, Sharon Shaw, and Renee Johnson. Girl. But over the years, Bell had confessed to killing anywhere from 7 to 11 female victims. Soon, Fred and Lisa are basically partners in their investigation, and they want to find out exactly who Bell claims he killed.
We started with the ones that he most solidly identified, the ones where he gave names or where he gave the dates. He talked about Colette Anise Wilson. He used her middle name for some reason in Alvin in 1971, which actually that predated the other murders, so if that was true, that would have been his first murder.
In the summer of 1971, Colette Wilson was immersed in band camp. She played the clarinet. And every day after camp, her band director would drop Colette off in the same spot where her busy mom could easily swing by and get her. But when her mom arrived on June 17th as planned, Colette was nowhere to be seen. Her skeletal remains were found a few months later near a reservoir west of Houston. Colette's father, a dentist, confirmed her identity using her teeth. Ed Bell used Colette's full name in his letter, and Lisa and Fred learned that the spot where Colette's mother was supposed to pick her up
XILXIXLILI9 Zone, Guild, I Mills.
Bell didn't receive much attention at the time.
Her family and even police had developed another theory about a different killer. And there was a man prosecuted for Colette Wilson's murder. Now, did Ed really kill her? It could be.
Help is on the way. Then there were the other victims Bell alluded to. One he identified only as Gigi in Houston. Fred and Lisa believe the initials could refer to Gloria Gonzalez, a bookkeeper who was last seen at her Houston apartment in October 1971, and whose death was already tied to Colette Wilson's.
We knew that at the same time Colette Anise Wilson's body was found, that another girl named Gloria Gonzalez, who was kidnapped in Houston, her bones were found mixed with Colette Wilson. So if he was telling the truth about Colette Wilson, he'd most likely killed Gloria Gonzalez, whose bones were found there.
Which makes sense. The remains of 2 murder victims were found mixed together in the same place, so they probably had the same killer. After Gloria and Colette were found in November 1971, investigators concluded the following. Gloria was most likely strangled with some kind of cord or rope, while Colette died from blunt force trauma.
You earned it.
The further Lisa and Fred went, the more legitimate the crumbs Bell dropped in his letter seemed. He included the name Pitchford in one, along with a few other details, like that the girl was blonde and wearing a black coat. He also implied he found her near a mall in Houston called Gulfgate. As it turned out, a girl named Kimberly Pitchford had disappeared one evening in January 1973 after driver's ed class. She was wearing a black coat she'd just gotten for Christmas. Her body was found 2 days later near a drainage ditch with a bridge nearby, not far from I-45. It was also close to Highway 6, which led straight to Belle's home at the time. It's the same highway Colette Wilson disappeared on.
There's not much evidence in that case, except for the chilling story that I've since heard from many people who have reached out to me, that they were followed by a man that looked like Ed Bell on I-45 or on the service roads when they were kids, because people during that era in the 70s were walking along I-45 because it wasn't as big of a busy road. They were going to the mall. And one of the people who says she was followed along that road and at the entrance of her neighborhood was one of Kim Pitchford's best friends.
Another name that appears in Lisa and Fred's investigation is Brenda Jones. In July 1971, she vanished on her way home from visiting her aunt at the hospital. She was also found in the water under a bridge, but actually in Galveston proper. Like some of the other possible victims, her wrists and ankles were bound, and she was in a state of undress. Belle knew the hospital Brenda visited too. He'd once been admitted there for psychiatric treatment. He was released the year before Brenda's murder, but we know he returned to that hospital at least once, when he tried to abduct a patient there.
We know he was lurking outside that place both during and after he was in treatment. He had ability to go and come from there. He had access to a vehicle, and that he took her in a vehicle to a remote area, and that she believed she was able to survive just because she kept him talking about himself and told him she would never tell anyone. And she was brought back to the hospital.
When the woman initially reported what happened, she wasn't taken seriously, but her story never changed.
All right,
if you're keeping track, Brenda Jones would make 8 possible victims Lisa and Fred have identified. They believe she's one of the, quote, 5 girls in Galveston Belle mentioned. Not everyone is convinced, though, mostly because Brenda was black and most of Belle's other alleged victims were white. But Lisa and Fred believe the connections are just too hard to ignore. Then there's the unsolved murder of Susie Bowers in 1977. She disappeared while walking in her Galveston neighborhood, just a few blocks from where Sharon Shaw and Renee Johnson were last seen. Belle has made statements that could tie him to Susie. He told Lisa that he killed a girl in Galveston a year or 2 before Larry Dickens, the murder that ultimately landed him in prison. Susie's case is the only unsolved murder that seems to check all the boxes. And then there's this coincidence.
At the time, Ed was running a series of crew boats out of Galveston that were being used to send supplies to offshore rigs. He still ran his dive business, but he had these crew boats. But anyway, at the time,
Burton BT90 Zone WTB stack of alchemical resin 40K.
The pier lived within a block of Susie Bowers' grandparents, and he was there all the time.
Burton BT90 Zone
Not to mention,
WTB stack
2 years
of Monday
later,
Rune
Susie's
60K.
remains are also found in a remote field next to a canal out in Alta Loma. Lisa and Fred know Belle used to live nearby, so they track down an old neighbor of his who confirms where Belle parked his trailer back in the mid-70s. The spot is roughly 20 miles from where Susie went missing and just 2.3 miles from where she was found. If Belle really killed 11 girls, that leaves 2 more. And Lisa and Fred have identified who they think those 2 could be. It's another best friend, double homicide case that matches part of Belle's list. 2 in Dickinson, 1 blonde, 1 brunette. Their names are Brooks Bracewell and Georgia Gear.
The striking thing about these 2 girls was not necessarily what Ed had said about them, but the fact that first their abduction site was near where he was known to go. He had, according to police records, tried to abduct 2 other girls who lived very close to these 2 girls that same year.
In September 1974, Brooks and Georgia decided to cut class. That afternoon, they ended up at the El Rancho Motel in a public area with games like pool and pinball. Other kids from school, even Brooks's older sister, were there too. When it was time to go, some of the kids caught a ride with a friend, but there was no room in the car for Brooks or Georgia. It wasn't a big deal, though. They weren't far from home and could walk. But as the car pulled away, one boy looked back
Immortals
at the girls.
Freedom, Ghosty Burb, anyone want
like
to
they
get
were
a
trying to
skin,
hitchhike.
Monster Helm, or Vet Clear with me in Latin?
When the girls didn't come home that night, their parents involved the police.
Immortals
but
Freedom,
they assumed the
Ghosty
girls
Burb,
had run
we need
away.
one tank or one heal.
It took years to finally track them down, out in a drainage ditch in an oil field. By then, there were few remains left and even less forensic evidence. The murders went unsolved. With so many connections between Belle and these unsolved murders, it might seem a little baffling that the DA's office ended their investigation so quickly, until you learn about one of Belle's other claims. It turns out, in addition to these murder confessions, he's been trying to tell another story for years. One that he says explains all of his predatory behavior and involves a vast brainwashing conspiracy he believes is run by the government. He calls it the Program, and it's kind of like a nightmarish version of the Truman Show. He even referenced it in the poem he sent to Lisa.
And what of the innocent ones who fell by the way? Will the henchmen of Uncle Sam ever pay?
Maybe the DA's office found it hard to take his confession seriously in the midst of ranting about a conspiracy. But what if he wasn't making it all up?
All right. Let's see where we need to go.
Thanks for tuning in to Serial Killers, a Spotify podcast. I'll be back next Monday with part 2 of this story. We'll dig deeper into Ed Bell's claims about the program and reveal the most compelling evidence that Lisa and Fred found during their investigation. A big, big thank you to Lisa Olson for her time and expertise. If you haven't already, check out the docuseries The 11 and look for her book, The Scientist and the Serial Killer, coming out in April 2025. Along with The 11, we also found Catherine Casey's book, Deliver Us, 3 Decades of Murder and Redemption in the Infamous I-45 Texas Killing Fields. Extremely helpful for our research. Stay safe out there. This episode was written and produced by Nikki Taylor, edited by Connor Sampson and TTU, fact-checked by Laurie Siegel, and sound designed by Spencer Howard. I'm your host, Janice Morgan. This episode includes discussion of violence, murder, kidnapping, and sexual assault of a minor. Consider this when deciding how and when you'll listen. On August 24th, 1978, Edward Harold Bell drove to Pasadena, Texas, a suburb nestled between Houston and Galveston. He parked his truck on a street where a group of children were playing, walked up to them, and exposed himself.
For the 80th time,
one of the kids' fathers watched it happen. Larry Dickens, a 26-year-old Marine veteran. Larry ran over to confront Bell. He leaned into Bell's truck and grabbed his keys, attempting to detain the predatory stranger while his mother, Dorothy, called the police. She reported everything to the dispatcher as it all unfolded. She watched Bell pull a handgun from his truck and fire. "He shot at my son," she said, begging officers to hurry. Bell shot Larry multiple times, but he was still alive and able to crawl into his mother's open garage. As he did, Bell walked back to his pickup. He sat the handgun inside and pulled out a rifle. He stalked back up the Dickens driveway and into the garage, where Dorothy was holding her wounded son. Then Dorothy watched Bell put the rifle up to Larry's head and fatally shoot her son before driving away. With the murder happening publicly in broad daylight, police had everything they needed to find Bell. They made an arrest before he could leave Pasadena. Now, you might think Bell wouldn't live another day as a free man after that. But that's not what happened. No, he posted bail and fled to Costa Rica, then Panama. And he spent 14 years in hiding before being caught by officials, thrown in prison, and sending those letters to journalist Lisa Olson, the ones confessing to 11 murders. Welcome to Serial Killers, a Spotify podcast. I'm Janice Morgan. You might recognize me as the voice behind the investigative docuseries Broken and the true crime podcast Fear Thy Neighbor. I'll be your host for the next few weeks, and I'm thrilled to be here. We'd love to hear from you. Follow us on Instagram at Serial Killers Podcast and share your thoughts on this week's episode. Or if you're listening on the Spotify app, swipe up and leave a comment. Today, we'll dig into Ed Bell's claims and unpack the most shocking evidence Lisa Olson and Fred Page unearthed as we try to find out what's true and what's not true. We're so grateful to have Lisa joining us again
always
today.
Need that fishing bait.
Stay with us.
I'll always be fishing.
By the time Lisa Olson and Fred Page are being filmed for the 2017 docuseries The 11, their investigation into Ed Bell is in full force. They think they've identified the 11 alleged victims Bell alluded to in his letter, so now the task becomes trying to corroborate as much as they can. Bell made a lot of claims over the years, and some of them contradict one another. So let's recap. In 1998, Bell wrote to two Houston area DAs and claimed he killed 7 girls in their jurisdictions. He named 2 of them, Debbie Ackerman and Maria Johnson, best friends who disappeared together from Galveston in 1971 and were murdered. In 2011, after Lisa interviewed Bell in prison, he also sent her 2 letters.
And I enjoyed participating.
That's when he took credit for killing the girls he called the 11 who went to heaven.
Farming mats for the
Bell also claimed that he was part of something called the Program. Here's Lisa to explain.
In the interview I did with him and also in the letters to me, he talked about a program in which he claimed he had been brainwashed and specifically abused by his father
Once had a new
into
angler ask
becoming
me
a
the best time
rapist
to
and a
fish.
murderer. That was
Easy
his
answer, I said.
story,
It's right
and
now.
that was his reason for why he says he was a violent person.
Bell believes he was first exposed to the program in the early 40s.
Sure, I'm aware that you think
He told
right now is
Lisa
the
that
best
when he
time
was 3 years old,
Phoenix
his mother caught him
_rises
disrobing
04
another girl
zone.
his
Need a
age.
trader? Check us
As
out.
punishment,
Guild,
both of
Aldmaris
his
Trading
parents beat
in
him.
Mournhold. Guild, Aldmaris
Years
Merchants
later,
in Eldon
he
Route
theorized that the
/Mournhold.
physical abuse released hormones into his bloodstream, and that's what eventually turned him into a sex offender.
You there?
Because, he claimed,
Your life
that
or
was
your
the whole
jewels?
point of the program. To
Give me
see
your
if a
coin
regular
and,
kid could be made into a
won't get
killer.
the point then. No?
According to Bell, physical abuse was only one aspect of the program. He believes it was a vast government-sanctioned conspiracy that was kept under wraps. Various people from all stages of his life had been in on it. This included ex-wives, his grandfather, and his own dad, along with other shadowy players working behind the scenes. He said these people used different methods of controlling him, including brainwashing. Most of them didn't work at first, he told Lisa, and because of that, his dad supposedly tried to have him assassinated at the age of 15. It wasn't until 1966, when he was in his mid-20s, that he was first caught exposing himself to a group of girls. After another incident in April 1969, Bell was sent to Galveston to receive psychiatric treatment and avoid prison time. Doctors diagnosed Bell with depression and a personality disorder. By 1978, Bell had been arrested 7 times, mostly for exposing himself to minors. And reports indicate it likely happened many more times than that. In fact, from prison, Bell told Lisa that the number could have been in the thousands. But Bell didn't seem to feel responsible for any of his crimes. He placed the blame on the program, which he said manipulated him to do it. At one point, he went even further and told Lisa he'd never actually killed anybody, period. It's hard to hear, given the brutal nature of Larry Dickens' murder in Pasadena. He shot Larry in broad daylight right in front of his mother and other witnesses. The times that Bell has admitted to murder, he still blames the program. He even told Catherine Casey, author of Deliver Us, that he didn't plan to expose himself that day or even be in Pasadena. He was driving down a highway when he ran into gridlock traffic and suddenly felt compelled to take a detour, like he couldn't control his actions. He told her he was basically like Frankenstein's monster. Bell also credits the program with what happened after he killed Larry.
Spider tail.
Ed Bell's murder of Larry Dickens had been an infamous murder at the time. He had run all the way to Panama to get away.
Just 24 hours after he was booked for Larry's murder, Bell posted bond and walked out of jail. Then he fled the country and remained a wanted fugitive for over 14 years. In Panama, Bell thought that the agents of the program were tailing him, studying his movements. He got the impression that they had wanted him to run all along. In December 1992, the TV show Unsolved Mysteries aired a segment on him. They recreated the murder of Larry Dickens, with Matthew McConaughey playing Larry in his first on-screen credited role.
I don't know where he got
Less than 3 months later, Bell was found in Panama, living aboard a small boat with his teenage girlfriend. Authorities extradited him to the U.S., and this time, he stayed in prison for good. According to Fred Page, once Bell left the U.S., the string of similar murders targeting teenage girls around Galveston stopped, which could mean he really was responsible for some or all of the murders he claimed. On the other hand, the whole idea of the program feels so outlandish that it casts a cloud of doubt over everything. But throughout their investigation, Lisa and Fred don't jump to conclusions. Lisa investigates each and every claim to see what, if anything, can be verified.
The dragonfly is so pretty.
Ultimately, she and Fred zero in on 3 cases with the strongest connections to Bell. 6 victims, 3 double homicides, each involving a pair of best friends. Only they run into a slight hiccup. One of the murders on that list had already been solved. Last time we talked about how Sharon Shaw and Renee Johnson disappeared from Galveston on August 4th, 1971. They were hitchhiking back to their hometown of Webster, about 30 miles away. That's why, throughout their investigation, Lisa Olson and Fred Page think that Bell was referring to them when he wrote, "To Webster, 1971 July. 1 blonde, 1 brunette." They just think he was off by 1 month. But there's a bigger hurdle to proving Bell could have killed Sharon and Renee. Sharon Shaw's murder was already solved, and by extension, Renee Johnson's case was also considered closed. A man named Michael Lloyd Self was convicted in 1973. But as Lisa learns, the investigation into Sharon's murder wasn't without controversy, and it took a turn that nobody could have predicted.
Was it the dragonfly?
By the time Renee's remains were located in January 1972, panic was setting in. Investigators and the public saw a pattern evolving as young girls went missing in or near Galveston. Pressure to solve the cases mounted. The public wanted peace of mind. The girls' families wanted justice. And Renee's family had influence in the area. Her grandfather would one day become mayor of Webster, the girls' hometown. But at the time, he was a councilman, a role that helped appoint police chiefs. The Webster PD focused their resources on finding the girls, but no solid clues turned up, and the lead investigator had never handled a homicide before. As a result, in May 1972, the city council, led by Renee's grandfather, replaced the police chief. A new guy was called in named Don Morris, and he brought with him his assistant chief, Tommy Deal. Just 9 days later, Deal already had a suspect. Michael Lloyd Self was a gas station attendant and volunteer firefighter. He was described as shy at the time and may have had a learning disability stemming from an early brain injury. Self had been arrested twice for peeping in windows, and like Bell, he was ordered into psychiatric treatment. Right after Don Morris was hired, Self got on his radar for another crime, allegedly stealing gas from the fire chief's car.
But I mean, it
Not
right
the
into my hands
most
on that
criminal
one.
of acts, but that's probably how Chief Morris learned Self liked to talk about police cases, like the murder of Renee and Sharon. Assistant Chief Tommy Deal brought Self in for questioning. Right away, Self confessed to killing the 2 girls. Here's the story he
Straight
told
up,
in his
like,
confession.
You're not paying enough attention to me.
On the night of August 4th, 1971, the date of the girl's disappearance, Self happened to drive past Renee near Webster. He picked her up, and later on, Sharon joined them. Then, the three of them drove around drinking beer. Later, the girls became loud and unruly. Twice, he tried to get intimate with Renee, but she wasn't interested. The second time, she fought back. Eventually, it all made him so angry that he grabbed an empty soda bottle from his car and bludgeoned the girls. His confession went on to say that he took off some of their clothes and kept them in his car. Then he left the girls in the water and hid their bodies under a pile of branches.
Right? Because you can just farm it.
As he drove away, he threw their clothing along the side of the road.
Wants to
the confession was detailed, providing street names and other specific locations, and it was signed Michael Lloyd Self.
But when you're trying to farm fish holes, they don't show up.
But when Self met with his attorney, he immediately recanted. He claimed he gave a false confession after Chief Morris beat him and forced him to play Russian roulette.
Now, I'm trying to do other stuff.
In response, sheriff's deputies visited him in jail to set things straight, and the result was pretty strange. Self agreed to take the deputies on a tour of all the places he said he brought the girls that night, including the exact spot where he confessed to leaving them.
It's like the only time
there are even photographs of the tour, which you can check out in the 11. It's hard to know for sure, but some say the location of the girls' remains was public knowledge at this point. Small town, news traveled fast. But he topped off the tour with a second confession, just 3 days after his first. So he stayed behind bars, charged with murdering Sharon Shaw. Prosecutors didn't charge him with Renee Johnson's murder in case he was acquitted at trial. They wanted an opportunity to go after him again if they needed to. They didn't. In 1973, Self was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment.
But
that's not the end of this story. As years passed, more and more people started to doubt whether Self really killed Sharon or Renee. For one thing, there was never any physical evidence to link him to the crime or support his confession. In fact, the opposite is true. Self said he flung their clothes out his car window as he drove away from the crime scene, but that's not where the clothing was found. It was discovered close to the bodies. There were also discrepancies between Self's two separate confessions. In one, he said that he and Renee met Sharon at one place. In another, he said they met her somewhere else entirely. Timing was also a problem in his second confession. He said he picked Sharon up at her house at a time when she was already missing.
I think we're at 3.
Then there's Chief Morris and his right-hand man, Tommy Deal. They'd had several run-ins with Self leading up to his arrest, including a charge for cannabis possession. So there's a theory that the officers just wanted the case closed. They didn't like Self and believed he'd be easy to intimidate.
People say fish smell bad.
Other witnesses have come forward claiming they saw Morris resort to threats and violence
Casper
at work
Finest,
over the years.
NP.
And Fred Page learns that one former investigator saw Morris threaten another man with a game of Russian roulette, which is what Self said happened to him.
I don't think I've seen a single bat in this
nobody
whole
really doubted
game.
Morris and Deal's intentions at the time. They were new and they were
Booze
hot
Cruise,
shots.
Wilder Pandora
For the
360.
most part,
Have a good night,
everybody
SIV
stood
and
behind their
Eclipse.
work and their character. That is, until 1975, when they were both arrested for robbery and kidnapping. That September, up in Caddo Mills, northeast of Dallas, Tommy Deal walked into the State National Bank. He brought along an
Booze
accomplice
Cruise,
named George
Wilder
Marshall.
Pandora 360.
One
Good night
customer
all.
exiting the building at the same time
Booze
noticed
Cruise,
something
SIV
weird.
meds. You to
Both
Bud.
men were wearing surgical gloves. It didn't look right to him, so he went straight to the mayor, who happened to be across the street from the bank, and told him about the two suspicious men. Inside the bank, Deal and his partner brandished guns and demanded
Immortals
cash.
Freedom, Small Blue
They made
Rose,
off with
GN.
over $15,000. Only their cover had
Booze
already
Cruise,
been blown,
Casper
and they
Finest,
knew it right
GN
away.
Wilder.
So Deal and his cohort took
Immortals
a hostage,
Freedom, Small Blue Rose,
the bank president's
WC.
19-year-old daughter.
Immortals Freedom,
As Deal and
Latin
Marshall
Slayer.
drove off
Good
with
night.
her, the mayor himself
Immortals
ran
Freedom,
after their
Grim
car
Safe,
and
and
shot
good
out one
night.
of their tires.
Booze
Meanwhile,
Cruise,
a
Small
posse
Blue
of
Rose,
armed
GN.
citizens gathered and chased Deal down. When his car broke down, they cornered him. Luckily, the young woman was unharmed. Under arrest, Deal and Marshall gave up their third accomplice, who'd been posted in town wearing a police uniform, Don Morris. Needless to say, everyone was shocked that two of the bank robbers turned out to be Webster's ex-police chief and his right-hand man. And that wasn't all.
Latin the Slayer, Whispers,
banks,
Hi.
Including one
Immortals
near
Freedom,
twice.
Small Blue Rose, am not sleeping yet.
Morris and Deal went to prison. After Deal got out, he went on to commit 6 more armed bank robberies in the Houston area. The second time he was caught, he received a life sentence. Now,
Latin the Slayer,
none
Whispers,
of this
I
necessarily
promote
means
you.
Michael Lloyd Self was innocent. But years later, Fred Page conducts a prison interview with Tommy Deal. He brings up the theory that he and Morris framed Self for the murders of Sharon Shaw and Renee Johnson. In response, Deal simply says, yeah. It's not necessarily a full confession, but he doesn't deny the accusation. Self tried to appeal his conviction for years, but he stayed in prison until his death in 2000.
To Latin the Slayer,
To this
Coolness
day,
Tie.
many believe the investigators back in the 70s got the wrong guy, whether they knew it or not. Which leaves open the possibility that Bell might have been telling the truth about murdering Sharon and Renee. And if that's true, what else could be? Of all of Edward Bell's murder claims, Lisa Olson found the most evidence to tie Bell to 3 double homicides. These 6 victims shared a lot in common. They were around the same age, they hitchhiked, and most of them liked water sports, especially surfing near the seawall and water skiing at Wick's Ski School in Galveston. The crimes also seem similar. In each case, 2 best friends disappeared together, were murdered, and were found in or near remote bayous and other bodies of water. And they all seem to match what Bell wrote to Lisa in his letters from
Latin
prison.
the Slayer, Whispers.
First,
You have access to
there's
Guild
2
BNK. You
Webster,
take anything you need for main end.
1971
If you
July.
any extra stuff to help
1
anyone,
blonde,
please
1
donate.
brunette. That could refer to Renee Johnson and Sharon Shaw, although they disappeared in August, not July. Then there's 2 Fall 1971 next to the word Galveston.
I'm good.
Not only does that match the timing of Debbie Ackerman and Maria Johnson's murder,
I don't even know
he had
how
already
long
confessed to killing Debbie and Maria by name in an earlier letter to officials. And lastly, 2 Dickinson, 1975, 1 blonde, 1 brunette. Although Brooks Bracewell and Georgia Gear actually disappeared in 1974, the rest of the details match. Here's Lisa.
What struck me from the beginning was the idea that he had killed girls in pairs. He claimed to have killed girls in pairs. That is not all that common among serial killers. You know, he looked for 2 girls together. That was something he liked. He liked having someone watching. That was something really creepy about Ed. I mean, that was in his criminal history. He liked people to watch when he did sexual things or when he did violent things.
By now, Lisa and Fred realize that some of the most compelling circumstantial evidence comes from
looks like it.
geographical
I'm like
links.
the only motherfucker that's been
Places where they
doing
know
this
Ed Bell
fucking thing
frequented,
anyways.
intersecting with locations where the girls had been.
So when we were looking at these other cases, we
Impressive.
started looking at Ed Bell's known
Work with
trail
other
of
people who
crimes,
don't
his
know how to
known
fish.
trail of addresses, and whether the remote areas where all of these girls' bodies were dumped were anywhere near where he lived.
Once Lisa and Fred track down Bell's old acquaintances, the answers quickly start to fall into place. Why? Because at the time, Bell owned this trailer that was
Alright, like I said,
unforgettable.
we're gonna...
It was made to look like a red train caboose.
So people would remember
really thought I
it
had
years
more
later
than that.
because it was kind of a custom trailer. And that's the trailer he parked on the land that was near where those 2 girls' bodies were found.
Lisa's able to confirm all the information from
Oh,
these
that was a
interviews with
scribe.
public records and pinpoint the tract of land Bell owned.
Where?
And she realizes if you map out the 3 double homicides, if you pinpoint where all the girls'
Well, it's
remains
here.
were found,
Okay.
and you draw lines to connect them, creating a triangle, Bell's old plot of land falls right inside that triangle. In fact, his trailer sat just a couple of miles from where Maria and Debbie were recovered in 1971.
And I don't even realize it.
The thing about that specific site was it was down a private road that only local landowners had a key to a gate to get into. He was a local landowner. He would have known other locals who had the key if he didn't. So it looks like this killer, if that claim was true, and that was the case we had the most evidence to tie him to. It appeared that he liked to dump bodies somewhere near where he lived, where he could maybe go back.
That plot of land is also a short drive to where Brooks and Georgia were last seen. Fred estimates the caboose was about 3 miles from the El Rancho Motel.
Oh, thank you.
As Lisa points out in the 11, the girls disappeared in the middle of the day. She theorizes that whoever abducted the girls had a private spot he could take them to.
Another fishing hole.
Probably somewhere close and remote.
And when I'm saying these names of towns, I'm not talking about big places. I'm not talking about places where a lot of people live when I'm talking about Santa Fe or Dickinson, especially in 1971. Today, yes, maybe there are more, but not then.
There are other places that link Bell to these cases, too. In 1971, Bell also had an apartment in Galveston, right on Offet's Bayou. It was conveniently close to Doug's surf shop, where Bell sometimes worked and potentially saw some of these girls. It was also right across the water from Wick's ski school, where Debbie and Maria stopped the day before their disappearance, and where Renee and Sharon stopped the morning they went missing. Then there are Bell's vehicles.
That trailer he had bought and had serviced at a RV place that was within 2 or 3 blocks from where these 2 girls from Dickinson were abducted.
And in 1972, Bell was arrested for exposing himself to a minor. The arrest record shows that he was driving a white van. From what we know, it matched the description of the van Debbie and Maria got into. Bell had the van repainted. It later caught fire. With so many dots begging to be connected, Lisa goes back to interview Bell in prison for a second time.
He admitted that the 2 girls from Galveston, the first 2 crimes I investigated, Debbie Ackerman and Maria Johnson, got into his van.
He even names the ice cream shop where he picked them up, but he doesn't tell Lisa he killed them. He says he just dropped them off and went to work. Then he tells Lisa he made up most of his claims to her. He calls the 11 who went to heaven a, quote, BS poem.
When I later went back to interview him, he had backed away from saying he was a serial killer. He had realized by then, he was a smart guy, that he was an old man and that if he tried to lower his profile a little bit, maybe he would get out. The one thing I have to say is that the prison officials that I talked to off camera said they had no doubt that Ed Bell was a serial killer. They didn't think he was a bullshit artist. They believed that this was the truth. You know, who specifically he killed, I am not certain of. That he killed more people than Larry Dickens, I feel almost absolutely certain that that's the case.
Bell never does get paroled. He dies in prison in 2019. The thing is, there's not a lot of forensic evidence left from these cases. One item, saved from Brenda Jones's case, was tested for DNA, but there wasn't a large enough sample to create a DNA profile.
Like I said, it's a really troubling story. Ed Bell unfortunately died before really coming clean. I always hoped that he would really, because like I said, in some ways he was proud of what he had done, and he also felt that showing what he had done would prove the existence of the program he talked about.
With compelling ties to 6 victims, what does that mean for the rest of Bell's claims? The other 5 victims? The program? We asked Lisa for her thoughts, and we weren't expecting her answer.
I have to tell you that
Never a bad
a lot
time
of
to
things
cast
Ed
some
Bell
lines.
said I did corroborate. And I can't tell you that I don't know for sure whether he was experimented on. There were experiments that have been subsequently documented where hospital patients people from prisons and people at military bases were given drugs.
The CIA has even admitted to backing some of these experiments under Project Artichoke, which gave way to MKUltra.
And fishing.
They've since stated their intent was to study things like, quote, mind control and, quote, behavioral modification. What Lisa's saying here is the program might not be exactly how Belle described it, but on some level,
participate
it could have
in
been
auctions.
real. After
I usually
years
do
spent
those earlier in the day
case,
because that's
Lisa
when my
can't
guild
simply
does
rule it
them.
out. Lisa also learned that Belle's father, who Belle claimed was in on the program, was with him in Panama while Belle was on the lam throughout the 80s. He died there during the Manuel Noriega years, when the Panamanian dictator was still working in tandem with the United States CIA. As for Belle's father,
riding my horse
doesn't prove that he was in the CIA.
Spot, I run to each spot.
He did some sort of government
when I scribe,
we don't know exactly what.
to different
no one
places,
confirms anything like that.
So that
like I said, I don't think we can say Ed was completely making that up.
There's just
but
not,
how many people he killed?
Like it doesn't feel like there's
in fact,
enough
he was
stuff
the killer,
to
the
loot
fact
in an
that
area.
He was a serial sex offender, absolutely confirmed. Whether he killed 11,
Tasty's
whether
Trading
he killed
Company,
more,
Lily Holiday.
you decide.
Hi everyone.
Thanks for tuning
Tasty's
in to
Trading
Serial
Company,
Killers, the Spotify
C4ML110793.
We'd like to thank Lisa
Day
Olson
Dude.
for her time and expertise. If you haven't already, check out the docuseries The 11 and look for her book, The Scientist and the Serial Killer, coming out in April 2025. Along with The 11, we also found Catherine Casey's book, Deliver Us, 3 decades of murder and redemption in the infamous I-45 Texas
Spicy
killing
Potatoes,
field.
Urchel
Extremely
96,
helpful
morning
to our
/
research.
evening everyone.
Stay safe out there. This episode was written and produced by Mickey Taylor, edited by Connor Sampson and TTU, fact-checked by Lori Siegel, and sound designed by Spencer Howard. I'm your host, Janice Morgan. This episode includes discussions of murder and poisoning. Consider this when deciding how and when you'll listen. Author Charles Dickens called William Palmer the greatest villain that ever stood in the Old Bailey.
Whoops,
Sir Arthur
my
Conan
cat
Doyle
stops
referenced
along.
him in a Sherlock Holmes story. Madame Tussauds made the Prince of Poisoners a wax figure. But officially, Dr. William Palmer only killed one person. So how did a man convicted of a single crime become known
Spicy
as an
Potatoes,
infamous serial
Small Blue
killer?
Rose. Good morning,
And how many
Urchel.
victims did he actually take? Welcome to Serial Killers, a Spotify podcast. I'm Janice Morgan. You might recognize me as the voice behind the investigative docuseries Broken and the true crime podcast Fear Thy Neighbor. I'll be your host for the
Spicy
next few
Potatoes,
weeks, and I'm
Emerald
thrilled
Mist
to be here.
_67,
We'd
LO.
love to hear from you. Follow us on Instagram at Serial Killers Podcast and share your thoughts on this week's episode. Or if you're tuning in on the Spotify app, swipe up and leave a comment. This week, we'll cover Dr. William Palmer's criminal conviction, then dive into the tragedies that followed him through the 19th century. Next week, we'll look at some of Palmer's other murder allegations and his criminal trial. Along the way, we'll examine his potential methods and motives and try to determine if he was, in fact, a serial killer. Stay with us. Today we'll start with the murder we know William Palmer committed. Then, with those details in mind, we'll flash back and compare it to the murders he may have committed. In 1855, Dr. William Palmer was deep in the hole. He had around 11,000 pounds of debt, the equivalent of about $1.7 million today. We'll cover the exact details of how Palmer got into debt later, but in a word,
The Sweet Roll Champions,
gambling.
Joss Smokes Runs,
In the
Ensa
past
anyone?
decade, his gambling had snowballed. So it wasn't surprising that on November 13th, Palmer went to the races in Shrewsbury, England. There, he met up with his friend, John Cook. When it came to the track, Cook always seemed to leave with more money than he brought, unlike
Not
Palmer.
bad at all.
It didn't help the situation that Cook had inherited a large sum, so he had money to spare.
I'll add here, much of the information about this case comes from contemporary reporting back in the 1800s. And as you'll hear, the story took off in the media, which led to
the
some
Sweet Roll Champions, War_Warbane, after my battleground match,
arrived
sure.
at the track early. They surveyed the conditions, looked at the riders, and observed the horses. Palmer then went to the board listing all the races.
We got people who like a little bit
the
of
Sweet Roll
Palmer
Champions,
had a moment
Jaw
of
Smokes
clarity.
runs. Okay.
There was the afternoon race that would fix his fortune.
Doing battlegrounds.
At the window, Palmer placed a bet worth a few £100 on one of his own horses, named the Chicken. If the Chicken won, not only would he win his bet, he would also win the prize money of £3,000. To make things interesting, Cook placed a bet on one of his own horses, named Polestar. That afternoon, the horses lined up at the starting gate. Then, in a flash, they were off. The Chicken, Palmer's horse, positioned perfectly as the pack thundered around the first curve. The horse wasn't so near the front where they might burn out by the end, or in the back where they'd get left behind. But by the end of the race, the horse Palmer bet his last hopes on was nowhere near the front of the pack. Instead, Cook's horse, Polestar, led the group across the line. Cook had just won thousands of pounds. Palmer likely twinged with jealousy. Cook had all the luck, and he'd been left in the dust again. That evening, the pair retired to a local inn called the Raven. For Cook, it was a celebration. He bought the group a round of champagne. As the night wore on, the pair continued to drink. When Palmer couldn't stand it anymore, he left their table and retired to his room early. The next morning, Palmer headed back to home in Rugeley, a town 130 miles northwest of London. Unfortunately, more bad news awaited him there. A creditor had left a note. Palmer needed to pay a designated sum of money immediately, or they'd go after his mother, tell her he hadn't paid, and try to collect his debt from her, which would have been embarrassing. Already at his lowest and feeling the waters rising, Palmer reached a breaking point. He grabbed his medicine bag and headed back toward Shrewsbury. That afternoon, Palmer reunited with Cook. They attended a handful of other races before returning to the Raven. There, they ate dinner with a few acquaintances. Palmer excused himself for a moment. When he returned to the table, he had a round of brandy for everyone. According to some accounts, Palmer carefully handed Cook his glass before distributing the rest. Palmer toasted Cook's success, and the group drank. Cook coughed and said his brandy burned as it went down.
Sorry.
Palmer looked at the table in amusement. He grabbed Cook's glass and slurped down the little bit of liquid left.
I know I am
Palmer
the one who chose
laughed,
to
saying
do
he
this,
didn't
but...
taste a thing. The group brushed off the incident and continued eating late into the night. Eventually, Palmer excused himself and retired to his room. The rest
Spicy
stayed at
potatoes,
the table.
Urchel 96.
The good nature of
How
their
is everyone?
celebration didn't last. A short while later, Cook fell ill. His stomach burned and he doubled over in pain.
Tired of
Back in his
fishing.
room, he vomited uncontrollably. His two friends looked over him as he closed his eyes and prayed for the pain to pass. Cook's friends likely wondered what ailed him. Was it contagious? Was it in the food they ate too? At this point, Cook's symptoms weren't specific enough to diagnose, but to Cook himself, the answer seemed obvious. In between bouts of vomiting, he wheezed out his suspicion. Palmer poisoned him.
Excuse me.
His friends exchanged questioning glances, but didn't think much of it. To them, these were the words of a man in distress and not
It's
to be
because
taken
the thunder.
seriously.
I
Cook
listened
finally
to
fell asleep early the next morning.
thunder noises.
When he
to
woke
go
up,
to
he
sleep.
still felt unwell, but for the most part, his symptoms had subsided. That morning, while Cook lay in his bed,
It's like
Palmer
my
went back
white
to the
knife.
track. He wanted one final shot at getting out of debt. But that day, he left the races empty-handed yet again. When Palmer returned to Cook's room at the Raven, he found his friend sitting up in bed, looking slightly better. So the pair headed home. When they got to Rugeley, Cook booked a room at the Talbot Arms Inn. He'd stayed there before.
like that? That's
Cook
good.
still felt lousy, so he went to lay down. On Sunday morning, Palmer contacted his friend Dr. Bamford and asked for 2 sedative pills. He pocketed the drugs and headed back to the inn where he ordered soup for Cook. Cook happily accepted the food, but minutes later vomited again. The pain in his gut returned and he lay in bed clutching his stomach. The chambermaid, Elizabeth Mills, took the half-eaten bowl back down into the kitchen. Curious, Mills took a sip, but didn't taste anything odd. However, a moment later, she fell ill. Mild nausea came over her, and she too needed to lay down. Meanwhile, Cook spent the rest of the day in bed.
I wonder if there's something for getting him to 100%.
He experienced fever, aches, and more vomiting. All day, Palmer watched over Cook. He didn't want any intervention. Early the next morning, Palmer headed to London with John Cook's accounting ledger. Palmer was about to be several £1,000s richer. He walked down the cobblestone streets of London before entering into a small pub. The doctor met with one of Cook's associates and collected almost £2,000 on Cook's behalf. With the cash in hand, Palmer quickly left the city and headed home. There, Palmer paid off his most urgent £800 debt. He was still at least £10,000 in the hole, but it was a start. With access to Cook's financial accounts, Palmer hoped to make an even larger dent. So it was crucial Cook didn't get his ledger back. That day, Palmer paid a visit to Mr. Salt's surgery, a sort of pharmacy. He spoke to Salt's assistant, Mr. Newton, and purchased 3, quote, grains of strychnine on credit. Better known as rat poison today, strychnine used to be prescribed as a stimulant to treat heart or digestive problems. In small doses, strychnine causes muscle contractions, and in the Victorian era, it wasn't uncommon. According to Smithsonian Magazine, strychnine was even used as a performance enhancer in the 1940 Olympic marathon. It was also used the way it is today, in larger doses to kill vermin. So Newton didn't find anything odd about Dr. Palmer's request. With Cook's ledger and the strychnine pills in his possession, Palmer headed back to Talbot Arms to check on Cook. For 28, he looked awful. When no one else was in the room, Palmer allegedly handed Cook the strychnine pills, claiming they were sedatives given to him by Dr. Bamford. Cook gazed up at his friend, who was there for him now in his lowest moment. Palmer smiled down at Cook, assuring him it wasn't a problem. As a doctor, he felt strongly he should be there to help others. He bid Cook farewell and returned to his home across the street. But while Palmer had a pleasant evening, Cook did not. He tossed and turned, unable to get comfortable because of the pain. Still, Cook survived the night. The next day, Palmer went to another pharmacy, one belonging to a Mr. Hawkins. He started requesting his order, but stopped abruptly when Newton, the assistant from the other pharmacy, came in. Palmer and Newton didn't know each other well, but Palmer smoothly struck up a conversation and guided Newton out of the shop. Newton recalled Palmer asking him how long his boss, Mr. Salt, would be out of town. Within minutes, they were interrupted by a friend of Newton's passing by. Palmer took the opportunity to slip back into the shop, where he completed his order. Prussic acid, opium, and 6 more grains of strychnine.
Better overstocked than under.
It appears Palmer didn't want Newton to see his purchases. That afternoon, he paid another visit to Cook. Then, in what was perhaps a bid to cover his tracks, Palmer called on a friend, Mr. Jones, to stay with Cook. Jones watched over Cook late into the night, while his condition further deteriorated.
Booze Cruise, SIV meds.
Evening,
anyone be down for the daily
Cook
dungeon?
Took the pills Palmer gave him, and Jones didn't intervene. He appeared to wholeheartedly believe in Dr. Palmer's medical opinion, and let the sinister plot pass right under his nose. To be fair, beyond testing the pills on himself, Jones wouldn't have been able to see what they contained anyways. John Cook was completely at Dr. William Palmer's mercy.
Booze Cruise, XKILL_JOYS, Healer X.
And he howled in pain. His heart beat wildly. Sweat coated his skin. Cook's back arched backwards, slowly, painfully,
Booze Cruise,
and
SIV
completely out
meds.
of his
Dang, I'm a
control.
healer as well. Rep.
He looked like he was in an Exorcist movie. Cook called out for Palmer in desperation, but his friend was nestled in his bed across the street. At 1 a.m. on Wednesday, November 21st, 1855, John Cook suddenly went still. Nothing could bring his pulse back.
2, 3,
Dr.
4.
William Palmer had taken his friend's life. On the morning of November 21st, 1855, Dr. William Palmer went to check on his so-called friend, John Cook. When Palmer entered Cook's room, he found Dr. Jones standing next to a body frozen in a bowed position. Cook was twisted like a contortionist, with his back arched and feet flexed. Intense muscle spasms had caused Cook's body to stiffen, locked into a painful position as he died. When rigor mortis set in, he became stuck that way. The sight was horrifying, and it's a telltale sign of strychnine poisoning. Still, Palmer acted coy as Dr. Jones recounted how Cook died in the middle of the night. No one was accusing him of anything
Booze
yet.
Cruise,
Cook still needed an autopsy.
XKILL_JOYX. I'll
So he
switch to
contacted
DPS
his old
then.
friend Dr. Bamford again. Dr. Bamford created a death certificate certifying that Cook died of apoplexy. That's the 19th century term for a cerebral hemorrhage or stroke. Not an unusual cause of death,
Alright,
but
we're
odd to
too
put on the
next.
certificate, since the muscle contortion evident in Cook's body was not a typical symptom of either. It's not clear if Dr. Bamford observed Cook's arched body and conveniently ignored it, or Palmer managed to hide it from him. Either way, Palmer had a death certificate absolving him of any involvement in John Cook's death, and a plan. 2 days later, on November 23rd, Palmer met with Cook's stepfather, a Mr. Stevens. Hoping to receive even more money, Palmer claimed Cook
Booze
owed him
Cruise,
£4,000.
XStickyX. I will after him out of
Stevens
this one.
hesitated. He knew Cook well
Booze
and
Cruise,
never heard
SIV
of any
meds.
such
All
debt.
right.
Upon further investigation,
Immortals Freedom,
Stevens
Jekyll
found his
Hacks.
stepson's
Right.
ledger to be missing.
Booze
and couldn't
Cruise,
locate
SIV
any
meds.
trace of
Set
Cook's
me 2
recent
DPS and a
£3,000
tank.
track winnings.
Booze Cruise,
Stevens thought Cook's
XStickyX. Almost
death
done.
was suspicious, and as it turns out, so did many
Booze
Rouge
Cruise, SIV meds. Zol, take your time.
Authorities launched an inquiry into Cook's death and planned an autopsy. That same day, Palmer invited Newton, the pharmacy assistant who'd sold him strychnine, over for brandy. After serving the drink, he asked two important questions.
Don't just repeat yourself, stupid bird.
One, how much strychnine does it take to kill a dog? And two,
should I just curse him
does
at a
strychnine
bird?
stay in the body after death? Newton replied that between half a grain and a grain would kill a dog, and no, it would not linger in the tissue or digestive system after death. According to Newton's later testimony, Palmer, quote, snapped his finger and thumb in a quiet way and exclaimed, as
Immortals
if
Freedom,
with
Latin the
himself,
Slayer. Hi,
"That's
Jay.
all right." Then Palmer dismissed Newton. Meanwhile, authorities moved forward with the autopsy. Allegedly, a coroner wasn't present. Instead, two local doctors performed the examination with observers. One of those observers was Dr. William Palmer himself. As the procedure got underway, the doctors stated their intention of trying to get samples of Cook's stomach contents. Those
Immortals
would be sent to the
Freedom,
coroner
Jekyll
for
Hacks.
additional
Hey.
testing to see
You
if there
could
was any
craft
poison in
something
Cook's
nice with that.
system. Unfortunately for all involved, Palmer had other plans. Shortly after the physicians extracted the majority of Cook's stomach contents and put them in a jar, Palmer took it out of the room for what he said was safekeeping. According
Booze
to one
Cruise,
version of
XStickyX.
events,
We are
after the
burning
procedure
Kaiwick.
was over, the other doctors convinced Palmer to return the jar. However, when he brought it back, the jar's seal had been cut open. What little contents remained from Cook's stomach were sent to the coroner for testing. Unfortunately, with such a small sample, they weren't able to tell if there was any poison in Cook's system when he died. Palmer thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, but his troubles weren't over. The local authorities began looking into his history, because this wasn't the first sudden or mysterious death around Dr. William Palmer. Other people close to him had died, leaving Palmer cash he gambled away. And in retrospect, many cases resembled strychnine poisoning. It couldn't all be coincidence, could it? Let's go back to the beginning and see how those sudden deaths stack up against Palmer's known MO. William Palmer didn't start off broke and desperate. Quite the opposite. He experienced a pampered childhood in Rugeley, England. His father is said to have worked as a carpenter and used his expertise to build the family's large house. However, Joseph Palmer reportedly made a much greater fortune buying and selling large quantities of expensive wood. Neither Joseph nor Sarah Palmer hid the family's wealth from their many children. Instead, they taught them to appreciate it. But Palmer took it further. He seemed to relish in the fact that he came from money. Nowhere was this more apparent than at school. Palmer never focused, mostly because he didn't think he had to. He had the family fortune waiting. He didn't seem interested in making friends either. According to the Liverpool Mercury, Palmer's classmates recalled he had, quote, wretched moral conduct. However, Palmer's carefree childhood came to an end when tragedy struck the family in 1836. Palmer's father passed away. Even with the breadwinner
Immortals
gone,
Freedom,
the
Latin
family
the
was
Slayer.
still well
Welcome
taken
in.
care of. Joseph Palmer had squirreled away funds for years. By the time he passed, the family had amassed a great fortune. But Palmer's mother, Sarah, didn't want her children relying on their inheritance. She made it clear they would have careers. So when Palmer was a teen, he went to work for a local doctor. Palmer reportedly hated the work almost immediately and constantly felt undervalued. It wasn't long before he started to remedy that.
Excuse me.
Soon after starting, Palmer began stealing small amounts of money from patients. Palmer may not have needed the funds, but it seems he felt entitled to them. The modest sums added up, and after 3 months, his employer caught on and fired Palmer. For Palmer, the firing didn't matter. He could easily find another job, and if things got bad, he could lean on the family fortune. His mother quickly found him a new position at the Stafford Infirmary. There, Palmer watched as the medical staff operated and cared for patients. However, like most rural hospitals at the time, the conditions were horrid. Locals knew being admitted into the facility was potentially akin to a death sentence. There weren't nearly enough staff to properly care for all the patients, and without sufficient resources, patients weren't kept clean. Infections were rampant. Patients died from minor ailments like colds, cuts, or scrapes. Death was everywhere, perhaps not only from infection. There's a legend about Palmer's time in Stafford. Apparently, the wife of a local plumber caught his eye, so Palmer challenged her husband to a drinking contest. Palmer won.
The Sweet Roll Champions, tag, Rev 9. Note to self, don't fast travel to a location, then get instantly jumped scared X.X.
While the death was never prosecuted, in retrospect, it's theorized that Palmer poisoned his romantic rival. Palmer didn't stay in Stafford long.
The Sweet Roll Champions, Miss_cautious dash, O.O.
Completed a full year.
I feel that.
The Sweet Roll Champions, a Galactic Primrose, how?
Palmer set off for London. He had his eyes set on becoming a physician. In London, Palmer studied at St. Bartholomew's Hospital, one of the country's oldest. However, while Palmer attended all of his lectures, it appears his heart wasn't in his studies. The rambunctious nature that drew the ire of classmates in Rugeley blossomed in London. Palmer spent many late nights at local pubs, drinking until he stumbled home sick. On his days off, he spent countless hours at the nearby horse track. Win or lose, Palmer didn't mind. He had his inheritance and a lucrative career as a physician to look forward to. Once he opened his practice,
X Sticky X, INV.
But starting a medical
the
practice
Sweet Roll
was
Champions,
easier said
Small
than
Blue
done.
Rose, cause we're still
While
awake,
Palmer
LOL.
dutifully carried on his education at St. Bartholomew, he was woefully unprepared to take his medical entrance exams. It seems
Booze
Palmer's
Cruise,
interest
SGT_Saber_5, sup.
came at the expense of his medical
Booze
knowledge.
Cruise, SIV Meds,
So
Set need
Palmer's
1
mother paid a
DPS and a
local
tank
doctor
for
to
daily
tutor him.
dungeons.
The physician spent weeks with Palmer, going over the basics and making sure he knew the pitfalls of the test. To his and Palmer's credit,
Booze
Palmer
Cruise,
passed and was officially
SGT_Saber_5,
licensed as a physician in
I can help.
1846. Shortly after, Dr. William Palmer moved back to Rugeley, where he quickly opened up a practice.
Couldn't have
It
landed
was a
that
difficult
better
undertaking,
myself.
but Palmer's practice thrived in its first year. To everyone in town, it seemed Palmer had rounded a corner and finally grown up. And in his business, Palmer acted kind and courteous. Yet this professional attitude was a facade. Palmer still had the same wild spirit. On days he could sneak away, he was at the races. Apparently, he feigned interest in the sporting aspect of racing to disguise his true interest, gambling. But he didn't spend all his money at the races. Some reports claimed that Palmer paid £22 a week for a luxurious home near his practice. And while this may sound like a small amount, it was more than half
Booze
the average
Cruise,
UK
SIV
salary at
Meds,
that
Set need a tank for daily
annually.
dungeons.
However, this flashy lifestyle made him an attractive suitor. Within a few months, Palmer caught the eye of 19-year-old Anne Thornton. Anne was the illegitimate daughter of a former British colonel. The colonel had died several years before, leaving both Anne and her mother with what Palmer believed were substantial inheritances. This
Booze Cruise, Saw_the_law, what are
and it
dailies?
didn't take him long to propose. In 1847, the pair married.
Immortals
The couple
Freedom,
seemed
Latin
happy
the Slayer,
as Anne
welcome
moved into
in.
Palmer's home, excited to start the next chapter of their lives.
Motherfucker.
Sometime around 1849,
fish.
Anne's mother, Mrs. Thornton, came to stay at the Palmer residence. But her stay did not go as planned. Anne's mother fell seriously ill. Conveniently, Dr. Palmer was there to look after his new mother-in-law. He disappeared into her room for hours each day to perform comprehensive checkups. Each time he emerged, Anne saw the look of disappointment on his
It's always
face.
worth stocking up.
Palmer told her things weren't looking good. Only a few weeks after her arrival, Mrs. Thornton died.
Immortals Freedom,
The
Latin the
circumstances
Slayer.
of her
I'm gonna
death
call it a night, guys,
were
with
said
great
to
night
be
TTYL.
oddly similar to John Cook's. The afternoon that William Palmer's
Immortals Freedom,
mother-in-law died,
Ghosty Burb,
another
welcome.
doctor came to the house.
Immortals
He collected
Freedom,
the body to
MYRSKY
determine Mrs.
Celeste,
Thornton's
good
cause
night,
of death.
Latin.
Allegedly,
Immortals
after the
Freedom,
examination,
Camagun dash
they
underscore
concluded Mrs.
dash,
Thornton
waves.
died of apoplexy.
Immortals
You
Freedom,
might recall
Divine
that
Sinner
this was the
04,
initial cause
welcome.
of death listed for Palmer's known
Immortals
victim,
Freedom,
John Cook.
MYRSKY
And to
Celeste,
be fair,
welcome all.
strychnine
Happy
poisoning
face.
has some similar symptoms
Immortals
to a stroke.
Freedom, Latin the
But
Slayer.
note that
Tomorrow we
Mrs.
have
Thornton's
Killing World
health
Boss.
didn't decline until she visited the Palmers, and that William Palmer believed she'd leave his wife Anne a big inheritance. At the time, people didn't have reason to believe Palmer had a hand in his mother-in-law's death.
Immortals
But
Freedom,
most
Latin
of
the Slayer.
residents of
50-50
Rugeley
is at almost
didn't
3
know
mil.
about William Palmer's emerging financial problems. He simply didn't have the income to support his lifestyle unless he got another inheritance. Except there was no inheritance to be had. For some reason, Anne Palmer did not inherit her mother's estate. On top of that, Anne was pregnant. Perhaps out of stress or thinking he'd win big this time,
Immortals
Palmer
Freedom,
started
Latin the
spending
Slayer.
even
Sell
more
and
time
trader
at the
let make
horse
that gold.
races. He was drawn to the sound of thundering hooves and the allure
Immortals
of quick
Freedom,
cash.
Latin the Slayer.
He
Night.
studied the horses, the jockeys, and the trainers. Anything that could give him an advantage while placing bets. His addiction was only growing. At some point, Palmer purchased his own racehorses. If you were ever a kid who asked your parents for a pony, you probably heard one thing. Horses are expensive, and they are. Unlike most parents, Palmer spent the money. And spent and spent. Now, a prize racehorse can earn money through winnings and stud fees, but not all horses are winners. So Palmer may have had a contingency for this. Some say he used strychnine to poison his own horses.
Immortals Freedom, Divine
Not
Center
to kill
04,
them, but to
Night.
make them sick enough to ensure they lost. This would have allowed Palmer to win cash by betting against his own horses. But most often, regardless of his strategy, he'd leave the tracks with far less money in his pockets. Months ticked by as Palmer tried to quiet his financial stress.
Excuse me.
Then, in 1850, Anne gave birth to their first child, William Jr. Only a few months later, Anne got pregnant again. This could have sent Palmer into a spiral. He went back to the horse races in earnest, looking to get lucky. With another baby on the way and his inheritance stretched, Palmer presumably needed cash. In April 1850, Palmer reached out to an acquaintance he met at the track, Leonard Bladen. Bladen agreed to give Palmer a sizable loan in the range of several £100s. A few weeks later, the pair returned to the track. Bladen had a great day. He won a large sum of money betting on a single race. Palmer, not so great. Not only did he lose, Bladen expected repayment. From the track, Bladen wrote as much to his wife, saying he looked to collect on Palmer's debt. But first, they had to celebrate Bladen's win. They headed back to Rugeley
Hi y'all,
and had a few
welcome
drinks.
who are just joining us.
While they were still at the pub, Bladen complained of abdominal pain. It grew so
farming.
bad he doubled
And
over
fishing.
in agony. Conveniently, Palmer was right there to
Been
help
doing
his
a lot of
friend back
fishing.
to his feet. Palmer even took Bladen to his own home to care for him.
Usually feel
But
back
things
to
didn't
small ones.
improve.
Always wonder if they're
Allegedly,
thankful
no
that
one
today's
else was
not
in the
their
room
day.
as Palmer attempted to treat Bladen, but sounds of excruciating pain reverberated through the house. Later that evening, William Bladen passed away. His cause of death was listed as an abscess in his pelvis that led to an infection. This was attributed to an event a few months earlier when he was hit by a cart, at least according to William Palmer. See, authorities took the doctor at his word, and no autopsy was recorded. However, after Bladen's widow collected his body, a rumor spread that she noticed there was no cash on him, and his betting ledger was missing. She never laid eyes on her husband's final winnings or the money he lent to William Palmer. But just like William's mother-in-law's death, this looks more suspicious in retrospect. At the time, Leonard Bladen's death didn't warrant investigation. It would be almost 5 years and many, many more deaths before anyone caught on to William Palmer. That's next week.
All our fishes.
Thanks for tuning in to Serial Killers. We're here with a new episode every Monday. Be sure to check us out on Instagram at Serial Killers Podcast, and we'd love to hear from you. So if you're tuning in on the Spotify app, swipe up and give us your thoughts. For more information on William Palmer, we found the contemporary publication, The Most Extraordinary Trial of William Palmer for the Rugeley Poisonings, which lasted 12 days. The book The Poisoner, a gripping account of the murders committed by Dr. William Palmer, the Prince of Poisoners, and his dramatic trial by Stephen Bates, and the book Staffordshire Murders by Alan Hayhurst, extremely helpful to our research.
Let's take a
Stay
trip
safe
off
out
the
there.
main roads.
This episode was written by Robert Tyler Walker, edited by Maggie Admire, fact-checked by Bennett Logan, researched by Chelsea Wood, and video edited and sound designed by Spencer Howard. I'm your host, Janice Morgan.
Even if I don't get any bites, watching them dart around, I don't know.
This episode
Relaxes
includes
me.
discussions of murder, child and infant loss, and poisoning. Consider this when deciding how and when you'll listen.
They need to give these guys more than like 3 lines.
Walk into any room and you'll probably find someone in deep, deep debt. Maybe they're young and saddled with student loans, successful enough to take out a mortgage, or just love online shopping. Others have a car loan or had to finance a medical emergency. It all has the same end result. A giant, scary number. 4 figures, 5 figures, 6 figures.
That's a
To pay it
doofus.
off, you need to make a
A
plan and
doofus.
stick with it. Today's subject,
Do you
William
fish?
Palmer, had a plan, and he stuck with it. to the tune of possibly 10 murders. Welcome to Serial Killers, a Spotify podcast. I'm Janice Morgan.
Impressive.
You might recognize me as the voice behind the investigative docuseries Broken and the true crime podcast Fear Thy Neighbor. I'll be your host for the next few weeks, and I'm thrilled to be here. We'd love to hear from you. Follow us on Instagram at Serial Killers Podcast and share your thoughts on this week's episode. Or if you're tuning in on the Spotify app, swipe up and leave a comment. This is our second
Booze
episode
Cruise,
on Dr.
SGT_Saber_5
NXT
NXT.
Spiraled into at least one murder. Palmer became infamous in the Victorian era, but was he a serial killer? Today we'll continue
Booze
looking
Cruise,
into the suspicious deaths that
Amen.
surrounded Palmer, especially his own friends and family, and see how they compare to his known crime, the murder of John Cook. Stay with us.
I didn't get distracted. What are you guys talking about?
William Palmer
Booze Cruise,
was a boogeyman
Sticky
in
X.
Victorian
Can we do
England,
that?
the man who secretly poisoned those close to him for money. But this next accusation is the darkest of all, that Palmer killed his own children. This is grim as it deals with potential infant murder, so you can go ahead and skip forward about 4 minutes if you choose to. Okay. In late 1850, William Palmer welcomed his second child, a girl named Elizabeth. Unfortunately, she wasn't well, allegedly suffering from convulsions.
Booze Cruise,
His wife
Dark
Anne worried
Chandries.
and
What's
doted on her
happening?
daughter. She was thankful to the family's housekeeper, Mrs. Bradshaw, who helped look after Elizabeth. But even with Mrs. Bradshaw's constant attention, Elizabeth's condition declined.
Booze Cruise,
January
SGT_Saber_5, Sauce or
baby
Loss.
Elizabeth passed away.
Booze Cruise,
Anne
Sticky
was
X,
crushed,
Undaunted Dailies.
And the housekeeper, Mrs. Bradshaw, was just as distraught. Outwardly, Palmer showed his grief as well, but observers would later claim that he was quietly relieved he didn't have the financial burden of a second child.
Minnow Lake Bait?
Over the next 3 years, Anne Palmer gave birth to 3 more children, all of whom died in infancy.
Booze Cruise, Saw_Isma_Law.
Henry, who
I
died
can
in
if not full.
January 1852, about a month after his birth. Next came Frank, who died in December 1852, just hours after being born. Last, there was John, who died in January 1854, just 3 days after birth. For housekeeper Mrs. Bradshaw,
Booze
these 4
Cruise,
infant deaths
Sticky
seemed
X.
like more
Okay,
than
who's
just
in
a
for Eldon
tragedy.
Hollow 2 vet?
She suspected
Booze
they were
Cruise,
intentional.
Sticky X, MDPS.
The day John, the last baby, died, Mrs. Bradshaw went to the local pub. There, she allegedly told her fellow patrons that earlier in the day, William Palmer had taken the baby into a room upstairs alone. She heard the infant crying, and then nothing. Shortly after, Palmer emerged from the room, holding his still son in his arms. Mrs. Bradshaw told the pub patron she believed William poisoned baby John. But with no proof, she never went to the authorities. All she could do was quit her job. Even if Mrs. Bradshaw had taken her concerns to the police, infant mortality was incredibly high in Victorian England. Authorities wouldn't necessarily bat an eye at the 4 children that died in William and Anne's care. And while their deaths are suspicious, there is one alternate explanation, the Rh factor.
Ancestor cells.
Essentially, it's a protein in the blood that can be either positive or negative.
Get
Most of the
saltwater
time,
bait
it doesn't
worms.
matter which type you are. Unless an Rh positive man gets an Rh negative woman pregnant. Then there's a chance that the baby would be Rh
scan.
positive. In this case, the first
kill that
pregnancy between the 2
spider.
people is typically healthy. But during
beetle,
childbirth, the
scuttle,
mother is
and
exposed to the Rh protein in her baby's
crawlers,
blood.
bait,
This causes her to
foul bait.
create antibodies.
Same
If she gets
thing,
pregnant
beetle,
with an
scuttle,
Rh
and
positive
foul
baby
bait
again,
drink,
those antibodies
which
can
was
attack
Frida's
the second
night
child during
infusion.
birth. This can lead to severe anemia and can be fatal without medical
another
intervention.
drink, which is
Booze
heart
Cruise,
disease,
Dark
If Anne
Chandries.
Palmer
Oh.
was Rh negative and William was
Another
Rh
water
positive,
skin.
it could explain why they
Forget.
only had 1 healthy child, followed by
Filtered
4
water.
who died in infancy. But of course, no one knew about Rh proteins in William Palmer's time, so it may have looked more suspicious than it was. There's just
Spider
one
silk?
caveat. Over the years, William Palmer had 2 illegitimate children.
Booze
and those
Cruise,
babies,
saw
who
underscore
had
is
2
the
different
underscore law.
mothers,
I can take.
also died in infancy. Their deaths were never investigated. Regardless of his guilt or innocence, Palmer's children's deaths would come back to haunt him. Because these tragedies weren't the last for the Palmers. In less than 2 years, just 2 more members of Palmer's immediate family turned up dead.
Booze Cruise, X Sticky X, need
By
1
September
DPS, 1 heals.
1854, William Palmer found
Booze
himself
Cruise,
chased by
saw underscore is
tragedy.
the underscore law.
In the
Switch
past
in 3
5
minutes.
years, he'd lost his mother-in-law, his good friend,
Booze
and
Cruise,
4 infant
X Sticky
children.
X, okay.
At least, that's
Booze
how it
Cruise,
looked from the
saw
outside.
underscore is the underscore law.
Multiple
Forte.
people, including the Palmer's housekeeper,
The Sweet Roll Champions,
believe he'd
tag,
orchestrated
Rev
some of
9.
those
I need
6
5
deaths.
signatures for Crooked Trees
Because
awareness.
at the time, he owed multiple creditors over £20,000.
There was a
Today, that's
snake,
worth
but I
millions.
didn't get anything
This made it
from
nearly impossible to get out of the hole.
Booze
But
Cruise,
that didn't
Oberlin
stop him from
1694.
trying.
Do I gotta be CP
By
levels
this
to
point,
join?
Dr. Palmer had all
The
but
Sweet
given
Roll
up on his
Champions,
medical
XXer
practice.
underscore
His
DAGSEX
operating
208,
costs were too
am aware.
high. Perhaps he felt gambling had
The
better
Sweet Roll
odds than
Champions,
trudging
a
along
Galactic
with his
Primrose,
business.
a tag. ILOL.
At the same
Ruby
time, he
Ashwood?
dug himself deeper into debt, taking out multiple life insurance
The Sweet Roll
policies on his
Champions,
wife,
tag,
Anne.
Rev 9,
Anne was
LOL.
quite young and, by all accounts, healthy. Still,
And that's
Palmer
all he got
committed to
from that?
outsized life insurance premiums.
Booze Cruise,
all
saw
on
underscore
top
is
of
the
his
underscore
existing
law.
debt.
Ready.
Around this time, Anne noticed that death seemed to follow her husband. She also likely observed his increasing financial desperation. Still, they remained married.
The Sweet Roll
It's likely
Champions,
she
a
was dealing
Galactic
with her own
Primrose.
grief
I'm a
over the
ban you
loss
from my
of their
house
4
underscore.
infants and busy
The
raising
Sweet
their
Roll
surviving
Champions,
son,
tag,
William
Rev
Jr.
9, O.O.
One night, Anne decided to attend a concert with Palmer's sister, Sarah. Perhaps she wanted a brief distraction from her ongoing
The
grief.
Sweet Roll Champions,
The
tag,
pair
Rev
traveled
9.
by
You wouldn't
carriage to
dare.
Liverpool, about 80 miles northwest. The air was cool as they made their way through the fields and over the low hills. When the two arrived in Liverpool
Booze Cruise,
that evening,
X Sticky X.
the hall
Yes, you
was
do.
packed. Anne enjoyed the music. It was just what she needed.
The Sweet Roll Champions,
The
a
next
Galactic
day,
Primrose.
the pair
I would
returned to
dare.
Rugeley. The morning after, Anne woke up feeling unusually tired. She experienced a low-grade fever and decided to spend the day in bed. Naturally, Palmer cared for Anne, cooking her food.
Booze
However,
Cruise,
Anne's
X
condition
Sticky
only
X. Anyone?
deteriorated.
1
She was
DPS,
quick
1
to vomit
heals.
up the food Palmer made for her.
The
and
Sweet
fell
Roll
gravely
Champions,
ill.
tag, Rev 9. Starts
Soon,
to take off
Palmer called a
Tarbard.
doctor friend to assess Anne. Dr. Bamford came right away. Same Dr. Bamford who examined John Cook after he died and issued the questionable death certificate.
The Sweet Roll Champions, a
Dr.
Galactic
Bamford
Primrose.
asked Palmer
Straight
what he'd
face.
observed. Palmer
Booze
described
Cruise,
Anne's symptoms
SGT
as
underscore
vomiting,
Saber
fever,
underscore
and
5,
cramps.
down.
He believed Anne suffered from
The
cholera.
Sweet Roll Champions, a Galactic
Already
Primrose.
influenced by
Ethian.
Palmer's assessment, Dr.
Booze
Bamford
Cruise,
observed
X
Anne.
Sticky X. Il QS
Her
after this
heartbeat was
Miramore.
irregular, and she was severely
The Sweet Roll
dehydrated.
Champion, tag,
He
Rev
prescribed
9,
calomel pills,
W.
which would basically cause her
The
body
Sweet Roll
to purge
Champions,
out whatever
XXer
virus she
underscore
had.
DAGSEX 208. If he
But
goes,
when
I do.
Dr. Bamford returned a few days
The
later,
Sweet Roll Champions,
Anne
a Withered
had
Roses
only
dash.
taken one of
OO.
the pills and seemed to be
Booze
in worse
Cruise,
condition.
SGT underscore
She
Saber
didn't
underscore
speak,
5,
and her
NBM
movements were
GTG.
limited. Visitors
The
over
Sweet
next
Roll
few
Champions,
days
a
said
Withered
they saw
Roses
Palmer
dash.
give Anne
Surprised
water,
face.
which appeared to be
Booze
mixed with
Cruise,
something, but
SGT
they
underscore
couldn't tell
Saber
what it was.
underscore 5, BRB.
When anyone came to check on
The
Anne,
Sweet Roll
Palmer
Champions, a
never
Withered
left her
Roses
side.
dash, but Boo Bear.
Each visitor agreed, though.
The Sweet Roll
Anne's
Champions,
health seemed
tag, Rev
increasingly
9,
worse.
am not going nowhere.
On September 29th,
The Sweet Roll Champions, a
1854,
Galactic Primrose,
Anne's
Roos,
breath was
tag is being
labored,
mean
and
to
her
me.
skin was cool to the touch.
The Sweet Roll Champions,
Palmer
a
stayed
Galactic
with her,
Primrose,
and by
mean
day's
asterisk.
end, she was dead. Official reports state she died of cholera. Now, Anne did have some symptoms of cholera, including vomiting, cramps, dehydration, and an unusual heart rate. Cholera can spread through dirty water, and it's possible Anne contracted it from something she drank on her trip. However, the symptoms also line up
The
with
Sweet Roll
strychnine
Champions,
poisoning,
tag, Rev
much
9,
like the
Roos?
deaths of John Cook and Anne's own mother. And remember, guests recalled Palmer giving his wife glasses of cloudy water, which could have been dosed with strychnine.
The Sweet
we
Roll
can't
Champions,
forget the
Small Blue
newly
Rose.
purchased life
Unfortunately,
insurance
he's my ride,
policies.
so I have to sit this one
Shortly
out,
after
LOL.
receiving Anne's death certificate,
The Sweet Sweet Roll
Palmer
champions a
collected
Galactic
13,000
Primrose,
pounds in
Heroics.
life insurance. He
The
quickly
Sweet Roll
paid off 2
Champions,
of his
tag,
creditors.
Rev9, LOL.
Even if Anne's death was completely random,
The
it
Sweet
lines
Roll
up with
Champions,
Palmer's MO
XX
for
your
killing
underscore
Joan Buck.
DAX208,
And while
few
no
I
one
didn't
in
want to
town
go.
openly accused Palmer
The
of
Sweet
any
Roll
foul
Champions,
play,
XX your underscore
things only grew more
DAX208,
dubious.
we good.
A few months later, Palmer's alleged love for Anne was further thrown into question when his new
The Sweet Roll
housekeeper,
Champions,
Eliza
Withered
Tharn,
Roses dash,
announced she was
tag,
pregnant with his
cage.
child. Palmer tried to keep this a secret, but people in Rugeley talked. Meanwhile, Palmer still had over
The Sweet Roll
10,000
Champions,
pounds worth
tag,
of debt
Rev9,
and
yay
struggled to come
punishment.
up with regular payments to cover the interest. His inheritance was completely gone, and his medical practice couldn't support him and his son. How could he support another child? Quite simply, fraud. Palmer started signing checks in his mother's name. However, it didn't take the creditors long to call
Booze
Palmer
Cruise,
out.
X Sticky
They
X,
threatened to
was
go after his
SGT
mother
wanting to
for the
come or
money he
can't?
borrowed,
A little confused,
allegedly on her
LOL.
behalf. This stopped Palmer in his tracks, possibly because his mother still had money left over from his father's nest egg, and he didn't want to lose out on that inheritance when she died. But his debt collectors circled like vultures.
The Sweet Roll
His
Champions, a
situation
Galactic
only grew more
Primrose,
dire.
straight face.
If he couldn't come up with the necessary cash, he'd likely land in a debtor's prison.
Mountain Flower.
Despite years of gambling, his
Booze
biggest
Cruise,
payout was
SGT
a
underscore
life
Saber
insurance
underscore
policy.
5, ICNT
He
sorry.
might have wished he had taken out more policies, or had someone else
Booze
to
Cruise,
insure.
SGT underscore
Because
Saber
when his
underscore
older brother,
5,
Walter,
I gotta go.
stumbled back into his
Booze
life,
Cruise, X Sticky X,
Palmer
okay.
concocted a new plan. In late December 1854, Dr. William Palmer needed a plan to repay his massive
The
debts.
Sweet Roll Champions, tag,
Insurance from his wife's
Rev9,
untimely
what's the
death
punishment
wiped
tonight?
out
Oh,
about
oh,
half
oh,
of
oh,
what he
electric
owed,
slaughterfish.
and fraudulent checks in his
X.X.
mother's name kept him afloat.
Booze Cruise, X
But with
Sticky
over
X,
10,000
didn't want to start
pounds
without
lingering,
knowing.
Palmer was still in over his head. So he turned his attention to the rest of his family, namely his older brother, Walter. 5 years earlier, Walter went bankrupt after his factory closed down. Then
The Sweet
Walter
Roll
turned to
Champions, a
alcohol.
Galactic Primrose,
A few
yes
years
with
later,
sharp mud
Walter's
balls.
wife left, and Walter kept drinking. When Palmer met his brother in Rugeley, he found Walter at the bottom of several bottles of liquor. Palmer later noticed that when Walter went too long without alcohol, he experienced severe tremors in his arms, possibly a sign of withdrawal caused by
saw those
long-term
fishing
alcohol
spots,
misuse.
but
At least, that's how Palmer
doing you
interpreted
guys
it.
the courtesy.
After seeing his brother's tremors,
Ruby
Palmer
Ashwood.
believed that within a handful of years, Walter would die. And Palmer was
Building up
always
a
a betting
stash.
man.
Good
So he
thinking.
conspired to get a life insurance policy on Walter. But there was a problem. Walter had to agree to it. So Palmer bribed him. He offered his brother 400 pounds cash and a place to live. When presented with this generous offer, Walter hesitated for a moment, understanding the
The Sweet
morbid
Roll Champions,
implications.
tag,
But he
Rev9,
needed
O.
the money
So that
and
wasn't rock
housing.
candy?
He agreed to sign whatever forms his brother
Booze
needed.
Cruise, X Sticky X, you need
To make sure
Bolenfell
his plan
also?
was foolproof, Palmer ensured that Walter stayed sober for a brief period, just enough time for his most significant tremors to vanish. Palmer worried that insurance companies wouldn't hand out a policy on someone with visible signs of alcohol addiction. But even with Walter momentarily sober, most insurance companies denied the request outright. Only one of the half-dozen companies Palmer visited, Prince of Wales Insurance, agreed in principle to the policy. They were the same company that had covered Anne Palmer's life insurance. The insurance company only requested that a local physician examine Walter first. So William Palmer called up a local acquaintance, Dr. Cornelius Waddell. Like with Dr. Bamford and John Cook's death certificate, it's unclear if Palmer made efforts to deceive Dr. Waddell, or if he was in on the scheme, perhaps for a cut of the money. Since Palmer was already trying to defraud the life insurance company by keeping his brother sober, it's likely he pulled one over on Dr. Waddell, too. Either way, Dr.
The Sweet
Waddell
Roll
gave
Champions,
Walter
a
Palmer
Galactic
a clean bill
Primrose,
of health.
underscore.
Cleared for life insurance, not a liability. Palmer was thrilled. A few days later,
The Sweet Roll
he had a deal
Champions,
for
a tag, Rev9,
13,000
underscore.
life insurance policy, more than enough to cover most of his remaining debt if, and only if, his brother died. Palmer paid the first annual premium on his brother. Another gamble, but Palmer seemed convinced he'd make it back. The first evidence is that in March 1855, Palmer bought 2 more racehorses. Then he gave his brother 19 gallons of gin. For context, 1 gallon of gin is roughly 78 shots of liquor, so that's over 1,400 shots in just a few months. Palmer funneled the gin through Walter's roommate, instructing him to let Walter drink it. This bar tab only racked up Palmer's enormous
The Sweet Roll
debt,
Champions, tag,
but
Rev
still,
9. Oh
everyone
wait, I
thought
gotta
he was
look
good
down
for
and
it.
to the right.
Even
Oh
as
hi
several
Galactic
months
XD.
passed, Walter trusted Palmer to come through with the money he was owed.
The Sweet
His
Roll
younger
Champions,
brother,
a Galactic
the physician,
Primrose,
wouldn't let him
OMG.
down. On August 16, 1855, William visited
The Sweet
Walter.
Roll Champions, a
That
Galactic
afternoon,
Primrose,
Walter
leaves.
grew very ill and died. Walter had never
The Sweet
received
Roll
the money his
Champions,
brother
tag,
owed him.
Rev 9,
And
Nuo.
now, he never would. As if this wasn't all suspicious enough,
The Sweet Roll
Palmer
Champions,
hurried his
tag,
brother's
Rev
burial
9,
process.
Cage Time.
Within days, the local undertaker had handed Walter's body over to Palmer. No autopsy was
The Sweet Roll
performed,
Champions, a
and at
Galactic
least one
Primrose,
doctor
for
listed
you.
his cause of death as apoplexy. That's the same official cause of death as Palmer's mother-in-law and his known victim, John Cook. And while alcohol misuse can increase the risk of stroke, it's much more common for people with alcohol addiction to die from liver disease or cancer. It doesn't help Dr. Palmer's case that he buried his brother without a respectable funeral, and before receiving the life insurance policy that should have funded it. Speaking of the life insurance policy,
The Sweet Roll
Palmer
Champions,
probably
tag,
expected
Rev
his
9,
claim to go
Uprong
as
House.
smoothly as it had when he received the payout for his wife's death, since it was the same company. In fact, Palmer started the process to take out another insurance policy on a man named George Bates. Bates worked in Palmer's stables as a part-time groom, not exactly raking in the cash, which meant he wouldn't qualify for a particularly large policy. But the insurance companies didn't need to know that. For this scheme, Palmer didn't work alone. He brought in Benjamin Thirlby, who worked in his medical office, and John Cook, his final victim. Together, the trio convinced Bates to sign the paperwork for life insurance. They submitted the documents to a few companies, including the Prince of Wales Life Insurance Company. Alarm bells immediately went off at the Prince of Wales Life Insurance Company. Not only was Palmer requesting a new policy, but he was filing for a major payout for his brother, after receiving a similarly large amount less than a year before. The company immediately wrote back to Palmer, saying they disputed the claim on Walter Palmer's policy and were sending investigators to Rugeley. Throughout the fall of 1855, Palmer went back and forth with
The
the
Sweet
Prince
Roll
of Wales
Champions,
Insurance
a tag,
Company.
Rev 9,
For
how's
weeks,
everyone?
he continued trying to get the policy payout, but they stonewalled him at each turn. The most the insurance company offered was to return Palmer's premium. He refused, insisting he was owed the full policy amount. Palmer had banked on Walter's life insurance money, and now, without it, was even worse off than before this scheme started. He was out the money he paid for the premium on the insurance policy and the cost of 19 gallons of gin. Palmer had already been at least 11,000 pounds in the hole before he filed for the policy on Walter, and he'd kept up his lavish lifestyle buying those 2 new horses. Before long, his creditors were going to come knocking. In Victorian England, if debtors didn't pay, creditors could have the courts place them in debtor prisons. They'd remain incarcerated until they paid off their balance. But it was a flawed system. Debtors weren't allowed to leave the prisons, which meant they often couldn't find ways to pay off their debts, resulting in quasi-life sentences. To make matters worse, the Prince of Wales Life Insurance Company also rejected Palmer's proposal for George Bates, and so did every other insurance
A
company
good
the
thing is
trio
a wasted
tried.
day, so long as we go
Palmer may
fishing.
have felt like he had one hope left, the racetrack. And that's what brought him to November 13th, 1855.
This might be my last one,
The
guys.
fateful
Boost
day of the
Cruise,
races,
Saunderscores
when
the
he
underscore
murdered his
law,
friend,
G2G
John
sorry
Cook.
dude.
Putting the pieces together in the wake of Cook's death, investigators believed they might be dealing with a serial
Boost
killer.
Cruise, X Sticky X,
To find
okay.
out, they'd have to go grave digging.
A doofish. Dude.
Even though John Cook's autopsy in the fall of 1855 technically came out clean, not everyone was convinced he died of natural causes, especially because the person of interest was involved in the autopsy.
Now that's the type of catch
Most
worth bragging about.
unconvinced was John Cook's stepfather, Mr. Stevens. Stevens became a mosquito in the authorities' ear, pushing them to investigate William Palmer and even questioning locals himself. The more Stevens heard, the more it sounded like William Palmer was to blame, and a serial killer at that. Just to be clear, serial killer wasn't a common term yet. It would still be over 30 years before Jack the Ripper would terrorize London, and even longer before an FBI investigator coined the term. But Mr. Stevens, the authorities, and insurance companies did suspect William Palmer of multiple murders over a long period of time with the same motive.
And
within a week of John Cook's autopsy, the authorities exhumed the bodies of William Palmer's wife and his brother. The results of Anne Palmer's autopsy were limited. Her body had been buried for over a year, and much of her remains had decomposed.
Tasty's Trading Company, Ascayad, LF1, DPS Boulevard, Last Bosham.
It has a half-life of about 10 hours, so finding the poison was a long shot. Walter's corpse wasn't in much better shape for autopsy purposes. When examiners finally punched a hole into the thick, lead-lined casket, the room filled with the smell of death. His body was bloated and falling apart. Little information was gathered about Walter Palmer's cause of death, much to the delight of William Palmer, who still held out hope for his rejected insurance policy payout.
Or no, Mountain Flower.
But the lack of evidence didn't mean he was in the clear. Investigators took a leaf out of Mr. Stevens' book and went around Rugeley asking questions about Palmer. In the process,
Immortals Freedom, Fetch 132. Anyone on?
Who had suspicions about the local doctor. One of them was Mr. Newton, the local pharmacy assistant. He recounted that he'd sold Palmer strychnine just before Cook died. The investigators' ears perked up. It was just the information they needed. In late 1855, the inquiry into Cook's death released their findings. They believed Palmer had killed John Cook with strychnine poison and suggested he be charged with murder. Shortly after, Palmer was
Immortals Freedom, Grim Saint. Yeah, what's up?
That's what I was gonna call it. He truly believed he'd gotten away with it. Authorities placed Palmer in a local jail while he awaited his day in court. In May 1856, William Palmer finally faced a trial, but not in Rugeley. It was believed Palmer wouldn't receive a fair trial in his hometown since he was quite well known. Up to this point,
Immortals Freedom, Stay Killing 5M, what's up?
County. But William Palmer's case became so newsworthy and so concerning that the British Parliament felt the need to create a new law. Nicknamed the Palmers Act, it allows anyone accused of a crime in England to be tried at the Central Criminal Court, also known as the Old Bailey. The act is still on the books today. Parliament managed to pass the act just in time, so the trial was moved to
Immortals
the
Freedom, Grim Saint, what's up, Stay?
Where the jury wouldn't have deeply preconceived notions
Immortals
of Dr.
Freedom,
William
Fetch
Palmer.
132. Y'all want to run Vet Dungeon W me?
Started quietly, that didn't last long. Once the local press got wind of the story, Palmer's image was plastered all over town. Nearly everyone in London heard of the Rugeley poisoner. In these papers, every detail of Palmer's life was exposed.
Immortals Freedom,
from his
Stay
early
Killing
education
5M,
to the deaths
Cyrodiil.
of his wife and children.
Tasty's Trading Company,
Like us,
are Death
the public
Gun
was able
90X.
to draw their own conclusions about the tragedies throughout Palmer's life.
Stop.
Meanwhile, inside the walls of the Old Bailey, the prosecution made their case. There was little physical
Tasty's
evidence.
Trading Company,
They had a compelling
Ascayad,
tale.
full time.
They discussed Palmer's gambling.
Tasty's Trading
and
Company,
staggering
are
deaths.
Death Gun
Palmer
90K.
professed his innocence in court.
Immortals
but
Freedom,
the
Grim Saint,
coincidences
you
stacked
sure what
up.
one?
His racing partner Leonard Bladen dying in his home with his ledger missing.
Immortals Freedom,
and
Stay Killing
Palmer's death
5M,
only months after a
GHMF.
life insurance policy was handed out.
Crawlers
Walter
and
Palmer's death
Foul
under
Bay.
similar circumstances. The attempts to put a
Mountain
policy
Flower.
on George Bates. And now, finally, John
Useful.
Cook.
Hold on to that.
Then, Mr. Newton testified that Palmer bought strychnine from him. The alleged murder weapon was in Palmer's possession. And that sealed the deal. After 12 days of testimony, the trial ended. The jury didn't even deliberate for a full day
I don't know why I can't
Dr.
say that word
William
right
Palmer
now.
of John Cook's murder. He was guilty.
Yeah,
the
so
judge
tired
sentenced
right
Palmer
now.
to death.
Palmer remained stone-faced. All of his scheming had landed him at death's
Immortals
door.
Freedom, Fetch 132,
Now,
Tempest
no amount
Island.
of strategy or legal maneuvering was getting him out.
Columbine.
On June 14,
Dragon
1856,
Thorn.
guards grabbed Palmer out of his jail cell. They marched him towards the gallows outside of Stafford Prison. Palmer heard the sounds of a large crowd as he made his way to
Immortals
the platform.
Freedom, Grimsaint, Sure
He
Tank.
mounted the steps. and a
Immortals
truly
Freedom,
remarkable
Fetch
sight
132,
unfolded in
Triumph for
front of him.
Stormfist set.
Tens of thousands of people crowded around, awaiting his death. Authorities asked Palmer if he had any last words. To the audience's dismay, he had no speech prepared, though he meekly maintained his innocence. As Palmer walked over the trapdoor, legend had it that he asked
Platinum
Authorities
necklace
placed a
and
cover over
Valkyrie.
Palmer's head before the noose came down.
Wormwood.
In the darkness, the crowd noise swelled.
Hickory.
To Palmer,
Dock.
it might have sounded like he was at the horse
And
races.
Heartwood.
Minutes later, William
Dragon
Palmer was
Thorn.
pronounced dead. He was only convicted of killing one person, but his legend grew over the years. The Rugeley
What's
poisoner
trying to
is
fight
one of
me?
the most famous murder cases of the 19th century. Which brings us back to the big question in this case. Was Dr. William
First
Palmer a
try,
serial killer?
yeah, gold
If you ask the
and
people
Ruby
of
Ash
Victorian
Shield of
England, the
Magicka.
answer seems to have been a resounding yes.
Runestone.
Though since this happened almost
and
200
Gathering.
years ago, we'll never know
Oko
for
and
sure.
Ka.
Everyone can make their own conclusions, and at least rest easy in the
Namira's
fact that,
Rot.
regardless of the count of his crimes,
We just
Palmer
get
was
that.
stopped when he was only 31 and received the maximum punishment.
Immortals Freedom, Dragon _Gems. I'll join
Thanks
if you
for
need
tuning
extra.
into Serial Killers. We're here with a new episode every Monday. Be sure to check us out on Instagram @SerialKillersPodcast, and we'd love to hear from you. So if you're tuning in on the Spotify app, swipe up and give us your thoughts. For more information on William Palmer, we found
Gold
the contemporary
ancestor silk
publication, The
shoes
Most
and
Extraordinary Trial of
truly
William Palmer
superb
for the
glyph
Rugeley
of
poisonings,
flame.
which lasted 12 days. The book The Poisoner, a
Spider
gripping
silk.
account of the murders committed by Dr. William Palmer, the Prince of Poisoners, and his dramatic trial by Stephen Bates, and the book Staffordshire Murders by Alan
And
Hayhurst,
Foul Bait.
extremely helpful to our research. Stay safe out there.
The Dick Site.
This episode was written by Robert Tyler Walker, edited by Maggie Admire, fact-checked by Bennett Logan, researched by Chelsea Wood, and video edited and sound designed by Spencer Howard. I'm your host, Janice Morgan.
2, 3, 4. I messed that up. Immortals Freedom, Grimsaint. Jay was with
This
me wanting
episode
to run it
includes
too.
discussions of gun violence, dismemberment, child death, and murder.
3.
Consider this when deciding how and when you'll listen. It's January 2020, and newlyweds Lori and Chad Daybell lounge by a tranquil pool in swimsuits. After months of planning, they've traded snowy Idaho for the sunny Hawaiian island
Immortals
of Hawaii.
Freedom, Fetch 132,
It would almost
ALR.
be the portrait of marital bliss, except for a few details. 1, Chad's first wife Tammy died in her sleep 2 weeks before he married Lori. 2, Lori's previous husband Charles was shot under mysterious circumstances in her home last summer. 3, her youngest children, 16-year-old Tylee and 7-year-old JJ, have been missing for 4 months, and authorities say Lori refuses to help them with their search. Believing the children's
Immortals
lives
Freedom,
are in danger,
Fetch 132,
an Idaho
R?
judge orders Lori to bring them to the Department of Health and Welfare and prove they're safe. When she's served with these court documents, poolside,
Immortals Freedom,
she
Jagle
seems
Hacks, X.
unbothered, and she never shows up with Tylee or JJ.
1, 2.
From that point on, the case explodes. Tylee and JJ's disappearance hits national news. The public learns about several mysterious attacks and deaths connected to Lori and Chad, and strange buzzwords start to pop up in the media, like reincarnation, cult,
possessions, zombies, all things
The Sweet
Lori
World
and Chad
Champions,
Daybell
Tag,
allegedly
Rev 9,
believe in
Sketch,
that led them
Apocrypha
to be
Mirror,
found
Intricate.
guilty of an
The
unthinkable
Sweet World
crime.
Champions, Tag, Rev 9, Sketch, Daedric Mirror,
Welcome to
Nightmares.
Serial Killers, the Spotify podcast.
The Sweet World
Every
Champions,
Monday, we
Tag,
bring you the
Rev
true
9,
crime stories
Blueprint,
that stand
Necrom
out.
Cart,
I'm Joyce
Funerary.
Morgan. You might recognize
Immortals
me as
Freedom,
the voice
Fetch
behind the
132,
investigative
Who Got
series
Heels.
Broken, and the true crime
The Sweet World
podcast,
Champions,
Fear Thy
Tag,
Neighbor.
Rev 9,
I'll be your host
Praxis,
for the next few
Devlin's
weeks,
Puzzle
and
Cube.
I am thrilled to be here. Be sure to check us out on Instagram at Serial Killers Podcast, because we'd love to hear from you. If you're listening on the Spotify app, swipe up and give us your thoughts. Today, we'll be talking to author and retired criminal defense attorney Laurie Hellis, who spent years researching the case for her new book, Children of Darkness and Light, Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell, A Story of Murderous Faith. We're so thrilled she could join us today. As Lori Daybell heads into her first of 2 trials in Arizona, it's important to note that she pleaded not guilty to all charges. Stay with us. In 2013,
The
Lori
Sweet World
is years away
Champions,
from meeting
Tag,
Chad
Rev
Daybell.
9, Anyone
She
Need?
lives in Arizona with her 4th husband, Charles Vallow, and after 9 years together, he seems like the rock Lori's been looking for. He's a financial planner, successful enough to support Lori and her 2 children from previous marriages, including her daughter, Tylee. And because Lori
The
is
Sweet
a
World
devout member
Champions,
of the
Galactic
Church of Jesus
Primrose,
Christ of
yes any of
Latter-day
the first
Saints,
3 LOL.
Charles has converted to Mormonism. From the outside, Lori looks like the perfect wife and mom. It's the reason Kay Woodcock trusts the Vallows to take
The
good
Sweet
care
World
of her
Champions,
grandson.
XXer_DAXX208.
You see, Kay is Charles's
I don't have
sister.
any.
She's been doing her best to look after the baby, a child with special needs, but she believes he'll thrive in Lori and Charles's home. And for a long time, she's right. So the Vallows formally adopt him and name him Joshua Jackson, or
Immortals
JJ.
Freedom, Grim Saint, this vet?
Over the next 6 years,
The Sweet World
something
Champions,
changes in Lori.
XXer_DAXX208.
It's gradual,
It'll take one,
almost
please.
unnoticeable at first, but she
The
grows
Sweet
more
World
interested
Champions,
in neo-fundamentalist beliefs.
XXer_DAXX208.
Most
Smiley
people, when they
face.
think about fundamentalist
Immortals Freedom,
Mormons,
Dragon
think about the
_Gems.
FLDS,
Yes.
the community that's up on
Immortals
the
Freedom, Fetch
Utah,
132.
Arizona
Yep.
border. And they're the group that you see wearing the prairie skirts and the very stylized hairdos and practicing polygamy.
That's Lori Hellis, author of Children of Darkness and Light, a book that tracks Lori and Chad Daybell's relationship, crimes, and belief system. We're going to refer to Lori Hellis by her last name so things don't get confusing between the 2 Loris.
So when people think about the fundamentalist LDS church, that's really what their picture is. But there's another faction, and I always sort of describe it as like Russian nesting dolls, kind of one inside the other. Because there is definitely a core group of fundamentalists who are really embedded in the mainstream church. And those are the Chad Daybells. And what they're attempting to do is to really undo a lot of the liberalization and modernization of the LDS church over the years.
About a year before adopting JJ, Lori became engrossed in subjects like near-death experiences and doomsday. She gets more interested in the, quote, end times, which, as Hellis explains, isn't unheard of given Lori's Mormon upbringing.
I mean, it's in their name, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. They believe that we are in the latter days, that Jesus Christ is going to come back, that the book of Revelations is going to be fulfilled.
But Lori tends to take things a step further. By 2018, she's attending survivalist classes and listening to doomsday podcasts because she wants to be ready for the end times, physically and spiritually. Then she meets an author named Chad Daybell. In October 2018, Lori goes to a doomsday prepper conference where Chad is one of the speakers. She already knows who he is. She's read his books, and one friend considers Lori a Chad Daybell superfan. Like Lori, Chad is a devout member of the mainstream LDS Church who harbors not-so-mainstream neo-fundamentalist ideas. He wove those beliefs throughout his books, some of which he marketed as fiction and others nonfiction. But all of his writing, he claims, is based on his life and his visions, because he says he can communicate beyond the veil. The LDS Church preaches the idea of premortal life, that people existed with God before being born here on Earth. But they say most people can't recall this time before they were born thanks to the veil, a gift bestowed by God that causes them to forget their pre-existence. Chad tends to take mainstream ideas and put his own spin on them. In his autobiography, he says that he had near-death experiences that tore through his veil.
Chad claimed that he was a visionary, that he could see beyond the veil, that he could talk to people in heaven, and that he had this line of communication. And so he was communicating with everyone else with the direction he was getting from heaven.
At the Prepper Conference, Chad is hawking his books at a booth when he locks eyes with Lori, a bubbly, outgoing former cheerleader who adores his work. Once they get to talking, he thinks he's heard this woman's voice and even seen her face before. He even feels like they've been in love before. That night, he can't sleep. He's too smitten with Lori, and he can't ignore the attraction between them,
zone.
which he
Anyone
later
got werewolf
describes
bite?
as, quote, the scientific phenomenon known as loin fire. To Chad, it can only mean one thing.
Okay.
He tells Lori they knew each other in a previous life.
I'm laughing at the podcast.
So initially, Chad told Lori that they had been married to one another in the time of Jesus, and that they had been friends and followers of Jesus, and that Chad had been James the Just.
Biblical scholars describe James as a brother or cousin of Jesus. Whether it's a vision or a pickup line, it works. Lori shares Chad's views on the type of reincarnation they call multiple mortal probations, the idea that a soul can make several trips between heaven and earth. Things move quickly as they text and talk constantly. The following month, they meet in secret at a temple where Chad uses his authority to perform a sealing ceremony, cementing their relationship for all of eternity, even though they're both legally married to other people. Lori is still with Charles, and Chad has been married to his wife Tammy for 29 years. But Chad becomes more than Lori's spiritual partner. He becomes her prophet.
And
he
it's
tells her
right
she's
there.
a
I
literal
have
goddess and announces he's had a new vision of the future. The end times are coming, he says, soon. And it's up to the two of them to gather 144,000 faithful, chosen followers and lead them to salvation together.
He convinced her that they had this mission that they
I've
needed
ever
to
had
fulfill.
that happen before.
So throughout the time that they're espousing this information, they're going to people that they know and say, we think you're part of the 144,000.
Lori reaches out to friends and family members she thinks are among the chosen and tells them about Chad's visions. She also claims new powers of her own, telling one of her brothers that she no longer needs food or sleep.
Well, they were very charismatic, but they looked for people who had certain vulnerabilities. And so when they were reaching out to people, they were looking for people who felt like they were on the fringes and reaching out to them and saying, you're special. And you're not on the fringes because you're odd. You're on the fringes because you're more enlightened than everybody else around you. You're special. And that was the way that they manipulated people.
Even as they gather a small group of followers who support their mission, Lori and Chad run into a problem. According to Chad, an evil spirit has taken over the body of someone in Lori's family, her real husband, Charles Vallow. By early 2019, Lori's marriage to her actual husband, Charles, is strained. He has noticed her growing interest in fringe ideas for some time, but for the most part, they were still happy, until Lori met Chad Daybell. On January 31st, Charles is in Houston finishing up a work trip and preparing to head home to Arizona. At the airport, he learns someone has canceled his plane ticket. He manages to fly back anyway, only to discover his truck isn't in the airport parking lot where he left it. When he finally makes it home, Lori is nowhere to be found and won't answer her phone. Despite the rough patch in his marriage, Charles still seems shocked by this turn of events. But considering the bizarre things his wife has been saying lately, including allegedly threatening to murder him, he decides to call the police. After all, Tylee and JJ are also gone. It's nighttime when officers respond at Charles and Lori's house. Charles tells them he fears for his children's safety because of Lori's religious beliefs. He says Lori claimed she was a god, and that doomsday would arrive on July 21st, 2020. She also accused him of being somebody called Nick or Ned Schneider, and reportedly gave him a warning. According to paperwork later filed by Charles, Lori said he was, quote, in her way, and he claimed she threatened to murder him if he interfered with her plans. Charles asks the officers to serve Lori with a court-ordered mental health evaluation. When she arrives at the police station, she disarms everyone with her characteristic smile and charm. She agrees to a cursory screening at the local mental health clinic, which determines she's not in need of further holding or assessment. This puts even more strain on their marriage. Charles files for divorce and takes JJ to Houston for a while. They briefly attempt a reconciliation that spring. Later, a local news outlet obtains emails from Charles's account to his life insurance company. In them, he accuses Lori of attempting to change the password to his account during this time. Ultimately, it doesn't work out between the Vallows and they remain estranged, but they don't divorce. Keep in mind, Lori says this man isn't really Charles anymore, that he's some kind of dark entity who's taken over his body. Friends later say Lori was likely told these things by Chad Daybell. The idea of Satan or evil spirits sent to derail mankind exists within the mainstream LDS Church and in other religions. But as Hellis points out, Chad takes these ideas a step further.
So what would happen is Chad would say, oh, this person has been taken over by one of those evil demons. What he told people was when a demon takes over a body, it forces that person's soul out into limbo.
To determine if a person is aligned with God or Satan, Chad had devised his own convoluted rubric. He categorized people as either light or dark, basically good or bad. From there, he rated people on a sliding scale from 0 to 6 based on how light or how dark they were. For example, Lori's parents were 3s on the light scale, and Lori was a 4.3. Meanwhile, 2 of Lori's exes were 2s or higher on the dark scale. Charles started out as a 3 light, but according to Chad, everyone's ratings could change if something happened, like if they were taken over by a demon or another dark entity.
I'll take that.
Very slowly, people moved from the light to the dark as they lost favorability with Chad. But he did this whole thing where he assigned them numbers because it sounded kind of scientific. It was absolutely his own, made up out of thin air. That whole philosophy had absolutely nothing to do with LDS teachings.
When Charles was supposedly possessed, he became a dark being, or as some people involved in this story would say, a zombie. Remember when he told police Lori accused him of being someone named Nick or Ned Schneider? That's because Chad gives these dark entities names like Ned or Garrett or Hillary. After Chad claims Charles is possessed, Lori invites a few like-minded friends to an intense prayer circle she hopes will cast the darkness out. Once finished, Chad tells her it worked, but a new, more powerful entity moves in. By July 2019, Lori lives in a new house about 30 minutes outside of Phoenix that Charles rents for her and the kids. He stays in Houston, but makes trips back and forth to visit and care for JJ.
And I found it.
That's what he's doing on July 11th, when he arrives at Lori's house to drive JJ to school.
1, 2.
He's also planning an intervention for Lori and is flying in one of her brothers, Adam, as backup. But at some point, another member of Lori's family finds out and tips her off. When Charles arrives to pick up JJ, He's met by Lori's other brother, Alex Cox. He's an aspiring stand-up comedian, and he's always been protective of his little sister. Now that he's one of Chad and Lori's followers, that's especially true. Chad even tells Alex it's his personal mission to protect her.
Alex Cox had an auto accident at age 16 and had a traumatic brain
Immortals
injury.
Freedom,
And
fetch 132,
a lot of the family
damn.
always described him as never having grown beyond that age 16. Didn't have a lot of impulse control. I mean, he certainly was their soldier
Immortals Freedom, fetch
throughout
132,
the
OMG.
entire time that Lori knew Chad Daybell.
It's Alex who dials 911 that morning and reports, quote, "I got in a fight with my brother-in-law, and I shot him in self-defense." The dispatcher instructs Alex to perform CPR until help arrives, but Charles dies. Alex tells investigators that earlier that morning, Lori and Charles got into a heated argument. Tylee came into the room holding a bat as if to back up her mom, but Charles snatched it from her hands. That's when Alex says Charles took a swing, hitting him
Immortals
in the back
Freedom,
of his head,
fetch 132,
as Lori fled
what?
with Tylee and JJ. Alex grabbed his pistol from the room where he was staying, but Charles wouldn't stop advancing on him. So Alex shot twice in self-defense, he says. Then he called 911 just minutes later. There is a lack of clarity surrounding what happened that morning. Before we get into it, it's important to note that as of this recording, Lori is still facing charges of conspiracy in Charles's shooting. She has pled not guilty. One conflicting report has to do with where Lori was when Charles was shot. Alex tells police Lori had already left before he shot Charles. But Lori tells police she was still inside the house, she just didn't see it happen.
She then leaves the house. She's in Charles's rental car. She drives away. She has Charles's phone with her.
According to evidence released by the Chandler Police Department, 43 minutes passed between the time Alex shot Charles and the time he called 911. Phone records indicate that Alex's first call wasn't to emergency services, it was to Lori.
They're talking and texting, and of course, the medical examiners report that the second shot, when Alex shot, he shot Charles fell down, and then the second shot, he
Immortals
was
Freedom,
Charles'
fetch 132, LMAO, I took that shit hard.
Into his heart.
The medical examiner determines where Alex was standing when the second shot was fired based on the trajectory of the bullet. And when paramedics arrive at the scene and begin chest compressions, it's clear from the blood in Charles's lungs that Alex never attempted CPR. Now, Charles is gone, and Lori is sealed to Chad for all eternity. But as Lori will remind Chad many times, they still can't be together in the mortal realm. Chad is still married to Tammy. Lori seems to be waiting in the wings, relocating from Arizona to Rexburg, Idaho, where Chad and Tammy live.
I think
the Sweet Roll
Tammy
Champions,
Daybell
Joss Smokes Runs,
sometimes
last boss ends at anyone.
Overlooked victim in this case. Now, there is every indication that she bought into
the Sweet
Chad's
Roll Champions, tag, Rev9, INV.
But she was a devoted mother. She was a devoted librarian at the school. She was very involved in her community, very involved in her church. She was in every way a kind, motherly presence in the community and a good neighbor, and she certainly did not.
You can tell I'm tired
what
because I'm
happened
running past all that shit now.
In text messages, Chad laments this separation between he and Lori. He even likens his ordeal to that of another powerful and misunderstood person, Harry Potter. He tells her, quote, "Every few weeks I get to escape and have amazing adventures with my goddess
the Sweet Roll
lover.
Champions, tag,
Then I have to
Rev9,
return
or not
to my
LOL.
place under the stairs, feeling trapped." Chad isn't the only one getting caught up in fantastical books.
Before she met Chad, she was totally taken by Stephenie Meyer's Twilight series. I mean, they're young adult books, but to her, it completely played into her really naive idea of romantic love. And I think Chad was very much the same.
That September, Chad urges Tammy to visit her family in Utah. which may or may not be because he's had another premonition that Tammy will die in a car accident. But Tammy survives the trip. The following month, on October 5th, Chad messages Lori to say he's figured out Tammy has been taken over by a level 3 demon he calls Viola. Because Chad says he can communicate beyond the veil, he adds that he's reached out to the real Tammy, and she's instructed him to get Viola out. And according to Chad,
when a demon takes over a body, it forces that person's soul out into limbo. And the only way to get rid of the demon is to kill the body, is to remove the ability of the demon to have this vessel to live in.
On the morning of October 19th, it's Chad's turn to call 911. He reports that when he woke up that morning, Tammy had fallen halfway off the bed, and as he tried to pick her up, he realized she'd passed away in her sleep. He adds she'd been feeling sick the night before. He requests to forego an autopsy, and Tammy is buried just 3 days later. Then, exactly 2 weeks after that, Chad and Lori exchange wedding rings on a beach in Hawaii. Rings they had ordered from Amazon while Tammy was still alive. Lori's brother Alex also gets married to a woman named Zulema he recently met through Lori
Anyone
and Chad.
help with World Boss?
But Alex's wedded bliss is short-lived.
The LDS Church believes that you cannot be exalted to the highest level of heaven if you're not married. And so he started making sure that everybody was married off, but they all had to be married off to people who shared their beliefs. And so he convinced Zulema Pastenes to marry Lori's brother Alex, and they were married about 2 weeks before Alex died.
The medical examiner later rules that Alex died of natural causes, a blood clot in his lungs. But before that official ruling is released, some people are suspicious about the timing of Alex's death.
Ruins discovered.
For one thing, it occurs the day after an order comes down to exhume Tammy's body so an autopsy can be performed. Zulema asks Alex if he was involved in Tammy's death, and he assures her no. But he also says he thinks he's becoming Lori and Chad's fall guy. She presses for more information, but Alex doesn't answer. Then, investigators come to realize that both JJ and his older sister Tylee are missing. And they have been missing for a while. Tylee was last seen on September 8th on a family trip to Yellowstone, and JJ hasn't been seen since September 22nd, when Lori's friend Melanie saw him at his house. As the search for Tylee and JJ wears on for several months, Melanie tells investigators something that's been troubling her. Something that happened the day before JJ disappeared. Lori told her the little boy was no longer her son. Like Tammy and Charles before her, JJ had been possessed by a dark entity. By now, authorities know Tylee and JJ were last seen alive in September. At the beginning of this episode, we talked about Lori's unnervingly cool attitude during the time her children are missing. As police investigate, there's also growing concern over Lori's attitude in the weeks leading up to their disappearances.
I understood that Tylee had been sort of Lori's mini-me. Tylee and Lori had a close mother-daughter relationship until Tylee hit her teenage years. And I think it was very difficult for Lori to allow Tylee to become her own person. And Tylee became sort of a outspoken kind of teenager. And I think that was really hard for Lori to stomach, because the little mini-me that she had been for so long suddenly was her own person. I think that was very difficult. But you know, the people who knew Tylee, her friends, her girlfriends, had such a different picture of her. She was such a dynamic person. She loved to sing. She was very outgoing. She was fun.
And then we can
It's not uncommon for people to change as we leave childhood behind.
We will.
But Lori Daybell believes there's a supernatural explanation for Tylee's behavior.
Suddenly, Tylee was possessed by a demon because she was hard to handle as a teenager, and she didn't like Chad, and she didn't like what her mom was doing. So then suddenly she was taken over by a demon named Hillary.
Tylee disappears shortly after that family trip to Yellowstone National Park we mentioned. Photos show her smiling, holding her brother in her arms. Investigators believe she returned to Rexburg with her family on the evening of September 8th, and that she was dead by the following day. Detectives are able to use cell phone data to track Lori, Chad, and Alex's movements over the next few weeks. On the night of the 8th, after their trip, Alex returns to Lori's twice. Once, he makes a quick trip to a gas station and stays at Lori's until 11:44 p.m. He then drives home and comes back to her place in the early hours of September 9th. He's there from 2:42 to 3:37 a.m. Later that morning, Alex goes to the Daybell property after Tammy leaves for work, and he's there for a little over 2 hours. That same day, Chad texts Tammy to tell her he burned some debris in their fire pit and buried a raccoon in their yard. JJ, who's still alive, remains with Lori.
There's no question that JJ was a challenging kid.
Hey,
he had some disabilities, but anybody who knew him also said that he was the most loving, joyful kind of a kid. There's no question raising him was a challenge, but everybody who knew Lori said she was really good at it. I think she finally the mask cracked, and when she came to believe that she had this higher mission, then that was justification for her to just say, I'm done with him.
Alex returns to Chad's property in the morning of September 23rd, the day after JJ was last seen alive. This time, he doesn't stay very long, but Chad is there too. Detectives later use cell phone data to confirm that much. About 5 months later, police arrest Lori in Hawaii on February 20th, 2020. They extradite her to Idaho and charge her on multiple counts, including abandonment. But they still don't know where her children are. Chad also leaves Hawaii, moving back into the home he once shared with Tammy. He's still there on June 9th, when authorities show up at his door with a search warrant. In one area of his property, in the shade of what will become known as JJ's tree, they uncover the boy's body, wrapped in a garbage bag. In another part of the yard, they locate Tylee's burned and dismembered remains. Her DNA is found on tools still hanging in a shed. Chad makes an attempt to flee in his vehicle, but he doesn't get far before he's stopped and taken into custody. In Idaho, Lori and Chad face multiple murder charges in connection to Tylee, JJ, and Tammy's death. Tammy's autopsy revealed that she hadn't died of natural causes. She was asphyxiated. Lori's case moves ahead first. But before opening arguments are made, she spends 10 months in a state psychiatric hospital to ensure she's competent to stand trial. Later, her diagnosis will be revealed to the public. An unspecific personality disorder with histrionic and narcissistic features, coupled with hyper-religiosity. In May 2023, Lori is convicted of first-degree murder and conspiracy to murder Tylee and JJ, as well as conspiracy to murder Tammy. Lori's attorney gets the death penalty taken off the table, and she's sentenced to life imprisonment. The same isn't true for Chad. When he's found guilty on 3 counts of first-degree murder and 3 counts of conspiracy to murder, he's sentenced to death. As of the recording of this episode, Lori faces more charges in Arizona across 2 cases. She has pleaded not guilty in both. First, as we mentioned, she's accused of conspiring in the death of her 4th husband, Charles Vallow. And second, the attempted shooting of a man named Brandon Boudreaux. Back in October 2019, an assailant in a green Jeep opened fire on Brandon outside his home. He missed and sped away, but not before Brandon registered who the person was. He says it was Alex Cox driving Tylee's Jeep. Brandon is the ex-husband of Lori and Alex's niece, who's counted among Chad's followers. One of the lingering questions in this story is, Did Lori and Chad really believe everything they told their followers? Did they kill Tammy, Tylee, and JJ because they thought their victims were possessed and standing in the way of a divine mission? Or was their motive something simpler? One theory is that they just wanted to be together, unburdened by children. We also know that they benefited monetarily. Lori collected JJ's Social Security checks after his death, and Chad received $430,000 from Tammy's life insurance policy. We asked Lori Hellis, who spent years researching this case, what she thinks.
Chad had this sense of wanting to be important. He was grandiose. He was special. And Lori also had some of those needs as well, and so he sort of fed into her needs. Now, there is no question that Lori has religious delusions, and that she still, to this day, right now, believes with her whole being those religious delusions.
Before Lori was sentenced to life imprisonment, she told the court she'd spoken with Tylee and JJ since their deaths, that she, too, has an ability to communicate beyond the veil. And she insisted her children are happy.
55 watchers.
I don't think there's any one particular thing that you can say, oh, this is the thing that convinces me that they believe fully.
We're scrying.
But certainly Lori's allocution at her sentencing, it's very clear on her
it's really
side
late at
that
night,
she believes.
I'm tired, so we're just
I think some of the most
right
telling
now.
evidence that came out at Chad's trial were the prison phone calls that he had with her, where he's talking about, oh, I texted Ray today. Well, that was what they called Alex Cox. And Alex Cox was dead. And so reading between the lines, you realize he's talking to her about he's communicating with Alex Cox in heaven.
Investigators and prosecutors seem to agree money wasn't the only motive.
That's not something I
Hellis
thought
says
would ever happen.
those who think Lori
That
doesn't
was
really
just-
buy these fringe beliefs see a woman who is able to carry
It's
on with her day-to-day life. But this trait isn't totally unheard of for someone with a delusional disorder.
So a person can be fully functional and still be absolutely rooted in their delusion. And that's what's going on with Lori. She absolutely believes Chad is a prophet. She is exalted. They have been called to lead the 144,000. She absolutely believes that whatever this is a trial that was sent by God, that the end days are coming, and when the end days coming, she's going to, like the Apostle Paul, the walls of the prison are going to fall down and she's going to be released.
By the time this episode releases, Lori's trial in the Charles Vallow case may be underway. She's been given the okay to represent herself. The Brandon Boudreaux case will be tried later, and we'll be watching both to see what happens.
We'll probably discover at least another Wayshire.
Thanks for tuning into Serial Killers, a Spotify podcast. We'd like to thank author Lori Hellis for her time and expertise on this case. Please be sure to check out her book, Children of Darkness and Light, at the link in the show description. Her work and interview were extremely helpful to our research. She also has a YouTube channel called Children of Darkness and Light. Stay safe out there. This episode was written and produced by Mickey Taylor, edited by Connor Sampson, fact-checked by Lori Siegel, sound design by Alex Bunn, and video editing by Spencer Howard. I'm your host, Janice Morgan. This episode includes discussions of murder. Consider this when deciding how and when you'll listen.
3, 4.
At first glance, you probably wouldn't clock Helen Goulet and Olga Rutterschmidt as serial killers. Helen was a Texan with big hair and a mind for real estate. Olga was a fast-talking Hungarian immigrant who made a habit out of suing people. Both were over 62, old enough to retire. In decades on their own, neither woman was a hardened criminal. However, once they got together, they became co-conspirators in a shocking insurance scheme, one that left millions of dollars in their pockets and at least 2 bodies in their wake. This is Serial Killers, a Spotify podcast. I'm Janice Morgan. You might recognize me as the voice behind the investigative docuseries Broken and the true crime podcast Fear Thy Neighbor. I'm guest hosting for Serial Killers, and I'm thrilled to be here. Be sure to check us out on Instagram at Serial Killers Podcast, and we'd love to hear from you. So if you're listening on the Spotify app, swipe up and give us your thoughts. Today, we'll meet Helen Golay and Olga Ritterschmidt. They found their victims in Los Angeles in the late 90s and early 2000s, in between trips to the gym. Stay with us. Once they became friends, Helen Golay and Olga Ritterschmidt did just about everything together. But while the two were joined at the hip in adulthood, their beginnings couldn't have been more different. Because she was born first, we'll start with Helen's story, which begins in Texas in 1931. Her childhood was marred by instability and tragedy. Soon after her birth, her mom left the family and ran off with another man. When she was still just a young girl, her dad died in a car crash. She moved in with her grandfather in Texas, then her cousins in Washington State. But nothing lasted. Eventually, during her late teens, she ended up in foster care, which she left when she turned 18. After graduating high school, Helen tried to establish herself in Oakland, California, struggling to find a good job and provide for herself. But she soon found out that it was easier to rely on someone else than to fend for herself. In this instance, that someone else was 22-year-old Vernon Golay. When they met in 1951, Vernon was a Navy veteran on his way to becoming a dentist with a steady salary. That meant he could take care of Helen in a way no one had since she was a little girl. The couple married and settled down in Salem, Oregon, and went on to have 2 daughters. For a while, it seemed that Helen's life had changed for the better. She wanted for nothing and was in a loving, stable home.
I should do the rest of my leads before I go to bed.
But then, around 1960, after 9 years of marriage, it all came crashing down when the couple divorced. Helen kept the girls and returned to California.
I'm with you.
At some point after that, she got back into the dating scene. And in the spring of 1962, she wound up pregnant. The relationship didn't last, but she decided to keep the baby. In her book, Signed in Blood, author Gene King claims Helen's ex, Vernon, wasn't happy with this new development and made it clear that he'd only pay child support for their 2 daughters and not her daughter with another man. It's unclear if Helen ever even asked him to help out with her youngest daughter, but the fact remains that there was now an extra mouth to feed. The stress of it all seemed to weigh on her, as did her ex's financial presence. By the mid-60s, 30-something Helen was a struggling single mom in Los Angeles, which has never been an easy city to make it in. Helen picked up odd jobs, but at times she had to rely on welfare just to get by. Then, one day, her luck changed. At some point in the 70s, she got a job in real estate, which brought her into the orbit of mogul Artie Aaron. She started bringing in real money for the first time in her life, and she was even able to purchase several rental properties of her own. Given her history, you might expect Helen to be a sympathetic landlord. But that wasn't the case. She wanted to make as much as she possibly could, so she raised her rents through the roof. But in 1979, the city of Los Angeles passed the Rent Stabilization Ordinance. This meant that landlords could only increase rent once a year and only by so much. After that, a lot of property owners felt like they couldn't make a profit anymore. Helen, though, she took it in stride. She figured there were other ways to make a quick buck off her tenants. One of which was collecting fines if they broke any of her rules. But for that to work, Helen had to catch people in the act. So over the next several years, she reportedly peered in windows, listened at doors, and generally snooped. Unsurprisingly, most of Helen Golay's residents weren't too pleased when she wrote them up for frivolous reasons. They came to think of her as a mean-spirited bully without an ounce of empathy. But it seems Helen didn't care what people thought, as long as she got her money. That said, it was a lonely way of life, made even lonelier when all 3 of her daughters grew up and moved out. But instead of sitting home alone, she became a regular at the Sports Connection Athletic Club. This was the perfect place for her to run into like-minded people. Around this time, jazzercise was taking America by storm. Women of all ages were flocking to their local gyms in colorful spandex, ready to sculpt their bodies. And Helen couldn't get enough of it. She was obsessed with her appearance and went to the gym as often as she could. It was on one of those days, sometime in the mid-'80s, that Helen met Olga Rutterschmidt. At first glance, Olga was just like her. She was in her 50s, fit and fabulous. But as I mentioned at the start, their beginnings couldn't have been more different. Olga was born in 1933, just 2 years after Helen and thousands of miles away in Budapest, Hungary. As Olga tells it, the defining moment of her youth happened one night in 1944. World War II had taken over her home country. Overhead, Allied forces were bombing German-occupied Budapest. It was a scary time for everyone.
I'm listening to true
Whenever
crime right
Olga
now.
and her parents heard the attacks above them, they raced down into the basement. It was as close to a bomb shelter as they'd get. Usually they stayed there until the fighting ceased. But on that day, the 11-year-old grew tired of waiting. She just wanted to play her piano. So she ignored her parents' order and ran upstairs. She booked it to the instrument, but just as she hit the first few keys, a bomb hit her family's apartment. Olga was blown back by the force, and the building crumbled around her. Her hand was crushed by a block, and she struggled to break free. And for a few excruciating minutes, she probably wondered if she'd die right there. Olga's parents climbed through the rubble and came to her rescue, but she didn't make it out unscathed. Her right hand was badly damaged, and she worried she'd never be able to play piano again. Throughout the ordeal, Olga had been holding back her tears, but now she let it all out. It's possible it was the first time she wanted to leave her home country, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. You see, life was complicated in Budapest, and her family situation didn't make it any easier.
We only have, like,
when Olga was a teenager, her
handful of
parents
these left.
divorced, and her father started a second family. This meant Olga and her mother had to fend for themselves. To make matters worse, an uprising broke out in Hungary in 1956. By then, Olga was 23 and ready for a fresh start. So she left her mother and her homeland behind. She journeyed to New York City, where a local family sponsored her. What she actually got up to in New York is unclear, but by the early 1970s, the 40-something moved to Los Angeles. There, she met and married her husband, Andre Rutterschmidt. Soon after that, the two opened up a coffee shop in Hollywood.
Or would I say Gold
In a
Coast?
way, the small business symbolized her rise to success. From a child of war to a businesswoman, Olga was the American dream personified. Unfortunately, her life followed a similar trajectory to Helen's. Great until it wasn't. In 1978, Olga's marriage ended. The coffee shop closed down. Olga was on her own. Even worse, she was low on cash. Her solution? Lawsuits. One time, she was at a grocery store and claimed that a stack of boxes had fallen and maimed her. She hit the store with a personal injury claim. Another time, she complained to a coffee shop manager that she'd been served subpar food. A nearby customer overheard the commotion and came to interject. Only they didn't just use their words. According to Olga, this third party shot her with a stun gun right there in the middle of the store. It's almost too wild to believe. But Olga insisted it was all true. What's more, she claims the attack had caused her physical injuries and emotional trauma. So she filed a negligence claim against the coffee shop. It seems like a frivolous case, but it might have
The
worked
Sweet
out for
Roll
Olga
champions,
Rutterschmidt,
Jaw Smokes runs,
because by the
LF Master
mid-'80s,
Crafter.
she could afford visits to the Sports Connection Athletic Club. That's where she reportedly met and became enamored with Helen Goulet, and that friendship would change her life.
Wish Hearts, Zone, Guild, AmazeX.
Call it fate or destiny, But when Helen Goulet met Olga
The sweet world
Rutterschmidt,
champions,
she felt
Withered
an
Roses
instant
Dash.
kinship.
What do you need?
They were both beautiful health nuts, both divorced, and most importantly, they both liked the idea of easy money. It was almost inevitable that the 50-somethings would be fast friends. One of their early capers together involved a trip to the exclusive Beverly Hills Hotel. Once inside, Helen grabbed Olga's arm and took her to the bathroom. They changed into their sexiest swimsuits and spent the day lounging at the pool. But they weren't finished. They were on a mission to find a fabulously wealthy man and make off with whatever they could. It didn't take long for a guy to approach. He was immediately taken by Helen's southern drawl. And as Helen flirted with him, Olga pickpocketed his wallet. Then the two ladies excused themselves. They said they just needed to run to the bathroom and promised they'd be back in a minute. Instead, they ducked into a stall, changed back into their regular clothes, and strutted out of the hotel. By the time the guy realized he'd been fleeced by two middle-aged women, they were long gone. As far as we can tell, Olga was more than happy to be Helen's wingwoman. But Helen wasn't quite so pleased. While the scheme was fun, stealing wallets was small-time stuff. If they wanted to make real money, they'd need to change up the game. At this point, they'd each dabbled in the litigation business, and now seemed like the perfect time to combine their efforts. Not that Helen needed the cash. By this point, she owned multiple properties in the Santa Monica area, and her real estate business was booming. And though we don't know the exact numbers she pulled in, she lived a comfortable life. Meanwhile, Olga lived off housing subsidies and Social Security, and that might have made her desperate. So when the opportunity to threaten people with lawsuits for money came up, Olga was all for it. And when Helen suggested a more sinister plan, well, Olga agreed to that too. If there was money to be had, she wanted in. So they put their plan into action, scouring the street for the perfect target. Soon, they stumbled upon 71-year-old Paul Vados. He was in dire straits, waiting in line at the Hollywood Presbyterian Church for a free meal. He also seemed to have no close ties to anyone. To Helen and Olga, he was the perfect mark. The women made their way past volunteers and approached Paul with the gift of a lifetime. They promised to give him a home, pay his rent, and help him get his life together. Paul couldn't believe it. It was like he'd met two genuine angels.
Where's the next one?
And the women made good on their promises. They moved him into an empty apartment, and since he was so frail, Olga came by every day to help feed and bathe him. Meanwhile, Helen not only paid the bills, she orchestrated the most crucial part of their plan: applying for life insurance. On the paperwork, she listed herself as Paul's fiancée and Olga as his cousin. All they needed now was to get him to sign the dotted line. Olga had that covered. She got her hands on a document with Paul's signature. Then she marched down to the Hollywood Rubber Stamp Company and ordered a signature stamp. With that, they had their all-important life insurance policy. But one wasn't enough. Nope, they took out at least 6 policies on Paul, with the potential benefits adding up to $879,000.
Watch your pockets.
Now, Paul was overinsured with just one policy. He was unhoused and had no income. But the women could pile up the policies because at that time, insurance companies didn't share information with each other. So they had no way of knowing Paul was already covered. What's more, they tended to overlook applications for smaller policies. Perhaps with that in mind, Helen and Olga only applied for modest amounts. $50,000 here, $75,000 there, nothing that would raise any red flags. For Helen and Olga, the most important part of each policy was its incontestability clause. This meant that after 2 years from the signing date, the insurance companies would have a much more difficult time denying the claims. In such cases, even if the companies realize they've been deceived, they still might have to pay up. One of the only surefire ways to null such a policy is to prove criminal intent. So the women's plan was simple. They'd take out life insurance in Paul's name, and then wait. In the interim, they'd watch over him and keep him happy. All the while,
Alright, if we get to
they'd mark
60
days off the
years,
calendar.
I'll do one more round of tribute.
And when those 2 years expired, they'd kill him. 2 years. That's all Paul Vados had left to live once he met Helen Goulet and Olga Ritterschmidt. The women spent that time cooking for Paul, taking care and cleaning up after him. And still, he was nothing more than an object to them, a means to an end. During those 2 years, they figured out how the 71-year-old would die. They'd run him over with a car. As far as insurance companies were concerned, hit and runs weren't usually indicative of foul play. Perhaps the two friends knew that and figured they could easily make it look like an accident. So on November 7th, 1999, 68-year-old Helen and 66-year-old Olga picked Paul up from his apartment. They took him to the theaters, where they bought tickets for The Bone Collector, a film about the hunt for a sadistic serial killer.
Alright, I guess we're gonna be fighting first.
Of course, Paul had no idea. While we don't know exactly what happened next, we can make an educated guess based on the evidence. After the movie, the trio went to a dinner. There, it's believed the women spiked Paul's food when he wasn't looking. Then, Helen and Olga waited for the drugs to take effect. When he was clearly inebriated, the women guided the 73-year-old back to the car and drove toward Hollywood. When they were about a mile away from Olga's place, they pulled into an empty alley and put the car in park. They dragged Paul out of the back seat and into the street, laying him flat on his back. Then they got back into the car and drove over him. Afterward, they didn't even stop to check if he was dead. They just kept driving down the alley and never looked back. They'd done what they'd set out to do. The next morning, LAPD officers found Paul's body. But without any ID on him, they labeled him a John Doe and sent him off to the lab.
Building up a staff.
2 days later, his toxicology report came back clean. But it's important to note, it didn't test for prescription drugs. Meanwhile, Helen and Olga knew they couldn't jump the gun. If they reported Paul missing right away, it might look too suspicious. So they waited over a week until they went to the police. When they finally did, they fed the cops the story that Helen was Paul's one-time fiancée and Olga was his cousin. The two of them were just oh so worried about him. The police took down the report. When they connected the dots to their John Doe, they reached out to Olga and informed her of her cousin's death. She collected his body, and Helen, his pseudo-fiancée, paid for his burial. The police had no real leads in the hit and run, so once the women took Paul's body off their hands, the officers filed the case away. But while the police had hit pause on the investigation, the insurance companies weren't so quick to close the book. Given that Paul had died in a hit and run with no witnesses, they needed to double check that everything was above board. That was an inconvenience for sure, but Helen understood they were playing the long game. They'd waited 2 years already. What was a few more weeks? Besides, Helen had come into another fortune of her own. Her longtime real estate partner, Artie Aaron, recently died from cancer. Helen saw an opportunity to enrich herself. With lightning speed, she produced a power of attorney agreement and assumed control of the deeds to 13 of his properties. Those buildings were worth millions and might have gone straight to Artie's family. But Helen had documents that said otherwise. Helen did have a history with forging signatures. Still, the documents appeared to be genuine. So when his family tried to contest them, it made no difference. That meant Helen was rolling in more dough. She treated herself to a designer wardrobe, a brand new Mercedes SUV, and a facelift. All the while, Olga watched from the sidelines. She wanted a cut of Helen's earnings. They were partners, after all. But Helen saw the properties as a separate deal and made it clear that Olga wouldn't get a dime of that money. This left Olga fuming. Helen knew that she was struggling, and yet she wouldn't even offer her a lifeline. To rub salt in the wound, Helen had the audacity to complain about how much her plastic surgery hurt. It was behavior like this that perhaps brought Olga to her breaking point. She felt like she had the short end of the stick. Before the next bit of insurance money came in, she wanted to make sure she got her cut first.
I beat you.
So in March of 2000, she called the Mutual of Omaha, one of the companies where they held a policy. As Paul's cousin and blood relative, she tried to convince them that they should pay her before Helen, but apparently they declined. Both of them were listed as co-beneficiaries, and they couldn't change that after Paul's death. After hanging up, she realized that her request might just get her into trouble with her partner. She called the company right back and asked that they didn't tell Helen about her call. And it seems they respected her request. Helen never learned about that little betrayal. Which was a good thing, because as much as Olga hated to admit it, she needed her partner in crime. Without Helen, she couldn't get much done. That became clear in August of 2000, when Helen finally stepped in and took charge of the lingering insurance issues. She threatened to sue the companies if they didn't pay out properly. Sure enough, her ultimatum worked. By the start of October, Helen and Olga received their checks. Between all the policies they took out on Paul, they each collected nearly $300,000 in benefits. For Olga, this was a life-changing amount. She could finally live the high life like Helen. But that huge wad of cash lost its luster sooner than expected. Olga was envious of Helen still having so much more than her. And that's an emotion that can spell disaster. Before long, Olga was willing to do whatever it took to have all that Helen had. And if that meant taking another victim, then so be it. Thanks for listening to Serial Killers. We're here with a new episode every Monday. Be sure to check us out on Instagram at Serial Killers Podcast, and we'd love to hear from you. So if you're listening on the Spotify app, swipe up and give us your thoughts. For more information on Helen Goulet and Olga Rutterschmidt, among the many sources we used, we found Signed in Blood, the true story of two women, sinister plot, and cold-blooded murder by Jean King, extremely helpful to our research.
And I'm gonna take that.
Stay safe out there.
Damn.
This episode was written by Alex Burns, edited by Jane O, Joel Callan, and Maggie Admire, fact-checked by Bennett Logan, researched by Nikki Taylor and Chelsea Wood, and sound designed by Alex Button. I'm your host, Janice Morgan.
Do that. And then acquire this card.
This episode includes discussions of murder. Consider this when deciding how and when you'll listen. Sometimes criminals are the ones you'd least suspect. The ones you never see coming.
Okay, they did that fucking
This was true for Helen Goulet and Olga Rutterschmidt. To everyone around them, they were just two older women with a penchant for fitness classes. But the truth was they planned, they plotted, and they pulled off a crime that was almost perfect. At least, they would have gotten away with it. But then, greed got the better of them. And like all the best criminals, they turned on each other.
No, okay.
This is Serial Killers, a Spotify podcast. I'm Janice Morgan. You might recognize me as the voice behind the investigative docuseries Broken and the true crime podcast Fear Thy Neighbor. I'm guest hosting for Serial Killers, and I'm thrilled to be here. You can find us here every Monday. Be sure to check us out on Instagram at Serial Killers Podcast, and we'd love to hear from you. So if you're listening on the Spotify app, swipe up and give us your thoughts. Last time, we covered how Helen Goulet and Olga Rutterschmidt became fast friends after meeting at an LA gym. They bonded over small-time scams and frivolous lawsuits before devising a more sinister scheme. In the late 90s, they took out life insurance policies on an innocent man and killed him. Today, we'll see the duo strike again and hear how the LAPD and insurance companies banded together to track them down. Stay with us.
Alright, bot's turn.
In 1999, 68-year-old Helen Goulet and 66-year-old Olga Rutterschmidt had just gotten away with murder. Technically, Paul Vados' hit-and-run death was still an open case, but there were no solid leads. So in the early 2000s, after years of dead ends, the police shelved the files for safekeeping. Meanwhile, Helen and Olga made off with nearly $600,000 in life insurance benefits. But even though they'd scored a six-figure payout, it wasn't enough. They each had a vague goal of making the most money possible. So they went back to the drawing board to do it all over again. Their plan was simple. Do exactly what they did before, only better. More life insurance policies, higher premiums, and a way bigger payout. It took them a minute to find the right guy. But finally, in 2002, Olga met him. She just finished a workout at the gym. As she made her way out, she spotted 45-year-old Jimmy Covington across the street. He was sitting on the steps of an office building and appeared to be living on the streets. Olga approached Jimmy and told him about the office she had, conveniently right upstairs. There was a futon to sleep on, so he could stay there at night, as long as he was out early in the morning and didn't return until after office hours.
Morning all.
There was just one catch. In order for her to help him, he had to sign a couple of papers. Jimmy didn't have a problem with that. Olga clapped her hands in delight. Then she ushered him upstairs and got him settled. But for him to stay, she'd need a little more detail. His birth date, his social security number, even his parents'
Tasty's
social
Trading
security
Company,
numbers.
No Empathy TTV.
Jimmy
Howdy.
wasn't eager to hand over such sensitive information. For days, Olga haggled him for answers. Finally, Jimmy had enough. The whole situation seemed to be more hassle than it was worth. He marched down to the building manager, returned the key, and never came back.
Sack that.
When Helen heard from Olga that Jimmy was gone, she couldn't have been happy. She'd already filed an insurance application under his name, and it wasn't cheap. She requested $800,000 in guaranteed death benefits.
Tasty's
More
Trading
than she and
Company,
Olga made
Steely
off their
Dave
last
20.
kill
Good morning,
combined.
/
Jimmy was supposed to be their next meal ticket, but they had no idea where he'd gone or how to get him back. That left them at square one, and back at the Hollywood Presbyterian Church. The ladies knew there was always a group of down-on-their-luck men there on Sundays. A few months later, in the summer of 2002, they prowled the grounds and found 47-year-old Kenneth McDavid sleeping outside. He had no job, no family, and no close friends to lean on. So he accepted Helen and Olga's help. Helen handled all the logistics, the finances, and most importantly, the paperwork. She set their markup in a Hollywood apartment. She paid the rent, utilities, and unbeknownst to Kenneth, his life insurance premiums. Olga was the muscle. She brought Kenneth groceries every week, partly to keep him fed, but mostly to keep an eye on their investment. After losing their last prospect, she wasn't about to let Kenneth slip through her fingers. So she played it cool and kept him happy. But the same couldn't be said for Helen and Olga. Trouble was brewing between the two friends. It seemed they both wanted to make more and more money, even if it meant stabbing each other in the back. As planned, they applied for a couple insurance policies together, where they'd take an even cut of the payout. But in secret, they also took out additional policies where they would be the sole beneficiary. Combined, they held 13 different policies for a total payout of $3.7 million.
Tasty's Trading Company, C4ML110793, EW / is here XD.
Olga only
Tasty's
managed to
Trading
take out
Company,
2 for
Lil
herself.
Housewife, good morning.
Both women knew they had
Tasty's
to wait
Trading
2
Company,
years before they could cash out, so it didn't do them much
C4ML110793,
good to
good
keep
morning,
taking out
Doll
more
XO.
policies. Each one reset the clock. So in 2003, they moved to the next phase. That spring, Helen got her hands on a purse belonging to a woman named Hillary Adler.
It's gonna take
Hillary had
coins,
never met
okay.
Helen or Olga before, but it appears they all went to the same gym, And that month,
Tasty's Trading Company,
someone broke into Hillary's locker.
/144, EWC4,
Then in
go to
January
bed.
of 2004, Olga used Hillary's ID to purchase a silver Mercury
Tasty's
Sable.
Trading Company,
After buying the car, Olga parked it in the
it's
alley
4
behind
p.m.
Helen's Santa Monica apartment.
It
sat there for the rest of the year, waiting for its big moment. Once that was taken care of, there wasn't much left to do except wait. Helen and Olga now had their murder
Tasty's Trading
weapons,
Company,
the Mercury Sable.
C4ML110793,
They had their insurance policy
you go to bed.
times 13.
Tasty's
And their
Trading
victim,
Company,
Kenneth McDavid,
/144, but you
no
don't sleep
idea
normal
about
anyway,
any of it.
go to bed.
In fact, he'd gotten a little too comfortable. At some point, he decided it was his turn to pay it forward. When someone needed a place to stay, he opened his doors. Or, I should say, Helen's doors. Eventually, Olga found out what was going on. To make sure no one else moved in, she hired an armed security guard and ordered him to remain in the apartment with Kenneth. By the start of 2005, Kenneth was over the strict living conditions. He took his bike and his belongings and returned to the streets. This caused a problem for Helen and Olga. The insurance policies they'd taken out on Kenneth wouldn't mature until later that summer. The women had to keep him within their grasp for another 6 months. So they tracked him down and made a new offer. Helen would give Kenneth money to stay in various motels around Los Angeles, all so she could keep tabs on him. For a while, Kenneth went along with that. But by June of 2005, he was getting harder to keep track of, and Helen and Olga worried he'd disappear entirely. So even though not all of the policies had hit the 2-year mark, they decided they had to act. If they didn't, they'd lose everything. And losing was not an option.
5.
The time had come to kill Kenneth McDavid. Helen Goulet marched down to the back alley of her apartment and slipped into the silver Mercury Sable she and Olga had bought especially for this day. It had been parked there periodically for a year and a half.
71 viewers.
But on June 21st, 2005, it was finally go time.
Once again,
Helen drove east to Hollywood where she found Kenneth on the streets.
You all. I feel,
While we don't know exactly what happened next, we can make an educated guess based on the evidence later presented in court. Helen got Kenneth and his bike into the Mercury Sable and took off. Around 11:45 p.m., she pulled into an alleyway on the west side of LA. Either Kenneth got out of the car on his own, or she forced him out into the alley. Then Helen put the car in reverse and backed up for a running start. When she had enough space, she changed gears, then slowly drove over Kenneth. The front tires crushed his chest and shoulders. But as Helen eased forward, the fuel line on the car's undercarriage got caught on his body. She pressed down on the gas. As the car shot forward, the fuel line broke. And then, the engine died. Maybe that's when she saw the bright lights shining ahead. There was a gas station just around the corner. All she had to do was make it there, and she could leave the crime scene. The alley was on a slight downslope, so she was able to coast to the gas station. Once there, she put it in park and used her phone to call a tow truck. It seemed like she'd gotten away with it. There didn't appear to be any visible evidence of her crime. She'd driven over Kenneth slow enough that his major injuries were internal. There was no shattered glass, and most importantly, no trail of blood. At least, that's what she thought. Helen had no idea there was a small amount of blood on the undercarriage of the car. Half an hour later, a tow truck arrived and drove her back home to Santa Monica. According to the driver, there was nothing suspicious about his passenger that night. You'd never have known she'd just killed a man in cold blood. When she got home, she phoned Olga, presumably to tell her it was done.
21.
Unbeknownst to Helen, someone had already found Kenneth's body. His bike was positioned off to the side of his body, and one of the wheels was completely off. It almost appeared like he'd stopped to change a flat tire before he was hit by a car. While Helen was getting towed home, paramedics raced to the scene. But it was too late. Kenneth was dead. Fortunately, he had his ID on him. So by the following day, investigators traced his last known address to his old Hollywood apartment, the one Helen paid for. The cops got a hold of Helen's name and notified her of Kenneth's death. They hoped she'd be able to help them answer some questions. And she did. She pretended to be Kenneth's cousin and sole next of kin. She identified his body at the morgue. The 74-year-old didn't seem like a killer, so it wasn't questioned when she paid to cremate him. Around the same time, the LAPD discovered that a security camera had recorded part of the alley on the night of Kenneth's death. The footage showed a silver vehicle passing through the alley, but it was too blurry. They couldn't make out a license plate, let alone the specific model of the car. With no other real leads, the case fell to the wayside in the overworked traffic division. And that would have been that. If it wasn't for one pesky insurance investigator. 59-year-old Ed Webster worked for Mutual of New York Life Insurance. He traveled the country and looked into questionable insurance claims. And this one fit the bill. Red flag number 1. Helen told the police she was Kenneth's cousin, but on Kenneth's insurance application, she wasn't listed as a relative. Red flag number 2. Helen and Olga were both listed as beneficiaries, but neither would take the time to talk to Ed. Usually, if there were questions about a claim that was legitimate, the beneficiaries were more than happy to clear the air. Red flag number 3. The crime scene itself. The bike positioning didn't make any sense. Maybe at first glance it looked like Kenneth was changing a flat tire, but it was fully inflated, good as new. Not to mention Kenneth's injuries, which were consistent with being run over by a car, yes, but not a hit and run. If a vehicle had come at him fast and accidentally hit him, there should have been lower body injuries. Instead, he had marks all over his chest. That meant he'd likely been on the ground when he was driven over. And a toxicology report showed alcohol and a notable amount of prescription sedatives in his system. He may not have even been conscious when he died. After a few months of sleuthing, Ed went to the LAPD and presented his case. He believed that Helen and Olga were not only trying to commit insurance fraud, he was certain that the duo had killed Kenneth McDavid. At first, the authorities had a hard time buying it. A couple of grandmas were cold-blooded murderers. Yeah, right. But then one of the officers piped up. The case sounded strangely similar to one he'd worked on 6 years back. He checked the old file, and sure enough, it was all right there. Helen and Olga had reported Paul Vados missing before claiming his body and receiving his insurance payout. What's more, he too had been killed in an unsolved hit-and-run incident. The rest of the officers couldn't believe it. They were dealing with repeat offenders. In response to the new information, the LAPD combined Paul Vados' case with Kenneth McDavid's. By late 2005, they assembled a task force to investigate the two women. The squad included several undercover detectives who followed Helen and Olga wherever they went. As author Jean King explains in her book Signed in Blood, Helen was easy to keep eyes on. Every day, she drove her flashy Mercedes SUV down to Izzy's, a Santa Monica deli that she loved. She always sat in table 22, where she did her bookkeeping. Olga, on the other hand, was a little harder to trail. Remember how Helen and Olga had initially bonded over their workouts? Well, Olga had never stopped. Even at 72, she was a machine. She was always running along the beach or up through the Runyon Canyon trails. She was so fast that even the LAPD detectives struggled to keep pace. The women had the cops run ragged, even though they had no idea they were being tailed. It didn't even cross either of their minds that they might be in danger of getting caught. All they were concerned about was getting their money. Which they did. In August of 2005, just 2 months after Kenneth's death, Helen and Olga received about $250,000 in death benefits. But that was only some of the money owed to them. Remember, there were over $3 million to collect.
Coins.
But they wouldn't see a dime more if Ed Webster had anything to say about it. The police might not have had enough evidence to arrest the women, but Ed wasn't working with the same burden of proof.
2, 3,
He was
4,
convinced
5.
Helen and Olga were responsible for Kenneth's death, and he told Mutual of New York not to pay them out. The company agreed, and he got to deliver the message. In January 2006, he asked Helen to meet in person over at her favorite spot, Izzy's. She probably thought he was coming to admit defeat and hand over her long-awaited check. So when he walked in, she sat straight up and waved him over. Ed was equally smug. He took a seat across from her and passed her an envelope. He watched as she ripped it open to find a check inside. Only it wasn't the one she wanted.
80 viewers.
Ed
Welcome
explained that the
everybody.
insurance
Thank you
policy
so much
was
for coming
refunding
and
her
watching.
premiums. Because she had lied about the nature of her relationship with Kenneth and obtained the policy through criminal means, they weren't going to pay her the death benefits. Helen was furious. They couldn't do this. The policies were supposed to be incontestable. She shouted at Ed, accusing him of being out to get her. Then she stormed out of the diner and reportedly reached out to Olga to let her know what had happened. Olga had also scheduled a meeting with Ed for that morning. But after Helen's alleged phone call, she blew it off. So he went to her.
Damn you, motherfucker.
Later that day, Ed stood at Olga's apartment door and handed her a letter that explained why Mutual of New York wasn't going to honor her policy. Helen and Olga had just lost everything they'd spent the last 2 years working for. It felt like they'd hit rock bottom, which might be why they turned on each other.
5 and 3 strength.
After 2 long years of planning the perfect murder, Helen Goulet and Olga Rutterschmidt were back to square one. They weren't getting the big payout they'd hoped for, at least not when it came to Kenneth McDavid. But for someone else, that was up to fate to decide.
Did I have a coin?
So by early 2006, the two septuagenarians had already started hunting for a new victim. Around this time, Olga sparked a conversation with 74-year-old Yosef Gabor. He was a fellow European immigrant and didn't seem to have any close friends or family members around. And though he wasn't homeless, he lived alone. When Olga offered to help him get settled in the city, he happily accepted. Step 1 was setting him up with a bank account that she and Helen could deposit money into. All she needed from him was to sign a few documents before they drove down to Bank of America and opened a checking account. It was all so simple. Except, unbeknownst to Olga and Helen, undercover cops had been tailing them for months, and they even got pictures of the whole encounter. It was clear to authorities that Yosef was their next victim. But suspicion of a future crime isn't enough to arrest someone, and the LAPD still didn't have enough to bring the pair in for either Paul Vados's or Kenneth McDavid's murders. Fortunately, the FBI was more than happy to lend a hand. Homicide charges might have to wait, but they could nab the women on mail fraud, which was a federal crime. At least that would get the women off the streets, and it would give the LAPD time to amass all the evidence they needed for the real charges. So in the early morning hours of May 18th, 2006, law enforcement officials from the LAPD, FBI, and the California Department of Insurance all gathered together, then split in two. Half of the task force headed toward Hollywood, the other to Santa Monica. There, officers knocked on Helen's door. She answered in her pajamas, dazed and confused. A moment later, an FBI agent arrested her for mail fraud. Across town, task force agents swarmed Olga's apartment in Hollywood and accused her of the same crime. She was barefoot, dressed in nothing but a nightgown, and she was absolutely irate. This was outrageous, she screamed. She'd done nothing wrong. Ignoring her protests, the authorities threw her in the backseat of a squad car and brought her to the LAPD headquarters. Helen was there too, but before either woman was officially processed, detectives brought them into a room. They were hoping they might just talk. And boy, did they deliver. The second the cops left them alone, Olga turned on Helen. She let out a tirade against her partner in crime, blaming her for getting too greedy and taking out too many policies.
3 power.
If only she'd treated Olga as a real partner, Olga could have steered her in the right direction. In response, Helen kept saying the same thing over and over. Be quiet. But the damage was already done. In fact, it was going so well that the cops worried a judge might deem it entrapment. So every few minutes, an officer went back into the room and reminded the women they were under arrest, so they couldn't argue that they'd forgotten. Then he'd leave again, and Olga would go right back into it. But despite her chatter, Olga never mentioned either of the murders. It was all about the insurance scheme for her. The authorities were disappointed that they couldn't get a confession, but it didn't matter much in the long run. Because while the women were locked away, officers searched their homes. In Olga's apartment, they found photocopies of Hillary Adler's driver's license, which the women had used to purchase the Mercury Sable.
Plus a free one.
In Helen's apartment, they found meticulous records of all the insurance policies. They also discovered bottles of prescription sedatives, the same drugs that showed up in Kenneth's toxicology report. But most importantly of all, they uncovered a post-it note in Helen's planner. On it, she'd scribbled a partial vehicle identification number and Hillary Adler's name. The detectives ran the partial VIN through a DMV search. Sure enough, a silver Mercury Sable came back. It was a model that matched the blurry security footage. Officers tracked the car down to a local LA family. They'd brought it in a few months ago after it had been impounded not far from Olga's apartment. The detectives paid the family for the vehicle, and they sent it to the lab for testing. At this point, nearly 11 months had passed since Kenneth's death, so investigators couldn't find any useful prints on the car. But they did notice that the fuel line had been crudely repaired. And since they already knew that Helen had placed a call to AAA the night of the murder, the car was looking more and more like a smoking gun. Then they found the last piece of the puzzle. On the undercarriage of the car were trace amounts of blood that were a match for Kenneth McDavid. The police knew then. They'd found the murder weapon. With that, the FBI hit pause on the mail fraud charges, and the LAPD booked Helen and Olga on murder charges.
This fucking game.
The women were held without bail until their trial started nearly 2 years later. In March of 2008, both women pleaded not guilty, although neither spoke in their own defense. The trial itself was a finger-pointing extravaganza.
You want to play
Olga's lawyer made the case that she was an innocent, impressionable woman who'd been dazzled by Helen's lifestyle. She'd gone along with the insurance fraud for the money, but she had no idea about the murders. Helen, on the other hand, shocked everyone by blaming her 40-something-year-old daughter for the crimes. Her lawyer argued that Helen's daughter had killed Kenneth, possibly with Olga's help. No one understood why Helen and her legal team chose that strategy. Prosecutors never even considered the daughter a suspect. The flimsy defense didn't sit well with the jurors. Still, when they were sent off to deliberate, they had to reconcile the facts of the case with their strong feelings toward the elderly women. At the time of the trial, the LA Times interviewed Jonathan Simon, co-chairman of the UC Berkeley Center for Criminal Justice. He told them gender and age biases could play a big role in the deliberation process. Most people have an innate belief that older women are either nurturers or in need of protection, and age is seen as, quote, proxy for non-threateningness. But Simon also noted that those same biases can also work against people like Helen and Olga. Even if a juror initially believed they were innocent, the second they changed their mind, their opinions took a sharp turn. As Simon explained, juries can be less forgiving of women when the allegations run counter to the nurturer ideal. Like, say, how Helen threw her own flesh and blood under the bus, and Olga lured in vulnerable men only to hurt them. Together, the duo went against everything that older women are supposed to represent, and it certainly painted them in a new light. 3 weeks after the trial commenced, the jury found 77-year-old Helen and 75-year-old Olga guilty of murder. Both received life sentences.
leaving me with 5
They were sent to the same
coins
prison
and a
in Central
freebie.
California, about 250 miles north of Los Angeles. But even behind bars, they lived
Going
very
to
different
use the
lives.
freebie to get this
Helen
sixer.
was placed in a special unit for seniors, where she wrote drafts of a memoir. Olga was sent to general population. She told journalists she felt she was getting the short end of the stick and begged for legal help.
Me with
And although their paths have diverged, Helen and Olga remain united on one front. To this day, they maintain their innocence. They don't have much in common anymore, but at least they have that.
Taking
that and the fact that they'll likely die
and I will enter.
behind bars.
I now have.
Thanks for listening to Serial
6
Killers.
coin
We're here
and
with a new
2
episode every
power.
Monday. Be sure to check us out on Instagram at Serial Killers Podcast, and we'd love to hear from you. So if you're listening on the Spotify app, swipe up and give us your thoughts. For more information on Helen Goulet and Olga Rutterschmidt, amongst the many sources we used, we found Signed in Blood, The True Story of Two Women, A Sinister Plot, and
have a
Cold-Blooded Murder by Gene
freebie
King,
and
and
6
reporting from
coins.
Dateline, extremely helpful to our research. Stay safe out there. This episode was written by Alex Burns, edited by Jane O, Joel Callan, and Maggie Admire, fact-checked by Bennett Logan, researched by Mickey Taylor and Chelsea Wood, and sound designed by Alex Button. I'm your host, Janice Morgan. This episode includes discussions of sexual assault and murder. Consider this when deciding how
I
and
guess
when
I
you'll
could have
listen.
taken a 6 and used it as fodder for.
Have you ever seen a cloud and thought it looked just like a horse or a ballerina? Or noticed a pattern in wood grain that looks an awful lot like a face?
Don't like the scrying cards.
This phenomenon has a name, patternicity. The human tendency to find patterns in otherwise random or meaningless information. And it doesn't just make us see shapes. Sometimes we spot trends that don't exist. Like assuming a lucky shirt helped our favorite team win a game when, in reality, it's just a coincidence. The thing is, it can be tricky to convince a person that these patterns aren't real, thanks to another phenomenon called confirmation bias. That's our tendency to look for evidence to support the conclusions we've already drawn, while disregarding any conflicting evidence. So imagine you're a police officer investigating a crime.
7 coins.
You might make an assumption about who's guilty and ignore leads that might point you in a different direction.
8.
It's not like you're doing this on purpose. It's just the way our brains work. It's human nature to want to apply order to chaos, to make someone's story have a satisfying arc. But sometimes our desire for everything to fit together can
Immortals
lead us
Freedom,
astray.
Gogeta
And tidy
5314.
narratives
Hey, and nice to meet you all.
can overshadow
This
the
is
truth.
amazing. Thank you all for watching and welcome. We're playing tribute.
Welcome to Serial
on
Killers, a
Elder
Spotify
Scrolls
podcast.
Online.
Every Monday, we bring you the true crime stories that stand out. I'm
Immortals
Janice
Freedom,
Morgan.
Ghosty Bird.
We'd love
Hi,
to hear
welcome.
from you. Follow us on Instagram at Serial
People
Killers
yet.
Podcast and share your thoughts on this week's episode. Or if you're listening on the Spotify app, swipe up and leave a comment.
My
Stay
turn.
with
I'm
us.
going to be going in with 2, 4, 6, 7 coins.
It's 1993. 26-year-old Annie McCarrick and her 2
7.
roommates live in a quiet neighborhood just outside
Immortals
Dublin,
Freedom,
Ireland.
Looming Ghost.
Annie
Hello
is
there.
from the United States, but she has
Take
Irish
the free
heritage and went to
card
college in
draw.
Ireland.
Get more
She moved back to New York
coins.
for a while, then
Take
returned to
the
the Dublin
7.
area in January 1993. She wants to get in
Stack
touch with her
that
roots
coin
and maybe
and
settle
end
down
my
in the
turn.
Emerald Isle permanently. That's her long-term goal anyway, but in the short term, Annie is
Giving
celebrating.
2,
Her birthday just
4,
passed,
6,
and she's planning to have a dinner party at her
7,
apartment on March
8
27th.
coins and a
The day before the
freebie.
party, Annie's busy getting everything ready. She swings by the bank, then the grocery store to pick up food.
Tasty's
Before
Trading
she heads
Company,
home,
/144,
she stops at a payphone to
Ink
call a
Auction.
friend, who invites her to go on a walk
Tasty's
in the
Trading
nearby
Company,
Wicklow Mountains. The
/144,
friend says she
Blueprint,
can't make it.
Argonian Cup,
Annie
Tall.
makes a few other calls
The
and
Sweet
soon
Roll
heads back
Champions,
to her apartment.
Curly's 4200,
goes inside,
Depths of Mala
and
Bed
sets
and
down the
PF.
groceries.
Tasty's
Then,
Trading
for some
Company,
reason, she turns around
/144,
and walks out
Blueprint,
again,
Brett and
without
Bench,
putting anything
Plain.
away.
Fucker.
Which is
Tasty's
concerning.
Trading Company, /144, Blueprint, Breton Table, Kitchen.
But she's
Tasty's
apparently
Trading
in such a
Company,
hurry that she leaves out all the
/144,
footage
Blueprint,
she just
Common
thought to
Cargo,
possibly go to
Reinforced.
waste. Or she thinks she's coming
Tasty's
right
Trading
back.
Company, /144, Blueprint, Common
Soon
Table,
after this,
Slanted.
around 3:30 p.m.,
Tasty's
another
Trading
friend
Company,
spots Annie boarding a bus in
/144, Blueprint,
It runs
Dark
to a
Elf
small
Card,
town called
Merchant.
Enniskerry.
Get rid of that.
Annie has
Tasty's
visited
Trading
Enniskerry in
Company,
the past. It's not far from
/144,
the River
Designed,
Mountains,
Carrots,
so if she
Wax.
still plans to go for a walk, it makes
Tasty's
sense to
Trading
go this
Company,
way. There's
/144,
a gap in
Design,
the time
Elsewhere
frame
Meal,
for the next
Roasted
5.5
Chicken Pieces.
hours until 9 p.m.
Tasty's
That's
Trading
when
Company,
witnesses spot someone matching Annie's
/144,
description at a
Diagram,
pub about
Common
3
Cage,
miles
Hunting.
outside of Enniskerry. It's a
Tasty's
touristy
Trading
spot
Company,
called Johnny Fox's.
/144, Pattern, Wood
Numerous
Elf Hide,
witnesses say
Heavy.
they saw this woman with an
Tasty's Trading
unidentified
Company,
man. He's clean-shaven and
/144,
well-dressed. The bouncer at Johnny Fox's describes him as a, quote, yuppie.
Tasty's Trading
Annie has
Company,
never said anything to her friends and
/144,
family
Pulling
about
3.
having a boyfriend. But
Tasty's
whoever this
Trading
woman
Company,
is who looks just like Annie
/144, 2.
seems to be on a date.
Tasty's
The
Trading
yuppie
Company,
guy meets her outside the pub,
/144,
pays
1.
her cover, and buys her drinks
Tasty's
for the
Trading
rest of the
Company,
night. The next
/144,
day,
Pulled.
Annie's friends show up at her apartment
Tasty's
for the
Trading
big birthday
Company,
dinner.
No Empathy TTV,
But when they knock,
1.
no one answers.
10,
Annie's
11,
not home.
12.
Around the same time, her roommates get back from a weekend away. They go inside and find the apartment in disarray. The spoiled
Tasty's
grocery
Trading Company,
still sitting out.
/Misunderstanding,
So is
our
the
guy
ironing
just saw
board
Chad.
and phone book.
I want.
It looks like Annie was
Tasty's
halfway
Trading
through
Company,
chores
No
when she
Empathy
dropped everything and
TTV,
left.
to slow head.
Unnerved,
Tasty's
Annie's
Trading
friends tell her
Company,
father John in the United
/Misunderstanding,
States to let
LOL.
him know what's going on.
Tasty's Trading
John's alarm
Company,
bells go off immediately.
/144.
He knows his daughter. Even from across the Atlantic Ocean, she's always easy to
Tasty's
reach.
Trading Company,
She wouldn't just take off or
/144,
suddenly
which you
stop
guys want?
communicating with the people she loves.
5.
Plus, John's a former police officer, so he knows how crucial it is to move quickly after someone goes missing. Right away, he and Annie's
that
mother
would've been
Nancy
bad.
get on a plane to
All right,
Ireland.
2, 4.
By March 30th, 4 days after Annie was last
7.
seen, she's officially reported missing. The Irish police, called the Gardaí, are on the
coin.
case. And on the advice of the American embassy, the McCarricks hire a private detective. The investigators chase a couple leads
Jesus
that go
fucking
nowhere.
Christ.
Witnesses
But
claim
Tasty's
they've
Trading
seen Annie
Company,
in other parts of Ireland,
/Misunderstanding, I'll
but
give
the
you
Gardaí
20K
can't
for
confirm
all.
the sightings. They also
Tasty's
aren't
Trading
able to
Company,
determine the
No
identity
Empathy
of the man at
TTV,
Johnny
I only
Fox's
have Slanted
pub.
and Bench Plain.
Weeks go by with no breaks. John and Nancy's biggest goal is to hold the investigators' feet to the fire.
Tasty's Trading
It's
Company,
horrible for
No
their
Empathy
daughter to go
TTV,
missing,
oh get that
and it would
dollar.
be even worse for the case to go cold. They keep the pressure on by making sure Annie's story stays in the news. One evening, sometime around early May, a report about Annie's disappearance airs on TV. She's been missing for a little over a month. A local woman named Colette McCann catches the broadcast and thinks to herself, what an
2,
unimaginable
4,
thing to
6,
go through.
8.
She has no idea that
And
just
a
a few months
freebie.
later, she'll know exactly how the McCarricks feel. On July 25th,
they would use the
1993,
fucking
Colette
Duke of
attends a family
Crows so
gathering
I
in the
could
Dublin
reuse the
area.
Duke of
Her
Crows.
sister, Eva Brennan, is also there. Eva is a devout Catholic who's really involved with her church. She's 5'7" with short
No,
brown
they're
hair.
going to
She's 39
waste
years
power,
old, but
got
her family says she looks younger. It's not a perfect match, but she kind of looks like Annie McCarrick. For dinner, Eva and Colette's mother serves lamb,
guess
but
that.
Eva's not a
I don't-
fan.
Tasty's
And that
Trading
causes some
Company,
problems.
/Misunderstanding,
After Eva
wanna split them
complains about the
EMP?
food, it sparks an argument that leads to Eva storming out of the house. Eva's family worries about her, especially after she doesn't reach out again for the rest of the night or the next morning. She usually drops by to visit every day, but they just don't hear from her. Eva's father goes to her apartment to check on her. When she doesn't answer the front door, he breaks a window and lets himself inside. Inside Eva Brennan's apartment, her father finds her jacket. The one she was wearing the night before at dinner when they got into an argument.
But Eva's not there.
Tasty's Trading Company, no empathy TTV. It's okay, I'm not big into crafting yet, rather am get used. Nervous face.
Eva's father immediately reports her missing, but the police say she's an adult who can take care of herself.
Tasty's Trading Company, /144, sent, wink with tongue sticking out.
And when they do, they don't find anything. Eva is never seen again.
That brought me back.
Booze Cruise,
sister
Darissa,
can't
howdy.
help but notice the similarities between Eva's case and Annie McCarrick's.
Could we get to 100
Two tallish,
watchers?
young-looking brunette women go
would
missing
be,
from the same area within
like,
just a few months of each other. It could be a coincidence.
Tasty's Trading
but Colette
Company,
keeps wondering if the cases are
Miss_Felism,
related.
perfect love tie, smiley
she goes to the
face.
police and asks some of the questions that have been keeping her up at
100
night.
viewers. Oh
Tasty's
my God.
Trading
Eva and
Company,
Annie were murdered?
/144,
And what if
love.
the same person killed
No
them?
way.
The police dismiss the idea outright for a couple of reasons. First, they
I
consider
never thought
Annie
that
and
would
Eva.
happen.
Tasty's Trading Company,
There's
no
no
empathy
evidence they were met
TTV.
with foul
OHA
play.
TYBMXD.
Officials still think it's possible they ran away or got lost.
Look, we
But
get this
Colette's
one back.
theory starts to seem more credible after another victim goes missing. Her name is Jojo Dullard. She's 21 years old and grew up in rural Ireland. After she was orphaned at a young age, her sisters raised her. For a while, she worked as a beautician in Dublin, then decided the job wasn't for her.
The wrong
But she still goes back to the city every once
All
in a while.
right.
Like on November
My
9th,
computer
1995, when she goes to visit a few bars with friends. She's supposed to take a bus home,
101
but she misses the last one
Wow.
and decides to hitchhike
Tasty's Trading
instead.
Company,
That's amazing.
/144.
Jojo's
My
last
bags,
known
thank you
location
XD,
is a
someone
town called
1v1,
Moon,
D me yesterday.
roughly
My
45
bank looks like a
miles outside
GMS
Dublin.
worst nightmare again,
She uses a
XD.
payphone to
That's
call a
just
friend at
crazy.
11:37 p.m. and ends the conversation by saying, quote, "Oh, a car is coming, and I have to go now." She misses a shift at work the next day, and her family reports her missing shortly after. But once again, the Gardaí don't
104
respond in a
viewers.
timely
Thank you,
manner.
all of you.
It takes them 3 days to start
Coming and
looking.
watching my stream.
When they finally do launch an
It
investigation,
means
they
the
seem to
world
take
to
it
me.
seriously, interviewing countless potential witnesses.
Alright.
But they don't get any leads.
6.
The trail is already cold.
Queen.
A short while later, Annie McCarrick's father, John, gives an
5.
interview where he comments on the parallels between
We're
Jojo's case, his
gonna
daughter's, and another disappearance. He doesn't say exactly who, but it's possible he's talking about Eva Brennan. John references a triangular region surrounding Dublin, which stretches north from Jojo's last known location and along Ireland's eastern shoreline where Annie and Eva disappeared. It's unclear if John actually calls the area Ireland's Vanishing Triangle. If he does, he might be the one who coins the term. But regardless, the name Ireland's Vanishing Triangle eventually gets repeated in newspapers, radio shows, and TV broadcasts. The idea of a vanishing triangle becomes part of Dublin's local folklore, something many people know about, but no one's sure where they heard
Booze
it
Cruise,
from.
Anthony Kidd
Now, the
2009.
Gardaí haven't
Hi,
given
Mom.
any indication that they believe these disappearances are connected, but the press keeps running with the narrative that they are. They even go so far as to speculate about a possible serial killer in the area.
Yeah,
They're the kinds of headlines that
Oh,
sell
of course.
papers. The theory makes sense to some of the missing's loved ones, but at the same time, 3 disappearances
There's no
in
way
4
it could be
years
this
isn't
bad.
statistically unusual for a city like Dublin. In her book, The Vanishing Triangle, The Murdered Women Ireland Forgot, author Claire McGowan points out that in any given year, nearly 9,000 people are reported missing in Ireland. About 1 in 10 of those cases will ultimately go unsolved. In fact, in the 4 years before Annie McCarrick went missing, 4 other women were killed or disappeared in the Dublin area. But almost no one includes those cases in the so-called
108
Vanishing
viewers.
Triangle. There doesn't appear to be a clear or
Tasty's
strong
Trading
reason
Company,
why
no
certain
empathy
cases are
TTV.
included
While
and
there's no
others
event
aren't.
going on, I've been trying to knock
All
out
this
some
to
zones.
say,
This account was
the
new to
fact
SO
that
a few months
Annie,
ago,
Eva,
so
and
lot to do
Jojo all
XD.
disappeared in the same region around the same time isn't necessarily evidence of an active serial killer. This could be an example of patternicity leading people to false conclusions and confirmation bias reinforcing those beliefs. The whole Ireland's Vanishing Triangle narrative might be little more than misinformation. But
Tasty's
it's
Trading
complicated,
Company,
because in a lot
/Felism.
of
I
ways,
feel you.
it's helpful
I've got furniture that needs
misinformation.
to be gone through and
The
sold.
name alone keeps
One day
all
I
the
will
stories
LOL.
in the headlines and raises
Booze
awareness
Cruise,
for the victims,
Darissa, High Theory
which
Eye.
is important. because after John's interview, the number of victims continues to rise. In August 1996, 25-year-old Fiona Pender leaves her flat and doesn't come home.
Amazing. What a great night.
6 months later, on February 13th, 1997, teenager Kira Breen sneaks out of her bedroom at night and never returns. The following February, 19-year-old Fiona Sinnott goes out drinking with friends. She calls her ex-boyfriend at some point, who walks her home. But he's the last person to ever see her.
Tasty's Trading Company, /144, XD000 Furniture Lot at Big Auction. You know they always raise eyebrows.
Parents in her hometown of Newbridge. It's about an hour outside of Dublin, inside the
Tasty's
Vanishing
Trading
Triangle.
Company, /144,
Deirdre
nice
is supposed to
EMP.
return to college in London in the fall, so she swings by the bank and withdraws money to pay for her next semester's rent. Then she drops by the post office before visiting her grandmother.
That's true.
Security cameras all over town film her running errands.
112.
Deirdre's on her way back to her parents' house around 3:30 p.m. At least 8 witnesses see her walking down the street. She's only yards from home, but she never makes it. A few hours later, Deirdre's mother returns from work and finds the house empty.
Tasty's Trading
She sounds
Company,
the alarm,
Miss
and the Gardaí
_Muslim.
spring
They will
into
get over
action.
at LOL. I need room.
This could be the break they've been looking for. Many of the other Vanishing Triangle victims weren't investigated until a day or more after they went missing. But Deirdre's trail is still fresh.
2, 4,
Unlike some other cases
7,
within Ireland's Vanishing Triangle, the Gardaí respond to 18-year-old Deirdre Jacobs' disappearance immediately. But their initial investigation proves just as fruitless as all the others. Nobody saw what happened to Deirdre in those final yards. Somehow she disappeared right off the street, right by her house, in broad daylight. It comes as a shock to a lot of people, and the news spreads fast. The coverage might be part of the reason why, in September 1998, the Gardaí finally decide they need to do something different. They form a task force called Operation Trace. Instead of treating each disappearance as an isolated event, Trace's mission is to look for patterns, to try to see if some common denominator unites the victims. They focus on 6 of the missing women, all but one of the victims we've discussed in this episode. It's not clear which one is left out, because different newspapers print different names. Most of the reports don't include Eva Brennan, the woman who disappeared after a dinner argument with her mother. Presumably that's because she was 39 years old, while the rest of the victims were younger, either teenagers or in their 20s. But that's not certain. Even the detectives assigned to Operation Trace don't know why some missing women are included and others aren't.
Tasty's Trading Company, /144. I'm always putting a residential to destroy on furniture from now on. Destroying that Lux vendor stuff. Crushed my soul. Reporting it just ices the cake, LOL.
None of them had any known reason why they'd want to run away. And that's it. They don't share a hair or eye color. Some disappeared off the street, others from their homes. Some went missing at night, some during the day. One of the victims was 7 months pregnant. There isn't much to go off of, but there's enough for Operation Trace to develop some theories. And unlike some earlier investigations, they believe foul play definitely occurred, and they identify some persons of interest. One of them is a carpenter named Larry Murphy. At the time of the disappearances, he was in his 30s. He was clean-cut, married, and to all appearances, an ordinary guy. In 1993, when Annie McCarrick went missing, he lived in Enniskerry, the same town where she presumably visited right before she disappeared. He also worked for Deirdre Jacobs' grandmother, and a man fitting his description was filmed on a CCTV camera at the bank Deirdre visited the day she went missing. News reports also say he's been linked to Jojo Dullard's case, although it's not clear exactly how. Now, Ireland is a small country. At the time of the disappearances, the population was around 3.5 million. It could be a coincidence that Murphy lives near one victim and seemingly knew 2 others. But in February 2000, Larry Murphy starts looking a lot more suspicious. He apparently starts stalking a young woman whose identity hasn't been made public.
One day, he drives to her workplace, which is inside the Vanishing Triangle. He parks near her usual spot, and when she walks past his car, he grabs her, beats her, and forces her into his trunk. Then he drives into the Wicklow Mountains, sexually assaults her,
Booze
and attempts
Cruise,
to murder
Anthony
her.
Kid 2009. How
He's
goes it, Mom?
interrupted by a pair of hunters who stumble upon the scene and rescue the young woman. Murphy is sentenced to 15 years in prison. At some point, reporters start drawing connections. The abduction feels eerily similar to the Vanishing Triangle cases. If he snatched this victim right off the street, maybe he did the same to Annie,
Tasty's
Jojo,
Trading Company,
Deirdre,
Steely
and
Date
or
20.
the others.
I've listed lots. Will only
Even
mail
more
66
alarming, while he's
before.
incarcerated,
LOL.
at least 2 other inmates reportedly hear him bragging about getting away with murder.
That's just amazing.
Eventually,
to me.
the Guardian named
And
Larry a person of interest in all the
it blows my
Operation Trace
mind.
disappearances,
And
plus a
I
couple
just-
more.
I
At one point,
everyone
they invite
who
FBI profilers
is
from the
watching
U.S.
right
to
now.
examine the evidence. The agents agree that
Or who
Murphy
watched.
fits
Booze
the
Cruise,
profile of the
Darissa,
serial
really
killer.
good, but
To
finished
them,
work late,
the
so didn't do
efficiency
what I
with which he
needed.
kidnapped that young woman suggests
Tasty's
he'd done
Trading
something
Company,
like it before.
/144. Ha 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 ha.
But still,
that's brilliant,
it's only
Davey.
circumstantial
I like
evidence. The Gardaí can't convict Murphy on the inmate's testimony or the FBI's profile. They don't have concrete proof he had anything to do with the Vanishing Triangle cases. They never arrest Murphy or press charges due to lack of evidence. According to police, their investigation suggests that it's more likely some or all of the victims were kidnapped or killed by someone they knew, which does fit with global statistics. In any country, women are far more likely to be killed by someone they've met rather than a stranger. Take, for example, the case of Kira Breen. She's the teenager who snuck out of her bedroom window late at night. The Gardaí suspect she met a man in his 30s for a date that night, and he killed her. They questioned this man repeatedly and arrested him twice, but he died of an overdose in police custody in 2017, and officials never received the answers they
Booze
were looking
Cruise,
for.
Darissa, got a lot of compliments on lunch today. I'm getting a recipe
never
for
make
curry
a single
prawns.
arrest related to any of the cases within the Vanishing Triangle. According to Detective Alan Bailey, who was assigned to Operation Trace, the only conclusion they've reached is that they are not able to tie all the disappearances to a single serial killer. The task force disbands in 2003. But that's not the end of the investigation. The Gardaí
Booze
still
Cruise,
feel tips.
Darissa, the other
Over
chef
the
made an
years,
amazing
they
curry
followed up on a
prawns.
number of leads and questioned various persons of interest. Some of the disappearances have been reclassified as no-body homicides. As of this recording, none of the
Booze
victims'
Cruise,
remains
Anthony
have been
Kid
recovered.
2009.
But
Nice.
there have been some really recent breakthroughs. Let's go back to the first disappearance described in this episode. Witnesses saw Annie McCarrick board a bus to Enniskerry around
Tasty's
3:30
Trading Company,
p.m. on the day of her
_Polism.
disappearance.
I hate destroying
We
things.
don't know what she did
Breaks
for
my
the next
heart.
5.5 hours. But like I said, a woman matching her description was spotted at Johnny Fox's pub that night around 9 p.m. A lot of people assumed that woman was Annie. Almost no one questioned it. But in 2020, a private investigator working for Annie's family said he believes that woman wasn't her. Instead, based on a new tip and a corroborating witness, the Gardaí think Annie might have actually gone to a cafe in Enniskerry, where she met with a man who bought her a slice of cake. In their statements, the Gardaí and the PI make this sound like a huge discovery. It seems like this information might have led them to a new suspect, but they haven't released his name publicly yet. Another tip, the details of which haven't yet been made public, spurred the Gardaí to formally reclassify Annie's disappearance as a homicide. There have also been updates in the case of Jojo Dullard, who went missing after a night out with her friends. In 2020, on the 25th anniversary of her disappearance, the Gardaí announced her death was being investigated as a homicide. Almost exactly 4 years later, in November 2024, a man in his 50s was arrested on suspicion of her murder. The Gardaí didn't release his name, but did say they're conducting searches in the Wicklow and Kildare areas. After 2 days of questioning, the man was released without charge. Police say the information helped their investigation, but there have been no further updates as of this recording. For the families of the victims, it's likely frustrating to have no answers after all this time. But it's encouraging that the police are still investigating these cases 30 years later. Which means, connected or not, they can still be solved.
I'm just gonna do...
These women can still receive justice.
332...
Thank you for tuning into Serial Killers. We're here with a new episode
Tasty's Trading
every
Company,
Monday.
/144. I'll try to save a destroy if I can. It gets hard when the bid goes over items worth. I look the other way and actually pay attention to see 4S rambling when that happens. Wink with tongue sticking out.
For more information, amongst the many sources we used, we found Claire McGowan's book, The Vanishing Triangle, The Murdered Women Ireland
Boost
Forgot.
Cruise, Anthony Kidd 2009. I'll make Inferno in a bid in VLC.
Stay safe out there. This episode was written by Angela Jorgensen, edited by Karis Allen and Connor Sampson, researched by
Boost
Brian
Cruise,
Petrus,
Darissa,
fact-checked by Haley Milliken,
NPTYT, smiley
video
face.
edited by Spencer Howard, and sound designed by Alex Button. I'm your host, Janice Morgan.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. I don't know if you knew this, but anyone can get the same premium wireless
Boost Cruise,
for $15
Anthony
a
Kidd
month
2009, TYT.
It's not just for celebrities, so do like I did and have one of your assistants switch you to Mint Mobile.
Boost Cruise,
I'm told it's super easy to do.
SGT_Saber_5, sub.
/switch.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only, then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See full terms at mintmobile.com.
This message comes from Greenlight. Ready to start talking to your kids about financial literacy? Meet Greenlight, the debit card and money
Boost
app
Cruise,
that teaches kids and teens how to earn,
SGT_Saber_5.
save,
Interview
spend wisely, and
TMMR, I
invest
gotta
with
get this
your guardrails in
BIH.
place. With Greenlight, you can send money to kids quickly, set up chores, automate allowance, and keep an eye on your kids' spending with real-time notifications.
Boost Cruise,
Join millions of
Darissa,
parents
take
and
your
kids
time.
building healthy financial habits together on Greenlight. Get started risk-free at greenlight.com/Spotify.
Season 1 of Andor had critics calling it the best Star Wars series yet. Season 2 of the Emmy-nominated series is now streaming on Disney+. Follow Cassian Andor as he embarks on a path from a rebel to a hero. Starring Diego Luna and from creator Tony Gilroy. Writer
Boost
of Michael
Cruise,
Clayton,
Anthony
The
Kidd
Bourne
2009.
Identity.
Oh.
Season 2 of Andor is now streaming only on Disney+.
Warning, the following podcast is not suitable for all audiences. We go into great detail with every case that we cover and do our best to bring viewers even deeper into the stories by utilizing disturbing audio and sound effects.
Trigger warnings from the stories we cover may include violence, rape, murder,
Boost
and
Cruise,
offenses
Darissa,
against children.
good luck.
This podcast is not for everyone. You have been warned.
Our story starts with hundreds of men running towards each other on a battlefield. Each of these men have their own weapons, and their goal is to kill as many people on the other side
Boost
as
Cruise,
possible.
SGT_Saber_5. I gotta bow to them so they pay a brutta.
Soldiers are dropping to the ground left and right. This battle goes on for quite some time, often until someone surrenders. But in the end, one side will celebrate their victory. However, once the battle is over, there are dead soldiers everywhere. Men who fought for what they believed in. But if you look a bit further than that, you'll see a crowd of people in awe. Some even have their phones
Boost Cruise,
out, taking videos of the battle before them.
SGT_Saber_5. Pray to
Because
the job
in reality,
gods.
this is not an actual war, but a Civil War reenactment. Every year, hundreds of men get together on these old battlefields, and they will put on performances, replicating what these battles actually looked like back in the day. They will put on their uniforms, either for the Union or Confederacy. They will grab their fake muskets and rifles, and they will march around for the crowd, pretending to kill each other. Now, for the men who sign up to be a part of this, they get to travel the country and escape their reality for a while, stepping into an important time in our country's history. While they are on that battlefield, they're no longer a modern-day citizen, but a soldier who doesn't actually have to kill anyone. They just pretend to. But in the 1980s and 90s, there was a man who participated in these reenactments who did have a thirst for bloodshed. However, his preferred victim wasn't a grown man in uniform. In fact, when the day ended, he took off that uniform and he would go out into the town and hunt for young girls. So this is the story of suspected serial killer Larry Hall. I'm Courtney Browen.
And I'm Colin Browen.
And you're listening to Murder in America.
Check.
Nestled in the United States Midwest is a town called Wabash, Indiana. It's a small town with a small town feel, and it has a lot of history. In fact, Wabash prides itself on being the first electrically lighted city in the world. On March 31st, 1880, 4 3,000 candle power brush lamps were suspended from the courthouse, and the spectacle drew over 10,000 people to witness it. Now, people have since debated whether or not this claim is accurate, since technically only the courthouse was lit, not the whole town. However, to this day, the people of the city stand proudly by this accomplishment. But if you were to walk down the streets of the historic downtown today, you'd see a line of old brick and limestone buildings that are home to over 100 small businesses. There are restaurants, boutiques, and every week they have a farmer's market. The population of Wabash is around 11,000. And many of the people who were born and raised here grew up to be good, upstanding citizens. After all, people from the Midwest have a reputation of being overly friendly and nice. But on December 11th, 1962, a little boy would be born. His name was Larry Dwayne Hall, and he would grow up to embody the very antithesis of Midwestern values.
Larry Dwayne Hall did not enter this world by himself. In fact, he came here just a few minutes after another little boy named Gary Hall. The two were twins, Gary and Larry. And throughout their lives, you'll see that Gary seemed to have been dealt the upper hand, which was even the case before the two were born. You see, Larry and Gary were monochorionic twins, which meant they shared a placenta. And while in utero, Gary received a greater share of oxygen and nutrients. In fact, it was reported that Gary had, quote, fed on Larry in the womb, end quote. So when the twins were born, Larry had to spend some time in the neonatal intensive care unit, while his brother Gary was doing just fine. But this would seem to mirror what their lives would kind of always look like. Gary would be known as the stronger, more confident of the two, while Larry suffered from health problems and insecurity.
When the twins were born, it wasn't the happiest time for their family. Larry and Gary's mom, Bernice, had had a difficult pregnancy, and their father, Robert, was not financially ready to feed 2 extra mouths. Now, at the time, Robert Hall was working as a gravedigger at Falls Cemetery in Wabash, and the work wasn't easy. He would dig the graves by hand, using picks and shovels. It was reported that it would take him 18 hours to dig one single grave, but Robert was good at what he did. He was a hard worker and did his best to maintain the cemetery. The only problem was, it didn't pay very well. So when Robert, who was already in his 40s, found out that his wife, Bernice, was pregnant with twins, he wasn't very excited about the extra expenses that were to come.
Robert Hall was also known to be a heavy drinker with a volatile temper, and as the twins grew up, they were subjected to his abuse. It was later reported that Larry, who was the more shy and sickly of the two, would often just lower his head in fear every time his dad would lash out on him, something author Christopher Hockley Martin described as his submissive pose. In addition, the Hall home, which was located on the cemetery grounds, was not an ideal place for children. As it turns out, Robert and Bernice were hoarders. According to
Tasty's
people who
Trading
knew the
Company,
family,
Steely
they
Dave
had
20.
stuff
What is the
piled
going
up all
price
the
for
way to the
Ancestor Silk these
ceilings
days?
in nearly every room of their house.
One of the boys' best friends, Ross Davis, would tell author James Keene in his novel In with the Devil, quote, "The house was a big place, but it was a dump. It was like a path to walk through. Stuff was piled everywhere. Mrs. Hall was always having a rummage sale, and we used to joke that they lived inside a rummage sale. All the years I knew the family, I never once saw her do any cleaning. They would eat out every day because she was too lazy to cook. That's why they never saved a penny. She was just a big fat lady who sat around the house all day and did nothing but yell and stir up a lot of trouble." End quote.
When the twins reached elementary school, Gary proved himself to be an excellent student. He was intelligent, a hard worker, and he had a lot of friends. But Larry was a completely different story. He really struggled. Not only was his IQ around 80, but he was very antisocial and anxious, and he had a hard time making friends. He also had a speech impediment. So while his twin brother Gary was considered popular, Larry was picked on. Kids would call him stupid and worthless, and he was known around school as the, quote, stinky kid. And sadly, his life at home wasn't much easier. You see, Larry struggled with bedwetting, something that followed him into his preteen years. According to his family, he would have these nightmares.
Tasty's Trading Company, Steely Dave 20.
He would find himself soiled in his own urine, and instead of getting help, his parents punished him anytime it happened. Now, their father, Robert Hall, was
Booze
very
Cruise,
strict.
SGT_Saber_5. Well,
she was known to be just as ruthless as her husband.
Booze
So Larry
Cruise,
Hall didn't really have a safe
SGT_Saber_5.
space. His home
GGS.
life wasn't easy, school was difficult, and he didn't have any friends aside from his brother. In fact, throughout his life, his twin brother Gary was really the only person he could rely on. Now, growing up, Larry and Gary spent a lot of their childhood in the graveyard. That was their playground. They would play hide and seek, hiding behind tombstones, and they would watch their father spend hours digging up graves for people in their community.
Max Ammo 20,
In the winter,
Zone, Serpent
the boys
Bog.
would sled down the embankment in their backyard.
Tasty's Trading Company,
And in the summer, they would catch minnows in the
C4ML110793.
creek.
Not sure
They were
IDs say
two
under 8K
Midwestern
would be
boys
considered
with
cheap, I
big
guess.
imaginations. Now, their
Booze
father
Cruise,
would always tell them that they were part of Native
SGT_Saber_5.
American.
In
And they
BGS
were
RN
always
chilling
very
after I
interested
sleep.
in their heritage.
Booze
So they would
Cruise,
run around outside and look for
SGT_Saber_5.
arrowheads.
What y'all been
And
up
they would
to?
transport themselves back in time,
Let's see what our
pretending
fish
that
can
the
do
cemetery
today.
was their village, and that they were Native American war chiefs. These times were
Tasty's
arguably
Trading
some
Company,
of the best of Larry's childhood.
C4ML110793.
He loved
Quick
to
sale
play
6 to
pretend,
8K range,
put
but I may be
himself in a
completely
time
off.
period hundreds of years back and take on the role of someone else, which is a hobby that he would carry on into his adulthood.
Now, like we mentioned, Larry did really poorly in school. By the time he was in junior high, he was still reading below a 6th grade level. With his low IQ, it was difficult for him to grasp the curriculum. But the one subject he always did really well in was history. He loved hearing the stories of all the different wars, especially the United States Civil War. But other than that, he really struggled in school, and it was still hard for him to make friends. By the time he was hitting puberty, Larry was described as short, chubby, and he had a lot of acne, something that kids would make fun of him for. It was reported that he would often walk through the halls with his head down. However, on the other hand, his brother Gary was thriving. Gary had a big friend group. He was popular, outgoing, and he was involved in school sports. So the two brothers couldn't have been more different from one another. Larry often compared himself to his twin brother. He wanted to be more like him, but he didn't know how, which only led Larry to have even more insecurities.
Tasty's
When the
Trading
twins
Company,
reached high
Steely
school,
Dave 20,
Larry
D
watched as his
*MN.
brother was
Wrong
able
time to be
get
trying to sell my craft
success.
bag.
Gary had no problems getting girlfriends, but no girls ever seemed to be interested in Larry, which was frustrating for him. He wanted a girlfriend, but they didn't want him. In fact, Larry would later say that girls would often laugh at him, something that ignited a rage within him, something that angered him to his core. And it's around this time when Larry started channeling this rejection into something sinister. He began stalking girls at his high school. Larry would drive around town for hours looking for girls. And he had a type. liked athletic
if you
girls
came and
with
you left,
shoulder-length
that's
brown
totally
hair.
fine.
When he would
I thank
find
you
one
all,
that he was
and I
sexually
appreciate
attracted to,
Tasty's Trading Company, Kira Lofton. That refined or raw?
Or good day, whatever.
Tasty's Trading Company,
But during
Steely
his
Day
stalking
20.
moments,
Oh well.
he was
I
also
appreciate
faced
heads up.
with an infuriating reality.
Tasty's Trading
As
Company,
much as he
C4ML.